Anglais, 1, 2, 3, 4. Anglais,
Ouais.
anglais.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Can I ask you to take your seats? Sitting is open. The first item of the agenda is Council and Commission statements. The need to enforce the Digital Services Act to protect democracy on social media platforms, including against foreign interference and biased algorithms. Let me remind you that a new format will be tested during this debate and that there will be no predetermined speakers list. So after the first round of speakers, on behalf of all the political groups, members who received speaking time from their political groups or the non-attached secretariat, they will be called to speak and will be reminded by the chair of their allotted speaking time. Please keep an eye on the screens. You will see the current speaker and the next two speakers displayed. And then, of course, when your name appears as the next speaker, I would ask you to make your way to the lectern. The normal rules regarding the blue cards and catch the eye procedure will apply to the debate, and we will try to give as many colleagues the speaking time. So I start first with the Council, Minister for European Union, Adam Szłapka. 5 minutes.
Honourable members, Commissioner, it's a great pleasure to be here as a presidency in the European institution with direct legitimacy of our societies. We are aware of challenges, we are aware of expectation, but we are ready to take this responsibility together as our top priority is security and regaining European competitiveness. We are ready as a presidency to work close with European Parliament during trialogues, so I hope this will be a very good time for the European Union. So now let me present the statement from the Council. President, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you for inviting the Council to participate in this very timely and important debate, especially given the geopolitical context in which we operate. Poland took over the presidency of the Council of the European Union at a time of uncertainty and concern. We are witnessing, among other things, rising geopolitical tensions, the erosion of the rule-based international order, and hybrid attacks on European democracy and security. More recently, increasing instances of interference in political processes in the EU that took place on social media further contribute to this worrying picture. One of the priorities during our 6-month presidency is to strengthen Europe's resilience against foreign interference and disinformation. This is a task for both the EU and the individual member states. Empowerment of the civil society is a key priority within this area so that it can effectively contribute to an online environment free from information manipulation and interference. Equally important are long-term efforts in the areas of civil education, as well as supporting and protecting the independence of credible media. We are certainly not starting from the scratch, and the Digital Services Act is one of the key legislative tools adopted during the last legislative cycle that plays a role in this process. Let me recall here that the objective of the DSA is to ensure a safe online environment. It obliges the platforms to tackle illegal content and the social risk that the dissemination of disinformation or other content may generate. The rules are clear. A very large online platform must take measures to manage the risk related to negative effects on democratic and electoral processes. If needed, and where necessary, the platforms must adopt their algorithm systems and their recommender systems. The Council is fully supportive of the Commission's supervision action in this area, as demonstrated by the Commission's response to all incidents that have occurred since the DCA came into force. I should also mention the specific obligation of the supervisory authorities of the member state where the service provider is to ensure that the activities of these big internet companies are compliant with EU law. What next? The co-legislators request the Commission to conduct a true evaluation of the newly established and comprehensive rules in the DCA in the coming years. The first evaluation report should be published as early as in November this year. This evaluation will be very important. A sound analysis of the issues at stake and of the functioning of the available tools is needed before we embark on a revision of very recent legal acts. President, honourable members, Commissioner, protecting our citizens online is our duty and requires continuous efforts to be able to guarantee our democracy and fundamental rights in the digital world. These efforts must be made in full synergy and cooperation with the digital platforms, which have a decisive role to play, but also with our partners globally. I can assure you that the Council's full commitment to preserving and defending our values. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwabka. And now for the Commission, Executive Vice President Henna Virkkunen, 5 minutes.
Dear President, honourable members, democracies today face an increasing challenge from interference. And indeed, we have seen that social media is one of the vehicles used. We have seen it during the past years in so-called Doppelganger campaign, a Russian influence cooperation on Facebook and Instagram. We opened formal proceedings on that influence operation under the Digital Services Act. We have also seen it in the last month in Romania, where the Constitutional Court annulled presidential elections after declassified documents alleged the existence of coordinated manipulation campaign on TikTok. We opened formal proceedings on that against TikTok. These are extraordinary events in the history of European democracy. Democracy is a founding value of our Union. Free, fair and inclusive elections are at the core of democracy. Interference in elections requires a powerful response. The EU has the most advanced and powerful legal framework for online platforms, balancing freedom and responsibility, the Digital Services Act. The DSI defines clear responsibilities for all very large online platform providers that provide services in the EU. The platforms are obliged to conduct a risk assessment and to implement and effectively enforce mitigating measures, including on electoral processes and civic discourse. They are also subject to independent audits. Based on the risk assessment, platform providers may have to adjust algorithms, the design of their online interfact, and content moderation systems to better mitigate these risks. It cannot be said often enough that the DSA does not censor content. It creates efficient mechanisms for the removal of illegal content defined by other EU or national law, such as illegal hate speech. Because what is illegal offline is also illegal online. But beyond supporting compliance with such limited prohibitions, the DSA ensures that anyone is entitled to express their opinion as protected under the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The DSA contains strong safeguards to protect freedom of expression on platforms' users. Transparency. It's a core principle of the DSA, giving greater agency to better inform citizens, civil society organizations, and others in the DSA ecosystem. The DSA obliges platform providers to be transparent about their terms and conditions and to set out the main parameters that underlie their recommender systems. Transparency is vital precondition to accountability in democracy, where a fact-based debate is combined with the strong third-party scrutiny and cooperation with journalists, civil society organizations, fact-checkers, and independent researchers. They play a crucial role in providing accountability and scrutiny of platforms' mechanism. In this context, the Commission has already opened cases against very large online platforms on publicly available access to data. The Commission is also preparing a delegated act on data access for researchers for the more far-reaching data access, which is consulted on with stakeholders in the last few months. Given the many elections taking place last year and this year, the Commission issued guidelines in April 24 for the very large online platforms and search engines on the measures they have to take to mitigate risks for electoral integrity. Rest assured, the Commission takes the enforcement of the DSA very seriously. We have already taken decisive steps. Since the entry into application of the DSA, 25 very large platforms and search engines were designated and no less than 10 proceedings were opened. 1 against X, 3 against TikTok, 1 against AliExpress, 2 each against Meta's Facebook and Instagram, and 1 against Temu. In one case, preliminary findings were adopted and 1 was already closed. Let me say this very clearly. The compliance teams are working at the full speed. For example, in recent days, the Commission has requested X to provide internal documentation on its recommender systems and any recent changes made to it by 15 of February 25. We have also issued a retention order to X requiring the platform provider to preserve internal documents and information regarding future changes to the design and functioning of its recommender algorithms. And we have issued a request to access to certain X commercial application program interfaces, so-called APIs. These are technical interfaces to its content that allow direct fact-finding on content moderation and virality of accounts. It's important to note that strong and timely enforcement of the DSA requires careful detective work by expert teams, very solid evidence, and also decisions that stand up in the court. During my hearing, I said that I will make sure that we will double the number of colleagues working in the DSA by the end of 2025 to a team to 200 staff. The Commission does not work on the DSA in isolation, especially in matters related to election integrity, which require efforts both at the EU and national level and across institutions and policies. We work very closely with the digital services coordinators in the European Board for Digital Services, including through working group on integrity of the information space, and also directly with those digital services coordinators of member states which have upcoming elections in their countries. More generally, we also work with the framework of the European Cooperation Networks on Elections, bringing together national authorities dealing with electoral matters. The network will hold a strategic discussion now on 5th and 6th of February on issues such as the equality of opportunities among political parties and candidates, elections integrity and risk management in electoral contexts. Honourable members, the DSA is a responsibility-based system. It provides for codes of conduct to help platforms to meet their obligations. This is why this week we assessed and confirmed the suitability of the Code of Conduct on illegal hate speech online under the DSA. This will strengthen the response against all illegal online hate speech as defined by different EU and Member States laws, so that hate speech flagged is assessed in 24 hours and removed if necessary. Focusing on the future, I'm also committed to move ahead with the assessment of the Code of Practice on Disinformation with the view of issuing an opinion integrating also this code into the DSA framework. As a part of Code of Practice on Disinformation, a broad range of signatories agreed on taking on the commitments and targeted measures to fight disinformation. Meta, Google, Microsoft and TikTok are already signatories of this code. In view of the threat that disinformation poses to our societies, I expect strong commitments from platform providers to continue implementing the code with appropriate measures to put this into the practice. When it comes to elections, the rapid response system under this code has proven to be very effective, showing the important contribution that independent fact-checkers and civil society can make. They can quickly alert platforms about time-sensitive content that can pose a threat to the integrity of elections. I count on the signatories and on the platform providers to make sure that this is applied to all upcoming elections. Dear President, honourable members, protecting democracy from the threats it faces today requires a comprehensive response. We are now preparing the new European Democracy Shield to address the most severe risk to democracy in the EU. The Shield will aim to combat foreign information manipulation, interference and disinformation. It aims to strengthen the EU's ability to detect, analyse and proactively counter threats. It will also address domestic threats to democracy. We do not start this work from the scratch. The Shield will build on the work already done on the European Democracy Action Plan and the Defence of Democracy package. Commissioner McGrath is leading the work with my close collaboration and working together also with other members of the College. Soon, we will launch consultations to shape up the upcoming Shield. I'm eager to hear the valuable contributions that the Parliament will bring to this very important initiative, especially the new Special Committee on the Democracy Shield. I want to assure you that the Commission is extremely committed to protect European democracy and civic discourse. The Commission is fully dedicated to use all the tools we have at its disposal to defend our democracies. I remain fully available to hear your views as we work together to achieve this common goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Executive Vice President. Now we go to the first round of political group speakers, starting with the EPP Group, Andreas Schwab, 3 minutes.
Frau Präsidentin, Frau Kommissarin.
Madam President, Commissioner, Representative of Council. Thank you to Council and Commission for making clear that we have legislation on digital services, that we had it yesterday, we've got it today, we'll have it tomorrow, and it will be enforced. And I want to thank you for giving priority to legal certainty in the enforcement of the digital services legislation. For the EPP, what is important is that legal cases brought under the Digital Services Act be legally watertight. The Internal Market Committee in 2022 perhaps wasn't able to predict everything, but let me run through the objectives of the legislation: to secure freedom of opinion in the digital age, to protect personal data of citizens in the European Union. This covers social media platforms and broadcasters, and gives them prominence and publicity. The approach is complicated for the legislator to ensure, if we are to ensure that democratic debate on social media can be preserved. But this means that we have to enforce rules that we have had in Europe since before social media was invented. And in order to secure freedom of expression, it's important to have rules which are stricter than they were for newspapers, which ended up in the dustbin the following day. Every country has its own legislation. In 2019, the European Court of Justice decided that online platforms have to ensure that falsehoods are not spread. The platforms refused to do this. They challenged this, and we want the European Commission to continue with the procedures currently underway in order to guarantee that democratic debate continue in 27 different countries with 27 different sets of rules, so that in future in Europe we can say that we have democracy and plurality of opinion.
S&D Group, its chair, Irache Gracia Perez, 3.5 minutes.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. We find ourselves at a crucial moment for the defence of our democracies. Not that long ago, it seemed that this was an opportunity for people to connect, to strengthen our societies. This was supposed to be a tool for progress, but today has become a dangerous weapon in the hands of those who want to divide us and to undermine our institutions. Electoral interference and manipulated algorithms on social media are a direct threat to our European values. Over the last few months, we have seen how Elon Musk and his social media network X has become a loudspeaker for the extreme right by supporting Trump and Vidal through hoaxes and messages of hate. We have also seen the decision of Mark Zuckerberg to get rid of the fact-checking programs in Meta, which is simply promoting lies and manipulation. In this situation, Commissioner Virkkunen, we need to think about what is the response of the European Commissioner. Where are the measures to end these abuses from the digital oligarchs? The silence of the Commission in the face of these threats is not acceptable. Inaction is not neutrality. It is means you are complicit in this. Of course, we welcome the measures announced by the Commission last week to get more information from Meta, from X, to finalize these open investigations, but we need to continue. We need to show that we are firm. We need to show leadership from the side of the EU. Citizens expect us to act. It's not enough just to legislate. We have to ensure that our legislation is effectively implemented. Our message to Zuckerberg and to others who think that social networks are above democracy is very clear. They are not beyond the law. And democracy is not simply something which can be brought. It is the essence of our social cohesion. The Digital Services Act gives us clear tools, including the possibility to levy significant fines. We need to promote European social networks, and we urgently need to adopt the directive on artificial intelligence. In 2022, the Council banned Sputnik and Russia Today in the European Union. We cannot now show double standards. There is no other alternative than to end social media networks that do not comply with the law. It is important to remind digital oligarchs why we are the European Union. We are the European Union because we defend freedom of expression in its true sense. It is a pillar of our democracies. It is not a playground for manipulation and for hate. We are the European Union because we believe in the transformative power of truth and democracy. We're the European Union because the freedom of expression does not mean the freedom to spread disinformation. Freedom of expression does not justify lies which destroy society or hoaxes which perpetrate divisions. History has shown us time and time again the dangers of propaganda and manipulation. It was not so long ago, and it could happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have these tools available to us. We have the responsibility to protect our citizens. The truth is not something that can be negotiated. Digital magnates need to understand the words of the poet Antonio Machado. The truth is what it is, and it will continue to be so, even if you believe to the contrary. Thank you.
Now, on behalf of the PF3 group, Virginie Geron, 1.5 minutes.
Commissaire, Monsieur Schlappa.
Madam President, Commissioner, Mr. Schwabka. Here we are talking about the Digital Surveillance Act, which many want to use for political ends. Elections in Romania, disputed elections in Georgia, elections in Germany, Denmark, and elsewhere. It's all about sowing panic. As Thierry Breton said, what we did in Romania, we could do in Germany. Strengthening the DSA and the Democracy Shield, banning TikTok and X. But nobody was worried about the media campaigning for Macron. People seem to have a problem with Musk. That says a lot about what we've become. An ossified continent frightened of power, rotten to the core and incapable of admitting defeat. That's your problem. This idea of strengthening the DSA has nothing to do with enhancing the rights of consumers. It's about control. But with the patriots in power, we'll have innovation. And I urge the Commission not to cede to the demands of bad losers. Thank you.
Adesso per il gruppo ICR.
And now for the ECR, Nicola Procaccini, 2 minutes, and happy birthday. Thank you, President and Vice President Verkunen. Thank you for being here. This debate comes at an odd time. Listening to the left and my socialist colleague just now, you are feeding this suspicion. My suspicion is that the loss of political dominion on social media is driving the left crazy at every level. You had suffocating control over political debate through the social networks, and you decided who could speak and what they could say. And then you didn't feel the need to have a debate like this one. We, however, Conservatives, did feel the need for this debate, and we felt the need for a tool such as the DSA to protect, first and foremost, minors from the dangers of the internet. But now what we're seeing, the vast majority of us voted in favour of this. We did not think it was right that Twitter could close the account of the democratically elected President Donald Trump and leave Ayatollah Khamenei tweet to the world. We should have had a proper judge to decide whether who should be decided from who should not have freedom to tweet, not just a fact checker. We know that we can only find truth if we have open debate and hear from different opinions. This is something that always has to be debated, both online and in the real world. The DSA is a tool. It has to be used correctly, avoid any prejudice, abuses, and avoid imposing a single type of thought. We're 100 years from Alexis de Tocqueville, and yet we're still seeing the same old story. We are in favour of freedom, and you are on the other side.
Renew Europe Group, Sandro Gozzi, 1.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Il fut un temps pas si lointain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Our strategy has been relevant and innovative. We have seen that we were right to be suspicious. X is not playing by the rules. Meta has done away with fact-checking and so on. The European Commission clearly needs to act, not tomorrow, but now. I listened closely to you, Madam Vice President. You need to enforce the DSA strictly, resolutely, without compromise. And then Musk, yes, he's maybe a genius, but he's also someone who's bought himself enormous power. By running X and becoming a member of the Trump administration, he is exceeding limits. In Europe, our rights and freedoms are not at the service of ideological servants, and the law applies to everybody. The situation is serious. Illegal content, manipulation of algorithms, systemic risks. It's clear. This is not a time of everyone for themselves. It's time to be bold as Europeans. Thank you.
Now for the Green Group, Alexandra Giese, 2 minutes.
President, Executive Vice President Virkkunen, colleagues, the tech oligarchs are assaulting our democracy. Elon Musk is interfering with elections in the US and in Europe, enhancing the visibility of his own account and of far-right accounts, flooding everybody's timelines with the content of his choice. And that's a choice of a guy who yesterday at the inauguration chose to make a Nazi salute. Mark Zuckerberg's algorithms push hateful content and foreign propaganda and disinformation. And as the whistleblower Frances Hogan told us, that is not what people like, what people choose. It's what they engage with because it makes them angry. Executive Vice President, 10 days ago, you still told German media there was no proof for Elon Musk interfering with the algorithms. That is true, but that's the great thing about Europe, about the DSA and your job. You are the one who can prove it, and you're the only one in the world who has a legal basis to build a sound, court-proof case. After weeks of silence vis-à-vis the attacks by Musk, Zuckerberg, and Trump, now you need to go strong and fast. And I have 3 measures that I would propose the European Commission now takes. Urgent investigations in all relevant, very large online platforms to identify and stop the mechanisms that lead to disinformation spreading so much faster than information. Second, we need to protect elections right now. And there's a very easy solution to stop this manipulation. Stop the recommender systems. Let people choose the content they want without Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg imposing the content of their choice on people. And 3, we need to send a very clear signal that the EU supports better social media that cannot be controlled by tech oligarchs. For example, Mastodon, for example, the initiative Free Our Feeds, and many others out there. Colleagues, we have seen the tech oligarchs yesterday standing behind President Trump. They will not stand down with their enormous power, their enormous wealth, control over information and networks, use of artificial intelligence, the willingness to ignore rules. They will never respect us if we don't stand up to them. You have the choice. Kneel in front of unelected tech oligarchs or use the DSA to fight for the citizens who actually elected us. I have my choice. I will.
Thank you very much. Now for the Left Group, Carola Rackete, 2 minutes.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a few days ago, we were in a dystopia with lies. We had the head of the AfD in a discussion with the head of Elon Musk saying that Hitler was a communist. We're talking about a Nazi regime that murdered thousands of communists. But the fundamental problem is that X simply doesn't have the right kind of moderation in place, and the algorithms strengthen the far-right contents. In Germany, we need to act. We need to bring forward this AfD ban. We also expect the Commission to act strongly against any kind of hate speech on the social media platforms. We need to use the tools of the DSA. Germany will have elections shortly, so the Commission really needs to be decisive against X to stop any kind of disinformation being spread or foreign interference in our elections, whether it's from Musk or from Russia. The Commission has the possibility to put fines in place if there is problems with moderation. Brazil has shown us the way. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, but he has made Twitter into a propaganda platform. Now he is working together with Donald Trump to put in place cuts in the American government. Somebody who has violated American democracy. Trump himself talked about not needing any further elections. He wants to dismantle democracy. If the EU acts in the same way as the Biden administration, if they are too slow and too cautious, do not use all the legal options available, then the result will be more anti-Semitic, more anti-Muslim content, more anti-women content. Our democracy must be defended. You are responsible for that. Thank you.
Now to the ESN group, Milan Urik, 1 minute.
Liberálni kolegovia, prosím vás, nerobte z ľudí na
Liberal colleagues, please understand people on social media are not daft, and don't pretend that you're defending democracy by introducing censorship. Do you know about Ahmed Haikel Gafar, a Muslim? He's responsible for fact-checking in Germany. What sort of independence does that guarantee? The owners of social media, like Mark Zuckerberg, say that they're under government pressure to censor.
Okay, that you cannot say, Mr. Ulrich. I have to cut your microphone now. Okay. I'm sorry, no matter what, you do not tell your colleagues to shut up, even if you disagree. I will give the floor to your next colleague. Next one is Pablos Arias Echeverria, 1.5 minutes. Because you said shut up. You cannot say that, Mr. President. When they will do the same, I will cut the microphone for them as well.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Vice President of the Commission. With the arrival of the new US President, we'll see how the digital giants are going to play. Today, the digital platforms have a huge number of capacity and users and have undeniable influence. They represent a new type of communication in our societies and a new way of getting information. We can't allow there to be no limits, or no limits other than the interests of the owners. The European Union has clear limits. As the Vice President Väyrynen said, these are based on transparency and protection for freedom of expression, as well as fighting disinformation. The Digital Services Act does not regulate content or censor opinions, but does establish limits to protect our values, our democracy, our citizens' rights, and competitiveness for our businesses, ensuring legal certainty for all parties. But it also provides clear responses to foreign interference and illegal content and interference in election processes. This DSA must be respected. The platforms have to take on their responsibility and meet their obligations under the DSE when it comes to content moderation. We also want to see strict compliance with our legislation when it comes to proof and judicial investigations. This will help to strengthen our democracy, our credibility, our trust, and the laws that we have must be properly respected. Thank you.
Card, will you take it? From Mr. Vandenberg. Mrs. Vandenberg. 94.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. I'm very happy to hear you say that we should be strict on the DSA, but don't you think that this commissioner should present more concrete, more direct and more immediate and binding measures to safeguard our democracy against the foreign interference, and especially now? Can we agree on that?
Muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for the question. I think the Commission has provided a clear response when it comes to interference from certain platforms or their users. And so I think that this has been clear and that the Commissioner is giving a response. This has to be based on proof. Member States have to take illegal content to the Commission. Commission will compile the necessary evidence and to provide a response where appropriate. Thank you.
5 minutes.
When we saw Musk walking into the Twitter office with a sink 2 years ago, did we expect that things will be escalating this quickly? It is sinking in that tech billionaires going rogue, posing an existential threat to democracy in Europe. Meta's Zuckerberg has joined in and urged the newly inaugurated Trump to force the EU to roll back European rules. We cannot accept these provocations and interferences with democratic processes when Musk uses X to support the far-right AfD and algorithms are tweaked to spread disinformation in the process. The silence from the European Commission and the lack of appropriate reaction have been deafening. In this game with bullies from the other side of the Atlantic, we must show strength and determination. We would be making a fool of ourselves if, after spending the last 5 years creating a digital acquis, we did not even sovereignly enforce the common European rules when the first difficulties arise. Investigations have been launched into X and other platforms, but none have been concluded. We have penalties up to 6% of the global revenue, but to be credible, these should be applied more swiftly. The announced Commission's Democracy Shield looks ridiculous if we didn't apply existing European rules. Besides defending fact-checking, we should also invest in fact-telling. We cannot rely on US tech oligarchs to provide us with platforms for trustworthy information. We need to invest in alternative digital infrastructure in Europe, a Eurostec with an EU-made and democracy-proof alternative for social network platforms. European citizens deserve a safe digital public space where quality journalism can find its place.
Out of time. I give the floor now to Tom van den Driessen, 1.5 minutes.
President, colleagues, the European Union is trying to teach the whole world a lesson about democracy, but itself is hardly a good example when it comes to censorship. With the Digital Services Act, we're trying to work against disinformation and hate speech, but we're not listening to the democratic claims of our citizens. When Elon Musk spoke to the AFD, the EU employed 150 civil servants to see whether or not this should be allowed. But what about Thierry Breton? The opposite occurred. When we saw the results of the elections in Germany, he said that we would have to look at the Digital Service Act to see whether or not this would be allowed. The same is happening in Romania. So what happens is with this disinformation, what they mean by disinformation is that somebody else has another opinion. And this just means that the left wants to stay in power and that they don't like hearing opinions that they disagree with. Freedom of expression is a fundamental right in the European Union, and we should not give that up. Thank you.
Hold on. Hold on. Mr. Van den Drische, there's a blue card for you. Would you like to come back for it? Stakis. Mr. Stakis.
So my question was what more American and Chinese platforms should do to continue to undermine democracy in Europe. Should they eliminate fact-checking entirely, or promote hate speech more aggressively, or maybe interfere more bluntly in our elections, or design algorithms that expose our children on harmful content? Perhaps Elon Musk, who allegedly gave Nazi salute twice yesterday, can convince you that it's time for strong and decisive action to stop these unhinged tech oligarchs. Thank you, sir. Het zal u misschien verbazen, collega.
Well, it might surprise you, colleague, but truth should be protected. There is truth and there is lies. When you talk about the influence of in elections through external players or techno platforms, we have to say, let 1,000 flowers bloom, as Mao would have said. I just think that we have to trust in our citizens' opinions. Everyone should be able to free to give their opinion. Everyone has the right to hear different opinions as well. Shadow banning, that's what you're doing. You're trying to prevent people from hearing messages that they might otherwise not hear, and I don't think we should be doing that. Thank you.
1 minute.
Szanowni Państwo, kiedy Was słucham, to nie mam wątpliwości.
Clearly, democracy and freedom of speech in Europe are under threat, but not for the reasons the left are giving. You want to play Big Brother. You want to play the censor who will decide what is the truth and what isn't. What we're talking about here is how you want to introduce preventive censorship that we had in Eastern Europe in the communist era. Now, apparently, you don't want people to be able to decide on the basis of facts what is and isn't truth. Today, we're talking about the need for free social media, free of censorship and free of your solutions. You think you know better what is the truth, but the citizens can tell what is the truth as long as you let them.
Can you take a blue card, please? From Ms. Gregorova.
Yes, thank you. I feel really strange hearing all of this from especially this side, so you will be the one to take my question about it. I feel like you did not read really the essay which we are discussing today, because you talk about censorship. Can you explain how legislation which makes the influence of a few chosen ones on our minds and life transparent, how is censoring anyone? The only ones who need to be a little bit more upfront and open, so more transparent, are the big owners of the big tech, such as Mr. Musk. So can you tell me why Mr. Musk's freedom of speech, so-called, on a platform which he owns, is more important to you than what your citizens and what your voters know? Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dziękuję za to pytanie i ono jest bardzo trafne.
Thank you for that interesting question. Let me explain what I'm afraid of. The European Commission has not revealed any information about what it did in relation to preventive censorship of X. I've asked them twice, and the Commission doesn't want to answer me, and I really want them to answer me. Secondly, the DSA in the hands of this European Commission is going to be a kind of preventive censorship, because you want to decide what is bad content and what is good content.
1 minute.
Ja, dass wir Meinungsfreiheit haben, merkt man.
Well, we can certainly observe freedom of expression here, even if the interventions are somewhat fact-free. The DSA is not a tool of censorship. It is a tool to implement our legislation, to stop illegal online content and stop the influence of autocratic regimes and those who want to undermine our democracy. So it is unacceptable when the new US Vice President makes the statements he does and does not want to stick to the legislation. Trump's presidency shows how weak we are, but rather than look across there, we should look at our own situation. We see growth coming from China and the US, but we are there for regulation. So we need to ensure our interests prevail, but we also need to be somewhat pragmatic. We need to strengthen our economy. Thank you.
Mr. Sell.
Yeah, sure.
Vielen Dank, Frau Hahn, dass Sie die Frage zulassen.
Thank you very much for allowing the question. Now, this is from the Charter of the EU Fundamental Rights. Each person has the right to freedom of expression. So that is the freedom to share information and ideas beyond state borders and without any government interference. So that is from the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. It is about our freedom of expression. That's a very important criteria for our democracy. So I am surprised that you, as part of a liberal party, would take the floor and speak in favor of censorship and restricting freedom of expression that goes against the values of the EU. Perhaps you should be in the left or the Green Group.
Gerade in Deutschland hat der DSA
the DSA has had an impact in Germany too. It has strengthened the freedom of expression. You can see that yourself. You can spout all kinds of nonsense because it's protected by freedom of expression. What we're talking about is illegal content which we do not want to see in our society. Thank you.
I give the floor next to Diana Ribaiginer, 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. You're not likely to hear my speech today in plenary on a social platform. And that shows the power that these platforms have and the power held by their algorithms on our day-to-day life. They have the ability to influence, to decide what you see, what you read, what you buy, perhaps, what you think, and how you vote. That is their business model. They keep us stuck to our screens with a formula that mixes disinformation, racist speech, anti-women's speech, and very reactionary discourse. These algorithms bombard us with content that seem to be taken from a fascist manifesto. This is how they fill the pockets of the big technology companies and undermine our democratic values. And behind them, you have the Tech Bro Club, who yesterday was sitting to Trump's right, using Nazi salutes without any concerns, and was openly supporting anti-European, anti-democratic political forces. We have to act strongly and have a clear message. Including here for the far right who are talking about censorship. In the EU, we have clear rules that must be respected. Anyone who undermines our democracy should have to face the consequences of that. We need to demand compliance with the DSA. This requires transparency and responsibility from the platforms. And this is fundamental if we are going to face up to this wave of populist and reactionary policy that is undermining all democratic safeguards. Thank you.
From Mr. Jungbluth, your colleague. He's from number 613. I give the floor next to Leila Shaibi, 1.5 minutes.
Il était une fois un milliardaire de la Silicon.
There was a billionaire from Silicon Valley, a megalomaniac who decided to buy a very powerful social media network to build his propaganda. He wasn't elected by anybody, but he has a lot of political weight. After influencing the US elections, he's now attacking EU elections. Under the cover of freedom of expression, he is simply trying to push others to think the same as him. He is supporting the AfD candidate and attacking the British Prime Minister. How does the EU Commission react to this with a small press communiqué saying that our democratic values are fundamental? It is the lamb trying to fight the wolf, but the lamb isn't even trying to fight back. Commissioner McGrath, Commissioner Verkunen, what are you waiting for? To be devoured whole? You have to react. You need to impose transparency on X's algorithms, as the DSA allows you to do. And if they do not, then you should ban X for interference on our continent. It is high time to have a public European social network. The EU should not simply be an open bar for Musk and his buddies. If they want to be here on our continent, they need to respect our rules.
Now, Christina Anderson, 1 minute.
Thank you. Sie wollen also die Demokratie schützen.
So you want to protect democracy, and you think you can do that by regulating freedom of expression. The DSA, though, does not protect democracy. It is a desperate attempt to control opinion and to make sure that your disinformation remains unchallenged. Facebook, Google, X have had enough of fact-checking. They don't want to censor their platforms at the behest of governments, and you hyperventilate. That is an expression of what you're most afraid of, genuine freedom of expression. You are terrified of freedom of expression. You are worried that your power will be toppled. However, freedom of expression is a prerequisite for democracy, and so this appalling DSA must go. The emperor's fine new clothes only exist in places where there is no freedom of expression. With freedom of expression, the emperor is naked, just as you all are.
Like to take it? It's from Mr. João Oliveira. So, let's give the floor now to Fidias Panayotou. 1 minute.
Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, recently accused the European Union of institutionalizing censorship. Similar comments has also been made in the past by the owner of Platform X, Elon Musk. Dear friends, if these accusations are true, then we will have a problem, as millions of posts are being censored across Europe under the label of misinformation might be certainly unfair. Many times in the past, posts that were labeled as misinformation finally have turned out to be factually correct. We cannot have a proper democracy if we censor only one side of the story. According to Mark Zuckerberg, this happened with the US government during the COVID pandemic, as they forced Meta to censor things that were factually correct. The accusations of Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are very serious, and I believe we should take them into consideration. That's why I propose to invite them here to come in the European Parliament for a deep discussion on how we should moderate content.
Thank you, Mr. Panayotou. You have a blue card. Mr. Lagodinsky, will you take it? Yes. Good. Sergei. Wait. 1, 3, 4, yeah.
Is it correct that you were able to end up as a colleague here because of your activities on social media during the election campaign, on TikTok and many other social media? Isn't it true that you haven't been censored? You are here. You have been awarded with a mandate by this European Union with the freedoms that we have. So what are other proves that your activity has been censored.
Go ahead, Phidias.
Well, I'm not saying that everything is being censored. I'm just saying there are things that have been censored in the past, and it's proven in the US that the government was interfering to censor stuff. So we need to have a proper discussion and understand what is censored in Europe, because this accusation from these people that own these platforms that we institutionalize censorship are very important.
All right, Mr. Panayotou, thank you. Let's move now to Mr. Axel Voss, 1.5 minutes.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Vice President, it is clear that social media has influence on our legislation, our way of thinking, our behavior. If you remember the Arab Spring in 2010, 2011, we thought social media was going to bring transparency, democracy. 10, 15 years later, we have our backs against the wall, and now we are having to defend our democracies. Interference in elections is clear. The US, in Romania, maybe also in Germany. Now, it's all very regrettable, but we actually have to act. All of these social media platforms do not have the same intentions. We need to, first of all, acknowledge that freedom of expression isn't a fundamental right above all others. It is not without its limitations. It is equal, as it is in Germany, to other fundamental rights, and it needs to be in compliance with other rights. We need to tackle misinformation, disinformation. That does not fall under freedom of expression, anything that is criminal. So if this isn't fully covered by the DSA, this needs to be updated. The DSA is quite robust, but we need to also look at fact-checking and possible abuses. We need to look at algorithms as well. And why don't we have our own type of media? Thank you.
Voss, next is Anna Caterina Mendes, 1.5 minutes.
Caros colegas, esta é uma guerra sem...
Colleagues, this is a war where blood is not being lost, but democracy is. We're seeing regular attacks against freedom of against individual freedoms under the false flag of freedom of expression. We have to ask that the European Commission should ask and ends its silence. We opened an inquiry, but there needs to be consequences for all of this. What are we talking about here? We're talking about these oligarchs' objectives, the owners of these platforms who, once again yesterday, as we heard from Elon Musk, their objectives are very clear. They're trying to sow division, take over our institutions, and sow the seeds of false information. Colleagues, here, we can't respond on a case-by-case. After this plenary debate, we have to be stronger in strengthening our democracy and demand that the Commission acts to be sure that the European Union's values are protected. To ensure that after 75 years, these values are strong and that we defend our democracy. Thank you.
Take it from Mr. Oliveira. Go ahead.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Deputada, o espaço...
President, Madam Deputy, the media and communications is too important a space when it comes to proper functioning for democracy. Are we talking about ensuring that democracy can work properly? One of the measures on the table is about looking at content. So my question is as follows. Does disinformation come from lack of information because there isn't proper education in the media? Here, hate can grow in the dark. We have to foster citizens' critical thinking and their ability to ensure that they have the proper level of teaching and education about this. What's your opinion on that? Thank you, Mr. João Oliveira. I agree with you. Today, we have to ensure that we deepen our democracy, and I have no doubt that the best way of doing that, as we've heard, there's no better tool for democracy than in education, in citizenship, and our values. However, we shouldn't forget about the legal tools that already exist in the EU that we have available to fight disinformation, lies, manipulation and interference in our democracy.
Now it's Kamila Gasiuk-Pihowicz, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Freedom of expression is not the same as spreading lies on the internet with impunity. Freedom of expression does not mean disinformation. You cannot take people's right of vote away from them and interfere in democratic elections. This year, 30 million Poles are going to vote for their president. The decision has to stay in the hands of Poles and not with TikTok and Meta. We've had totalitarianism and dictatorship before. And that's why we can't allow Musk, who supports Germany's right-wing extremists who think Poland caused the Second World War, to push us into a new axis of evil through his algorithms. We fought for free elections. We know what censorship is. We don't want it back. We cannot tolerate widespread lies and disinformation on social media. Mr. Zuckerberg has ended cooperation with independent fact-checkers in the USA. That is an incentive to those who want to spread violence and hate. Those who practice it must know that they will not be allowed to do so. We will not allow it. Vice President Virkkunen, I'm sure, will fully implement the Digital Services Act and make clear that those who do business in Europe have to respect our principles and values. European democracy is not for sale.
You have a blue card. You have a blue card. Will you take it, Mr. Boszensky? All right. Now, next is Christel Schaldemose. Vice President, you have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Dear colleagues, the DSA is a very good law. I know it because I negotiated it on behalf of the European Parliament. In that law, we have found the right balances between, at one hand, we have extremely big freedom of speech, but on the other hand, we also have some responsibilities. The platforms, they need to take responsibility for their algorithms. And if there is a systemic risk against democracy, then they have to risk mitigate. But we are in fact not saying how they should risk mitigate. It's up to the platforms, but they have to risk mitigate. So what we need now is that the EU Commission start looking into what is happening on the platforms. And therefore I was very happy to hear you, Ms. Virkkunen, today, telling us that you have started trying to enforce the law, because I think that we really need to see some results. I am fed up with the side that's saying that we don't have freedom of expression. We have never, ever in the history of the Western countries had a chance to speak so freely as we can now. But what we need to avoid is foreign interference into our elections. We need to make sure that we have a balance in place so people are not bullied, and we need to make sure that kids are not seeing murder, suicide, self-injuries, etc. And that's why the DSA is a good law, but it's not better than the way it is enforced. So I really encourage the Commission to come up, speed up the process, so that we can show people that we have a good law and it can be safe and good and free to be online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hold on. We have a blue card. Will you take it? From Mr. Jungbluth. 613. Bitte.
Vielen Dank. Sie haben gerade gesagt, dass die Meinungsfreiheit.
Thank you. You said there's never been as much freedom of expression as now. Do you know what's happened in Germany? In Germany, if you call a German minister hopeless, you have to expect the police will knock on the door and search your house. The slightest criticism of politicians in Germany leads to this. So how can you say that freedom of expression has never been so good?
It is possible for everyone in Europe to speak freely, and it has never ever been easier to express your own points of views online, on social media. And if somebody is taken down, it's not because of the European laws or German laws, it's because the way, for instance, Facebook has decided to have their community standards. It has never ever in the history been easier to say what you want, come out to so many people with such a small effort. That's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Mr. Demeter.
Thank you very much, President. We should talk about specifics. Mark Zuckerberg has confessed. It's a proven fact that Facebook did censorship for political reasons under pressure from the Democratic administration. The dirty work was done by fact-checkers. The pretext was the fight against fake news. The Patriots Group initiated a separate debate on this, but the EPP Liberal coalition blocked it. They blocked it because they are the very beneficiaries of this censorship. How absurd that in America the fact-checkers are being chased away, but in Europe they continue to operate. In fact, they are putting the possibility of censorship into further legislation on the grounds of combating pseudo-news, of course, or fake news. Incidentally, in many places in Europe, fact-checking is carried out by organizations that are supported by American left-wing circles, and the European Commission is getting involved in the funding. Why? They are not just censoring politicians, they are censoring voters, tens of millions of people who do not want immigration, who are fed up with ideological madness and who want Europe to stand on its own feet. The election results are clear. Wherever censorship may be sneaking in, this voice can no longer be silenced.
Yes, please.
Recent, într-un interviu, Thierry Breton a...
In an interview recently, Thierry Breton said, what we did in Romania we'll have to do in Germany if necessary. The DSA is not really about protecting consumers. It's a totalitarian measure to impose censorship. The DSA clearly has a hidden agenda to interfere in elections and endanger democracy. The DSA is a totalitarian measure that should be done away with through the courts. The people of Europe reject this new feudalism.
Yes, I mean, in Romanian, there was a problem that with the elections, that your secret, the Romanian Secret Service highlighted, and that was that TikTok had labeled all competitors for the election as political content, and therefore was suppressing that content, was keeping people from seeing that content in great numbers. While there was one candidate, the far-right content, that TikTok had decided not to label as political content, and therefore it could flood everybody's timelines. So you know that TikTok is a Chinese company. Do you think it's correct that a Chinese company that reports to the Chinese government decides which kind of political content the citizens of Romania can see? Is that freedom of speech for you? Foreign Chinese influence. Thank you very much.
Bun, nu sunt absolut deloc un fan.
Very well. As far as I'm concerned, you could ban TikTok in Europe tomorrow. But there is no evidence of interference by a state actor. There are just some information notes, some memos. There is no actual proof. I don't think you read the Romanian press. There's a Romanian party in power that was behind the interference.
La libre communication des pensées et des opinions est...
Freedom of expression is one of our most valuable rights. All citizens can speak and write freely, apart from abuses of this freedom of expression, which are determined by the law. We have this already in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and now in the DSA, those are held accountable who abuse this right. Europe is a land of freedoms, but it's not the Wild West where everyone can do what they want. We cannot simply throw democracy to the side or to manipulate the truth. If we listen to what Anna Arendt said in the last century, it is not about making people believe a lie. It is very important that the people can distinguish the truth from lies. Otherwise, you cannot distinguish good from evil. And with such a people, you can do anything. We have rules and they need to be applied, whether it's TikTok, Meta or X. It's the same for everybody, even the richest man in the world. Freedom of expression is sacred in Europe, and so we will not confuse that with the right to hate speech or manipulation.
Hello? My question is, where do you draw the line between disinformation and truth? And who is about to judge? Thank you. I love you.
Dear Fidias, my question goes to you. A lie is when you go on a mission observation of election in Georgia. You see massive frauds, you see a rigged election, and then you rush to your favorite social media to say that everything was okay and that this election was perfect. This is precisely what you did, and you were even able to do it because there is freedom of expression in Europe. But this is pure manipulation.
So, next is Dora David. 1.5 minutes.
A szólásszabadság alapvető jog.
Freedom of expression is a fundamental right, but let's not confuse it with the potential for false and misleading content to be broadcast and disseminated, which could influence election results. This is why the trend among the giant platforms, most recently Meta, to remove independent fact-checking is worrying, because fact-checking is not censorship. Even Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that there will be less bad stuff to filter out. This could clearly be a systemic risk that the Digital Services Act requires the platform to mitigate effectively. Unfortunately, we have already seen examples in the world of disinformation leading to violence. The removal of fact-checking is particularly worrying in countries where much of the media is controlled and regularly misled by the government. This was the case in Poland, and this is the case in Hungary today. Social media is therefore important and necessary, but removing fact-checkers gives scope for the spread of disinformation and could seriously damage democracy. This will not work in Europe. We have rules. It is now up to the Commission to enforce them. Please do so.
You take it? András László.
Képviselő asszony.
Madam, Mark Zuckerberg admitted recently that on political pressure, Facebook did censorship on the left from the United States and from Europe as well. And during this period, you were a leading lawyer of Facebook. You did know what was going on. So I have two questions. Number one, how did Facebook work censorship? Secondly, how can you identify people and content that was censored? Thank you very much for your questions. You have to ask Meta and not me. And talking about censorship, let's talk about the Hungarian media, because this is something which represents propaganda. Let me give you a few...
Ms. David.
Köszönöm. A cenzúráról beszélünk.
So we are talking about censorship. According to Hungarian figures, in 22 February, 400 cases were lost by Fidesz. And in 2000, 62% of the cases was lost. So there were lies, and they did censorship on the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, President. In this unstable world, we need a strong Europe. We need to stand on our own 2 feet. And that is why, Commissioner Virkkunen, I ask you to be loud and clear on enforcing the DSA. Because types like Trump, Putin, Musk thrive if the EU is polarized, divided, and therefore weakened. And we all carry their favorite weapon to influence us in our pockets and stare at it for hours a day. In Romania, we had to redo elections after foreign interference via TikTok. Musk uses his own platform X to promote one of the most extreme parties of Europe. And Zuckerberg is actively promoting his platforms as a place for hate against queers and women. A true free internet is one where not a small bunch of tech oligarchs, but our democratic institutions, and therefore the people, make the rules. Commissioner, make it happen. Stand up for democracy and enforce the DSA.
Thank you very much. Now, Tomislav Sokol, 1 minute.
Poštovana predsjednice,
Madam President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the DSA must be enforced in an unbalanced manner, which means that both tycoons must be punished, which are hiding behind the USA, regardless of pressures from Washington. Otherwise, we are just vassals of the USA. And we have to treat both left and right equally. The fight against fake news should not be censorship, and this is why the decision by Meta to abolish fact-checking is important. But we have to wonder whether behind fact-checking is perhaps hiding censorship. We do not need the Ministry of Truth to tell us who to vote for. This is not the aim of the DSA. On the other hand, the European Union can decide on which laws to adopt, regardless of any pressures, even those from the USA.
Go ahead. 525. Go ahead. Hold on. 525. Your microphone. Yeah, go ahead.
Valdančiosios daugumos atstovė. Jūs matot, kad visam pasaulyje nėra demokratijos. Tik Europoje yra demokratija. Bet ar jūs...
Thank you. If democracy didn't exist, if it only existed in Europe, we have a Bolshevik dictatorship in Europe where any offering opinions does not exist. People who say there are only 2 sexes is judged. Perhaps you can answer how many genders are there, how many sexes are there?
Well, there are 2 sexes or genders, and this is completely clear. And I have always spoken against gender ideology. This is no secret, and we have to return to normality. We have to return to basic biology, and the rest is just pure ideology, which comes mostly from the left. So if you were thinking that I was going to say something different, you're wrong. So yes, fact-checking, yes, but ideological imposition of one's own opinion, no. Thank you.
Minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Libertad de expresión, sí, pero libertad...
yes to freedom of expression, but freedom to lie or to spout hate towards women or migrants is something we should oppose. We have to raise our voice without double standards and send out a loud and clear message to say that you cannot touch our laws and that our democracy is not for sale. Because we're not the fight is not between censorship and freedom. It's between the technocrats, the oligarchs who were applauding Trump are using manipulative algorithms to affect our lives with neoconservative discourse. This could be the pandemic of this mandate. We have a law, we have the DSA, but we need to act in 3 areas. First of all, Mrs. Verkunen.
Big tail that failed to comply with DSA, finishing the formal procedures soon and to impose exemplary sanctions, and to start developing now our technological autonomy, developing digital infrastructure and our own European social media platform. To our citizens, please be responsible and fact-check the information you use and share. And to Musk, Zuckerberg and company, in Europe we have a market of millions of users that provide money to your companies, yes, but we also love protecting our citizens and democracies by making laws. If you don't like it, you can always leave and take it or leave it. You can always take your Nazi salutes and your masculine energy and go back home. Viva Europa, hoy más que nunca. Muchas gracias.
Miss Laura, you have a couple of blue cards. Will you take one of them? Sanders Smith, 671. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to ask you, you once again reiterated false or too early claims that Mr. Musk made a Nazi salute yesterday. Defamation is also one of the rights, the protection against defamation is also one of the rights we have to protect in this House. So I would like you to distance yourself from your accusation that Mr. Musk made a Nazi salute. Let's await his explanation first before these left-wing groups make false accusations against a member of the US government. Let's lower the tone of the voice.
Ms. Ballarin, go ahead.
Bueno, una cabra es una cabra por mucho que lo niegue, señor.
Regardless of what you might say, we have to call a spade a spade. What we saw yesterday looked very similar to a Nazi salute. I can't say if it was or not, but what I would ask this chamber is that you react as quickly as possible to ensure that history does not repeat itself and that we are able to defend our democracy. Thank you.
The floor next to Elizabeth Deringer, 1 minute.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, geschätzte Kollegen.
Madam President, colleagues, and in particular I salute people who can form their own opinion, because the Digital Services Act is a worrying intervention in our freedom. Our freedom of expression is under threat. It is alarming that the DSA is to be strengthened, apparently in order to silence dissenting voices. Platforms are supposed to block content. This is nothing other than censorship. We don't want the EU to decide what we can see or read on the internet. The freedom of information is the very foundation of democracy. Let's fight together for a free internet. We don't need this kind of regulation.
Do you want a blue card? Will you answer from Mr. Oliveira? Go ahead, João.
Just a moment, please.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Deputada.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'll wait, Ms. Deringer. The extreme right say that those who control the media market should be able to use their power as much as they want, to leave everything to the market. And they say anything else is an attack on democracy. You can defend all that, but you can't say it's democracy.
Die Frage fehlt mir jetzt, eine Antwort.
I'd like to answer, but I didn't get the question. You are an example of someone who is afraid of freedom of expression, and that means I stick with my opinion.
Tsiodras, 1 minute.
Κυρία Πρόεδρε, κυρία Επίτροπε, αγαπητοί...
Dear Chair, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, the platforms and the social media are not just a simple medium of communication as we believed at the beginning of this century. They are now trying to move into our democratic processes and influence them. And we have powerful financial people that are trying to influence the public opinion in a lot of countries, and they're trying to keep people glued to their screens through their algorithms. But this power comes with great responsibility. Especially the big platforms need to do more about their algorithms, and they need to counter disinformation as well as the fact that these algorithms are being used by third states. So the effective application of the DSA is what we have to do now, so that these platforms and the way they operate will be according to the European rules and values. Thank you very much.
Do you accept it? Yeah, please, Mr. Jungblut.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Now, you talk about how important fact-checking is so that we can maintain our democracy. In Germany, we have a corrective network that is responsible for fact-checking. And they lost a legal case against my party because actually they had lied and supported disinformation. So what is the situation where you have fact-checkers that actually are left-wing liars and using this as an excuse, saying that they're protecting democracy?
I don't know what exactly it is you are proposing. I mean, regardless, of course, anyone can express their opinion, but can they freely talk about data without any kind of fact-checking? And how can someone know what is true when he's on a platform? So there's a difference between opinion, and of course that is something that is an EU rule, and disinformation is something totally different.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Frau Sippel. Bitte, Frau Sippel. Für 1 Minute 30.
Mrs. Sippel for 1 minute 30.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Digital platforms, we see a dangerous alliance here between the these tech platforms and imperialists whose strength continues to grow. How open and pluralistic can a society be when we have these one-sided opinions and falsehoods which are spread? There is discrimination, hatred, threats of violence. We have these echo chambers which avoid pluralistic opinions. People do not reflect on their beliefs. This is something which particularly affects young people. People are constantly checking likes on social media, and this has psychologically damaging effects. There is constant tracking and profiling, which affects communication. It is for the profit of the few. It is time to end personalized advertising. The communication needs to act when it comes to the DSC, the AI, the GDPR. It needs to protect our privacy. It needs to be properly implemented. We are in favour of democracy and competitiveness, but we are against hate speech and exclusion. And those people who do not respect that have no room here in the EU. Thank you.
Is a blue card from Mr. Zelt? No. Then we come to the next speaker. It's Cavadagna, please. Stefano Cavadagna, for 1 minute.
Grazie, President.
Thank you, President. Here this morning in the chamber, I've seen that there has been an electoral turnover and with Donald Trump, and the only European leader who was present at the inauguration was Giorgia Meloni. But you can't say that, if you win, then democracy has flourished, and if the right wins, then democracy is in ruins. We have a commission who is looking at stopping interference from foreign states, which can be dangerous, and we all agree on that. But what we can't have is that freedom of expression is limited to only some people. The DSA was born with the desire to protect rights of minorities and of individuals, not to gag anyone who you don't like.
The next speaker is Irina Joveva for 1 minute, please.
Colleagues, I stand here astounded that we've reached a point where we must debate the enforcement of our own laws. The DSA is not an optional guideline, okay? It carries the full weight of democratic legitimacy, crafted with care to balance all interests and overwhelmingly supported here in this House and by the Council. Where lies our sovereignty if the enforcement of our legislation hinges on the decisions of foreign tech giants? They cannot pick and choose compliance based on convenience or leverage their governments to pressure us. Let me get this straight. The DSA does not oppose free speech. It protects it. Just like other EU laws, it ensures free speech thrives within the bounds of legality, because there are illegal acts that we, I hope, all recognize, child pornography, terrorist content, copyright infringements, and hate speech inciting violence. These are lines drawn by society applicable to everyone, regardless of faith or creed. And to those spreading disinformation about alleged EU censorships, I say this: take a big step back and you will still be able to legally lie and spread disinformation, but be aware that today's lie for political gain may be tomorrow's tragedy.
The next speaker, oh no, we have a blue card from Mr. Panayiotou. Do you accept it? Okay.
Hello. I will keep answering this. I will keep saying the same thing here, and please answer me with not a personal attack this time, but with an answer. Where do you draw the line on misinformation and truth, and who is judging? Thank you. I love you all.
Okay, thank you. I didn't do a personal attack just for, a report on you or on anyone else. I think that we need informed people for democratic society to function. And disinformation can only be destroyed by those who know how to distinguish it from the truth. And when the people will be informed properly and not trust manipulators, then we will be on our way to know also how to distinguish those things.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Botenga, please, for 1 minute and 30.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commission, Council. Today, the main problem is that a handful of billionaires control our information. It was already the case with traditional media, and now it's the case for social media. We can see the consequences clearly. For every post from one of my friends, there's 3 ads, suggestions to influence us, to manipulate us. The same with manipulated information that I see on Musk's social media network. So let's not talk about freedom of expression. When I talk about Palestine and they're not happy with it, then that's censorship too. We see manipulation of the ultra-rich. They do not want us to see how they act, how they avoid taxes while workers have paid a pittance. They steal from us. They make us sink lower. They make life harder for those already struggling. These algorithms manipulate us. These billionaires want to influence us. They want to buy elections when and where they can. This is the consequences of a liberal model which you imposed upon us. It's not just a few fines or this issue of censorship that's going to solve the problem. Democracy is a question of power. We are talking about property here. The internet was a breath of fresh air before it became the purview of just a few monopolies. It was meant to be something democratic, cooperative, collaborative. We need to take back control of our information. We need to have this European public initiative that is transparent and democratic. We need to free ourselves from these billionaires. Thank you.
Die großen Social-Media-Plattformen beenden endlich.
The big social media platforms are finally giving up censorship, and even Mark Zuckerberg is admitting that disinformation about that legitimate opinion about COVID-19 was repressed. Remember when Bill Gates and George Soros invested in the media? And where were you then? Germany has the most expensive media in the EU, and it's far from neutral, given that who it gives access and who it doesn't. The Digital Service Act is an attack on democracy. And when EU officials are monitoring our candidate for Chancellor, but there's nobody to guard the borders, then everything is wrong and the DSA should be abolished.
Ja. Von Mr. Gonsalves. Akzeptieren Sie die? Ja. Mr. Gonsalves, please.
Thank you very much. Ms. Member, I've seen your posts on the internet, and you seem someone that is often speaking about freedom. You are very worried about freedom. You are worried about the content that is being lectured in schools. When it comes to gender, you are worried about sexual and reproductive rights. You are worried about lecturing social rights in school. But you are not very worried when it comes to the internet or to the algorithm spreading lies to our children. So my question is very simple. Are you worried about science, or are you much more worried about the lies that are being spread by the algorithms that you protect on X and on Meta? Thank you.
Also vielleicht noch mal an den Kollegen.
I'm not afraid of science. I believe in data and facts, but I'm afraid of an EU which pays out money to media which has a single political opinion. I'm here because I want to fight for democracy and freedom in my country.
Kalinak, for 1 minute, please.
Vážení kolegovia, je mraz...
Colleagues, it's extraordinary to see how many of you are Democrats as long as you control information. You weren't worried about rich people buying up the media as long as they were your progressive globalist philanthropists. You didn't mind influences in the media, but now you have a problem with Elon Musk. And Thierry Breton is saying that they're going to cancel the results of the German elections, just as they did in Romania. Where were you in 2014 when Soros was financing progressive Euro-federalists? You can spend hours pretending that the DSA is for people's safety, but it's actually for you to take control of social media, and that has nothing to do with democracy.
Do you accept it? No blue card. The next speaker is Magdalena Adamovic, please, for 1 minute.
Internet miał być oazą wolności słowa i dostępu do informacji.
The internet was supposed to be an oasis of freedom of expression and access to information without a hidden agenda. But the platform owners realized what a powerful tool it was. And now 3 people control the flow of information, the heads of X, Meta, and TikTok. In one fell swoop, they can introduce censorship. In one fell swoop, they can give free rein to the most awful content. Those 3 global oligarchs and their secret algorithms control what billions of people see. This isn't... the oligarchs thrive on chaos, and they try to fight the rule of law. Democracy must defend itself and bring their egos down. The world should be run by democratically elected people and not global oligarchs who think themselves above the law.
The next speaker is Raphael Glucksmann for 1 minute, and I want to say that those who have already had a blue card question should not ask another one, so that others also have the chance to ask a blue card.
Merci.
Please, Mr. Glucksmann.
Madame la
Thank you. Vice President, colleagues. Europe is not a Chinese colony, and it will never be the 51st American state. If you want to operate in the EU, then you have to respect our laws. It's clear, it's simple. The Digital Services Act was adopted here in this chamber by a huge majority of members and by unanimity in the Council. But what is the point of having laws, as nice as they may be, if we don't have the courage to implement them? For weeks now, since the incessant interference from Musk in the UK, in Europe, all over, what are we doing? Here, there is a majority saying to the Commission, don't be afraid, publish the results of your inquiries into X and TikTok. Sanction those who violate our laws, regardless of how powerful they may be. We can't give in to power from the United States or from some European governments who have a similar attitude. We can't submit here. We have to stand firm, and that's how we will be respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Zala Tomasic.
There are many disinformation circling about DSA. DSA does not stipulate what is an illegal content, and this remains in the primary competence of member states. DSA is mostly related to the harmonization of our digital market. Of course, statement about political censorship should be taken seriously. However, we can also see for ourselves that certain contents are favorized in social media. The European Commission must prevent such abuse and such political fighting, especially at national levels. Censorship and political favoritism are contrary to the European legislation and contrary to the DSA. Digital age by itself brings along a lot of novelty. Interference in elections is not something new. This has been present for several decades. What is new is just how easily things are done, how easily people can interfere in elections, and this is unacceptable. In many countries, in Slovenia too, we fought for democracy and fair elections. We will not, of course, yield from that. not even in a digital age. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sebastian Kreuz für 1 Minute.
Ja, dank voorzitter. Ja, links is...
Thank you, President. The left is losing. Power is slipping from their hands. And the same goes for their mouthpiece, the traditional media. That's why they're panicking. And that's why, for the third time in 3 months today, we're having the same debate. For years, people like Bill Gates and George Soros have influenced politics in Europe and beyond. No one's ever said anything about that. But now people with a different opinion are being heard on social media. And here everyone is up in arms because you say that Musk is wrong, so is Donald Trump, so is my party, and so is everyone else who isn't in agreement with the left. But the people are waking up at home. Thanks to social media, they're no longer dependent on the left liberal-leaning orchestra of suffering that they see every day on their television screens. That's why the left have had to take new weapons from their arsenal to try to shoot down any unwelcome opinions and to ensure that they inflict their only truth upon people at home. But any restriction on freedom of expression is a restriction on democracy. So that's what I say to the left. Stop stifling our freedom and dismantling our democracy. Censorship is not the solution to your demise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a blue card. Do you accept the blue card, Mrs. van Lanschot? Mr. van Lanschot.
Yes. U heeft het over.
You're talking about censorship, and my question is, have you actually read this legislation? Can you actually list one article where there is any censorship? Because what's set out in this legislation is that anything that's illegal offline should also be illegal online. Have you read it even a little bit?
Ja, ik wacht even het karige applaus af.
I'll just wait for the applause to finish. My point is that what we're talking about here in the Digital Surveillance Act is set out in the law. And the largest Dutch delegation here is the PVV, the Party for Freedom. And we believe that national member states should have more sovereignty. So we want to see more sovereignty for the Netherlands and for all the other European member states. And that's why we don't need to have all of this legislation coming from the European Parliament, which is just going to ensure more censorship and more limitations upon freedom of expression. And I can see that that's upset you.
The next speaker is Adam Bilan.
Niestety, ale słyszeliśmy...
Unfortunately, during this debate, we have heard attempts at diminishing the freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is a fundamental human right. Without being able to express your opinion, there is no democracy. Hence, there was censorship in totalitarian systems. Unlike most of you, I was born in a totalitarian country. I remember how much the communists were afraid of freedom of expression. That is why I listen with horror to the people in Poland's present government and EU officials who want to put people behind bars for what they write on the internet. The DSA was supposed to strengthen the position of citizens in a conflict with platform owners. It was not supposed to censor citizens. I am sure that the people of Europe will not agree with this.
Blue card, do you accept the blue card? Blue card, do you accept the blue card? Yes, then Mr. Juve from S&D.
Ok. Vous parlez de liberté d'expression et...
You talk about freedom of expression and censorship, but talking about conspiracy theories as Musk did on his Twitter account, sharing false press articles constantly, saying without any proof that the media is spreading propaganda, putting out artificially intelligence-created videos to discredit candidates, as Musk did during the American presidential campaign, accusing the British Prime Minister of covering up child rapes, even though it is untrue. Is that what you mean by freedom of expression, or your freedom to lie?
Mówię o wprowadzaniu cenzury.
If you have a Digital Affairs Ministry in Poland implementing the DSA, ordering that content on the internet be blocked, that's preventive censorship without the participation of the courts. This is in the Polish legislation. People will be able to appeal to an administrative court, but it's censorship because that content will be banned for months.
Vielleicht kommunizieren.
Perhaps I could just explain the rule for the blue cards again. If you're on the speaking list, you shouldn't be asking for a blue card because you've had the opportunity to express yourself. Secondly, it's a half-minute question and a half-minute answer. Please do stick to that. Now, we've been quite generous so far in this debate. There are still a lot of speakers and 1 hour till the votes, so I think we need to try and respect that and be a bit stricter on the blue cards and to focus on those people who are on the speakers list. Next, Dan Bana.
Eine Minute.
1 minute.
Disinformation and misinformation are more accessible than ever. The Romanian election campaign, 25 Facebook pages displayed 4,100 negative adverts about Elena Lasconi. There were 25 pages, 4,000 adverts, and almost 200 million people saw it. This is the power of a social network. And yet, this is at a time when theoretically there are control mechanisms to block fake news. Now, with Donald Trump and the internet moguls implementing disinformation as public policy, we're in a situation where tech oligarchs are going to control information in the world. The only way to fight this is through the rule of law. We need truth and we need to defend it.
Peter Aquis.
Colleagues, I'm very pleased to see the European Commission who is very active on these giants of internet. But I would like to see a Commission which is proactive. We have heard about the risks, but we need to also focus on opportunities. In Malta, we say that in politics you need to hear the two sides, but these algorithms give you more information than what you already know. They consolidate your thinking, and maybe can they give a variety of opinions. I would also like to emphasize the value of social media as opportunities for many businesses in Europe, which have grown. Activists also have now a community of social media. We can think about security, democracy, but the biggest red line is the citizens' liberty. Thank you.
Is Nicola Stefanuța. Please, you have the floor for 1 minute.
I listened to some colleagues, and quite frankly, quoting Zuckerberg, quoting Musk in this debate is like quoting the owner of Haribo on the benefits of gummy bears, you know? It's like platformele sociale.
The social platforms promise to connect us, but actually they separate us. Parents in one chamber, children in another, each in their own reality. It's the algorithms that decide what we see, what we think, and how we vote. And they amplify messages until they become viral. Extremism wins when falsehoods become visible and the truth is invisible. We saw that in Romania. We saw how information was manipulated to change the results of the elections. Democracy is in danger, and we here have to defend it. And we can say to Musk that Václav Havel said that truth and love will prevail over lies and hate. Thank you.
Jorge Buxade Villalba.
Con mucho dinero y amenazas son ustedes.
You are the ones who have spent decades imposing your your dogma on universities, on media. Never in the history of Europe have we seen people being cancelled for what they think. And now using social media as a massive tool of censorship, having these fact checkers, having sanctions against Elon Musk for speaking the truth. This is all the proof of your failure. A state cannot deprive its citizens of life. They put forward politics that are incompatible with the West. There are things that would have got you cancelled on social media policies that we have now in the States. Things you are offering poisoned pills to people, but they want bread, they want freedom, they want justice, they want their country. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Buxade, you are saying... Qua. Lei dice che...
You said that the DSA is undermining freedom for our citizens and amounts to citizenship, whereas what we're asking for is that if there is any censorship that has to be done, then it has to be transparent. So we're not talking about censorship, but fact-checking. But these things happen anyway, because we already see that it's platforms who, through their algorithms, decide what we can see, what has to be deleted, what has to be cancelled. Are you okay with the fact that this power is in the hands of the platforms, so a few billionaires, not in the hands of this parliament where you reside? You think this is patriotism?
Cuando los multimillonarios...
When the multimillionaires were working for you, you didn't care whether it was Musk or Bezos or Zuckerberg or any of these. When they were on your side, you didn't care. But now they are fighting for freedom. You are concerned. Do not use the Digital Services Act to impose this censorship that you've already imposed on universities, on colleges, on parliaments. There is a part of this hemicycle that is not represented because you have zero respect for democracy. You are losing. I know it's been a difficult night for a lot of you, but don't worry, there's more to come.
The next speaker is Regina Doherty for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. As Timothy Snyder said, to abandon facts is to abandon freedom. In recent months, we've seen an election in the European Union suspended due to illegal content and manipulation of algorithms. We have US tech billionaires promoting far-right politicians in Europe and talking about taking down democratically elected governments in Europe. And now we see social media platforms reducing their oversight. Next month marks 1 year since we passed the Digital Services Act, and it will be all for nothing if national regulators, including Ireland, my own Commissioner Mann, don't have the resources that are needed to make sure that we bring it into full effect. So let's be very clear, this is not about controlling free speech. Instead, it's about ensuring that no voices can be silenced or drowned out by incitement to hatred, deliberate misinformation or manipulation of algorithms. It's about protecting democracy online. It's about making the online space open to everybody, not just the highest bidder. EU regulators need to agree soon, now, not in 2026, on a common approach for age verification to protect our young people. And furthermore, platforms should be banned from making money, profits from criminals by taking ads for people who are purporting crimes. Europe faces vital elections next year, and we need to make sure that we control freedom of speech on all of our platforms.
Please respect the time because we have a lot of speakers. Katharina Barley for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Die Frage.
Thank you, Madam President. The content on the internet is the nature of the content on the internet is vital to our democracy. The right are talking about censorship. There are rules on the internet, but they're devised by American oligarchs and the Chinese government. It's the algorithms that decide who sees what. It's not democratic parliaments. It's not even you. It's the people I mentioned, and they call themselves patriots or nationalists. And American oligarchs, the Chinese government, and the Kremlin, those are the ones that are laying down the law. And if we here as democratic actors, we should be able to say, you cannot spread disinformation. The Kremlin, for example, you cannot spread this around the European internet. That is to protect our citizens, and something that needs to be implemented better by the Commission.
Nein, keine Blue Card.
No blue card.
Anna Brylia.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Service Act is a dangerous intervention in online content. It's censorship. Theoretically, it's supposed to protect users, but in fact, the truth could also be in danger if governments or local authorities decide it's a threat. Moderation mechanisms are arbitrary, and protection from content is being used as an excuse for control. You only need to look at what happened in Romania, where the presidential elections were overturned, and Thierry Breton wants to do the same in Germany. You are building a new Soviet Union in Europe. Are those your EU values?
The next speaker is Maravillas Abad.
Muchas gracias. En un mundo.
Thank you. In a world where digital is difficult to separate from the real world, we have to ensure that we're not vulnerable. As elected members, we have to defend the European pillars, including in the digital world. When it comes to the digital arena, we have to ensure that we can protect our citizens' freedoms and also independence, avoiding algorithmic manipulation. Social medias have to protect freedom of expression for its users without being used by any foreign interference or any type of manipulation. We've seen how the shadow of doubt is being extended to a number of platforms that don't have the necessary level of transparency. That's why we have to demand the proper implementation of the DSA. Defending the European Union's digital sovereignty means defending our democracy and our freedom, as well as rule of law, against foreign powers who would like to bring down our freedoms, because freedom of information and expression are not just compatible with this regulation, but they will actually be strengthened by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sandro Rotolo for 1 minute, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. It's because we love freedom of expression that we believe that Mr. Musk is a danger to democracy, because he represents something new, the techno-populist. He's the richest man in the world. He's in politics. He has a monopoly, and he's questioning liberal policies and the rule of law. We know how important it is to fight against private monopolies to strengthen our democracies. It's not acceptable that through X, Musk can interfere in internal affairs of European Union member states. He's spreading hate, disinformation. The social media giants are using their platforms to fight for the American right and are spreading fake news. So we have to find out as quickly as possible whether X has violated the Digital Services Act. We have to fight for European digital sovereignty. That's the only way that we can defend our democracies. President von der Leyen, Europe cannot give in.
The next speaker on our list is Fernand Kartheiser.
Nous devons défendre la démocratie.
We need to defend democracy and fundamental rights. The European Commission interferes in elections, and on the other hand, there are those that defend the freedom and integrity of elections. The Digital Services Act needs to be reformed fundamentally. The best response to disinformation is not censure of freedom of expression. Michael Schaldenberger, the American professor, recalled this in his recent visit to the European Parliament. President Trump, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are showing us the way forward. In Europe, unfortunately, the worst is still to come. The EU Democracy Shield, a new project from the von der Leyen Commission, will continue to restrict our freedoms. The best shield for democracy will be the one that we put in place to protect citizens from the totalitarian tendencies of the European Commission. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bart Groothuis for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Promoting one political party during an election while suppressing others, or even rolling out the red carpet for Russian disinformation campaigns on a Chinese platform, it reminds Europe of its darkest hours. Yet, it has happened in Romania, yes, and it's happening in Germany. So no doubt what needs to be done, uphold and enforce the law. But if that means that over TikTok, China would limit our access to critical raw materials, or the US would limit its support to NATO, the nature of the game is changing. So then there can be only one response: to create European alternatives for social media platforms. But all of that will be unnecessary. Unnecessary if you, Commissioner, uphold the law and enforce it in the rule-based order we have, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But please act.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gaetano Pedulla.
Onorevoli colleghi,
colleagues, regulating internet platforms through the Digital Services Act is not enough. I've listened to Vice President Virkkunen, and I understand her strategy. But if we really want to take back ownership of our digital arena and manage information, then there's no other alternative but promoting new digital infrastructures, which will be European. That's the only way to fight algorithmic manipulation and protect our freedom of expression. So yes, implementing the DSA is good, sanctioning any fake news, but to ensure proper information and democracy, then we have to urgently encourage pluralism for platforms, as well as pluralism on platforms. Europe has the technological and financial means, But if we don't create our own platforms, then we're going to spend years talking about Musk and Zuckerberg and how these techno-oligarchs are indulging in dangerous manipulation.
Stéphanie Yoncourtin, for 1 minute, please.
Merci. Le DSA, oui, est un outil essentiel pour...
The DSA is an essential tool to guarantee that the digital space remains safe. However, it must be strictly enforced. Our rules that the representatives of 450 million citizens have decided and which apply to all platforms which operate on our market, irrespective of their nationality. Whether Musk, Zuckerberg, and the other Trump whisperers like it or not, they want deregulation, they want to threaten Europe. Yes, everyone is free to think and express themselves freely, but a platform which becomes a tool for interference and the spread of hate ceases to be a social network and becomes a political weapon. There has to be a stop to disinformation and polarization. Enforcing the DSA is protecting European values and European sovereignty. It's very important for the European Commission to stay its course and to enforce the law and nothing but the law.
Now the next speaker is Eleonora Meleti for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner. Dear colleagues, in the offline world out there, the freedom of one person ends where another person's freedom begins, because rights, democracy, are protected by laws. In the online universe, however, democracy is under attack in the name of democracy itself by those biased algorithms that give the illusion of free speech, but in reality they aim to manipulate public opinion. They aim at all of us. So we have these biased algorithms that manipulate us and tell us who to vote, what to believe, how to shop, how to live. So we have some people's freedom of speech that are infringing upon some others people's rights. The EU saw the threat early on and adopted the DSA. This is a very promising framework for the protection of all of us. Now we have to convince these platforms to react. We are not a threat. We are not wagging our finger at them. We want safety and democracy and clear digital rights because, my dear colleagues, I'm sorry to say, if they don't follow us, the platforms, then this whole thing will end up like the safety instructions in an airplane. Everyone will nod along, and when the plane is going down, no one will do anything.
Juan López Aguilar.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, Commission, Council. Defamation, propaganda, all of these lies and hate and confrontation. This is not freedom of expression. It's not protected by the Charter of Fundamental Rights. It is the product of algorithms that are in the hand of oligarchs from the ultra-right, those who are waging war against our fundamental rights. We cannot bow to this. We cannot abdicate our responsibilities when it comes to this legislation. The Commission's job is to enforce our Digital Services Act and the Data Protection Act that offers the highest level of protection in the world. There are fines that need to be imposed on those who violate European rights. We need judges to impose restrictions on these digital magnates running this social media. That's something that Europe can do. We can put in place European social media platforms with transparent algorithms so we can have a worthy public debate with participation of our citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susanna Ceccardi for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The right to express your own thoughts without fear is one of the great ideals of democracy. And Roosevelt, a Democrat, said this. In the last parliament, myself and the Lega voted against the Digital Services Act. Rather than protecting democracy, the DSA, as drafted, is a key in the hands of European oligarchs. This regulation did not arise to protect citizens, but to control them and censor them. It's those who claim that it's for those who claim that they are fighting a censorship, but actually want to gag people who speak common sense. Elon Musk is guilty only of having made X a platform that is free from any types of censorship or any type of ideology. And why are you against this new liberty? What we see is that the winds are changing. The dictatorship of the left is falling down across the world, but not in Europe. But Europe risks being subject to this. We now have a new European Soviet Union.
The next speaker is Sunčana Glavak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Vice Presidents, dear colleagues. Today, in Goebbels mode, we've heard several lies, and that is that the DSA allows for censorship. So let me say once again, as a former journalist, the Act on Digital Services is not censorship, but freedom of speech does not mean the freedom of hate speech. I hope that we will all agree on that, both colleagues on the left and on the right. But let me warn against something else. We have to be careful with our words. We cannot speak about illegal hate speech or illegal or hate speech which is against the law. So it's either hate speech or it isn't. So let's be precise and try to avoid these mistakes which may happen perhaps in translation. As concerns the DSA, I think still that given our high standards of democracy, we must protect our democratic values. So let's not invoke lies, but let's invoke the truth, because truth always wins in the end. Thank you.
We have many people on the speakers list already who asked for the floor or are on the list of the political groups. I really ask you to respect the speaking time. And again, I want to remind that those who had already several blue cards or speaking time should not ask another blue card, just to give the chance to all the speakers to be heard. Thank you very much. The next is Paolo Insalvini. Sorry.
Perché avete così paura?
Why are you so afraid of freedom of expression? Why are you so frightened of other opinions and discussion? For years, digital platforms, under the pretext of fighting disinformation, have carried out censorship. We have spoken out about the disproportionate power of multinationals who influence people's minds and opinions. And what was the response from the left? Silence, or even worse, guilty support for those carrying out the censorship. Those who are behind gender ideology and the Green Deal, you just fell in behind them. Now we're seeing that there is a guarantee for freedom of expression. We're seeing, for example, the unfair annulment of the Romanian elections. You've stood behind propaganda for your own ideology. We're not frightened of debate. We know who we are, and we also know that truth always wins. As St. Augustine said, truth is like a lion that can defend itself. We need to liberate this lion.
The next speaker is Moritz Körner.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, Frau Präsidentin.
Dear colleagues, Madam President, freedom of expression is the foundation of our democracy. The DSA is not a ministry of truth. It sets clear rules and transparency. having Musk and Vidal speaking together on X is not forbidden. It happened. I think, if anything, it showed her lack of competence in this discussion. But if Musk's content is always promoted automatically by the algorithm, then this is a problem. And that's where we need to look into these algorithms. When Zuckerberg says that he is going to work together with the US administration against EU legislation, that is not acceptable. The EU needs to be clear there. But it is completely wrong that Zuckerberg does fact-checking with community notes. The DSA doesn't clearly state how fact-checking should take place. Now TikTok is run by the USA and China. We need to look more closely at innovation inside of Europe and not just regulation. Thank you.
Lydia Pereira, also for 1 minute, please.
Não querer a verdade é mentir com o pensamento.
If you don't want truth, then you are lying through your thoughts. If you confirm a lie, then you are lying. We should think about these words. These words might be, what we say might be virtual, but the consequences are real. The DSA will give transparency and credibility to the digital sector, and we cannot delay its implementation. The DSA respects individual freedoms and freedom of opinion. It ensures that digital platforms take responsibility when it comes to people who are trying to undermine democracy. Social networks cannot give up all responsibility, particularly when we see that there are threats to European democracy, and these companies are making huge profits thanks to these lies. When we see lies, we have to ensure that we are working for truth and protecting our liberties.
Céline Fourré, for 1 minute, please.
Chers collègues, je suis ici.
Colleagues, I'm here to condemn the Digital Services Act, the DSA, which supposedly fights disinformation but actually institutionalizes state censorship at European level. It flouts one of the fundamental principles of our democracy, the freedom of expression. This principle used to be sacred, and the DSA wants to do away with it for good. The technocrats want to impose a single official truth. This regulation does not protect citizens. It infantilizes them. It takes decision-making power away from them. The EU demonstrates its fear of truth by increasing its toolbox of controls. This authoritarian drift must be stopped. People should have a right to express themselves freely without the institutions interfering. Thank you.
The next speaker is Markéta Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, imagine a platform where fake accounts and AI-generated content influence public discourse with precision. A platform owned by a foreign actor in close relation to their state leadership. A platform with algorithms engineered not to inform, but to provoke, amplifying the most divisive and negative reactions. A platform that dominates our digital landscape. Now consider a platform benefiting specific individuals during an election in Europe. What platform did each of you imagine? Was it TikTok or X? These parallels should be striking to us Europeans. Long gone is the time when social media giants just wanted to increase their profits. Now there are political motivations behind our feats, endangering our democracies. Extremists will accuse us of taking their free speech rights while they are owning the main means of public communication. Don't act neutral. Standing in the middle between autocracy and democracy just means standing on the side of autocracy. Thank you.
Here is a blue card of Mr. Dostal. Do you accept it? Yes, please, Mr. Dostal.
Dobré ráno, paní kolegyně, budu mluvit česky, jsme Češi. Pokud vám vadí zahraniční vměšování...
You say that you are so concerned about foreign interference, but this Foreign Agent Registration Act that took place in the US, is that not something that is fair then? I think you're more concerned about the money associated with these activities and Trump himself.
Otázku. Ve skutečnosti tento legislativní návrh už leží v Evropě na stole. Připravila ho naše bývalá česká kolegyně.
We have made this legislative proposal and it was drafted by Ms. Jourova. There are those who would argue it is an anti-American piece of legislation, but there is a lot more to it than that. We have got to address a lot of the issues that arise in this context. I think that the legislative proposal is something we need to work on.
Sophia Kircher, for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, geschätzte Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you very much indeed, President of the Commission, Council, Vice President of the Commission, colleagues. Digitalization is critical to the way we live, we communicate, we work, and indeed not least how we get our information. It offers us many opportunities, but equally engenders many risks. Fake news, hatred on the internet endangers our very democracy and its continued existence. It also undermines trust in the media and trust in institutions. The DSA is a tool which we can use in order to optimize our opportunities and protect ourselves against risks. The European Union could be in the vanguard here. It is attempting to do this and to put in place guardrails against fake news and more. There have been concerning cases in the past, but the European Commission is currently focusing on and addressing these, and we will be able to strengthen our DSA protective shield so that we have an ever freer and more securely anchored democracy in Europe. Thank you.
Is Matthias Nemes.
Cenjeni visoki zbor.
Dear colleagues, yesterday we witnessed an inauguration of President Trump, and what we saw was something exceptional. At the forefront were the leaders of tech giants, so we know who has influence and who serves the capital. So it's not human, it's the capital that has all the power in the world. We also know that social media was a turning point for democracy and humanity. Social media are on the rise, and technological giants have even more concentration of capital and also influence. For example, the annulment of Romanian elections, interference in elections in Germany. This is all a hybrid war that is reminiscent of the tools that Russia is employing. We have actually set up very stringent standards for digitalization that is based on the values of the EU. So we need the Commission to act decisively against foreign interference. We also need to set up special rules on power concentration on the internet. If we do not do that, maybe we should really suspend the platforms in the EU. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ermo Shalabaros.
Colleagues, let's call a spade a spade. In its current form, the DSA is a tool for political censorship. Mark Zuckerberg himself has admitted that right-wing political content was censored based on political pressure. In the United States, many have given in to pressure, but there is no law stipulating censorship there. And it appears that in the United States they've learned from their mistakes. It's not the case in Europe. I fear that the left wing in Europe has not learned anything. This DSA must be repealed in its current form. We don't need censorship in Europe. We need to spend that money on protecting the borders. Free speech and a level playing field need to be ensured. This is the foundation of our democracy. We need to say no to political censorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tobias Bochenski.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
President, ladies and gentlemen, it is you, people of the left, and you bureaucrats are destroying the freedom of expression, which is the foundation of European civilization. You are bold enough to tell us here today that Elon Musk is a fascist. He is the man who introduced unlimited freedom of expression on his platform. You don't see that what you're saying is illogical. You're introducing censorship because the freedom of expression doesn't need any control. Controlled freedom is not real freedom. Verification, community standards, these are propaganda criteria. These are censorship criteria. You don't see this. They are afraid of truth, afraid of freedom, and most of all, you are afraid of the fact that the member states and their societies will say what they think, because this will undermine your power, which you are protecting here, because you are not protecting freedom at all.
Speaker is Bartłomiej Sienkiewicz.
Do prawej strony sali.
I'm addressing the right-wing parties. Please stop pretending you are all about freedom of speech. You are the party of Trump and Musk in the EU. Yesterday, you were applauding Trump, and you don't seem to be disturbed by the fact that this president of the United States is announcing a trade war that is going to destroy the EU economy. Today, you are defending the American internet platform, and you do not seem to be disturbed by the fact that their algorithms will be part of the American aggression on Europe. For me, as a Polish citizens, the support that the X platform is giving to AfD is an act of aggression in itself. And I'm very surprised by the Law and Justice members from Poland that they do not mind. If the European Commission cannot stop the X platform from interfering in the European politics, if DSA is going to be just a bit of paper with a bit of print on it, we are going to lose our sovereignty. And you, on the right side of this chamber, you are the traitors.
Much. Fabienne Keller is the next speaker, please.
Madame
Commissioner, Minister, Madam President, this is the day following the inauguration of Donald Trump as president. This inauguration, we know, means great danger for our democracies, European citizens, and freedom of expression. It is precisely democracy and the freedom of expression that we wanted to protect when we voted in favour of the Digital Services Act. Unlike what the leaders of the big platforms X and Meta state, freedom of expression resides where any and all opinions can be expressed in full respect for one another. Deregulation gives way for hate speech, pornographic content, and terrorist, misogynistic and racist content. Let us not be fooled. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are not defending freedom of expression. They just want to put forward their own ideology. Europe is not weak. Madam Commissioner, we do have the DSA to help us face down these threats. Let us apply this regulation rigorously so that we can force all platforms to respect our rules and, above all, our values, so that we can protect our citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Konstantinos Arvantis.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ.
Good morning. Thank you. Dear Commissioner, if things are going so well, we wouldn't have all these troubles we've seen in Romania. But yesterday, we realized officially that we went back to 1935 based on what Donald Trump said. We have a God-sent theory revisionist and the person funding him, Mr. Musk. It seems that there's also people here, MEPs, who are willing to defend him much more than they're willing to defend human rights. We see confidential documents, personal data, political algorithms can end up in the hands of the wrong people at any time, those who are planning political destabilization. Musk, the Chinese, Cambridge Analytica, don't forget about them, or anybody else. So it's crucial to see what we're going to do. We need governments and political leaders to examine into depth what we're going to do and how we're going to implement the DSA, and to continuously update legislation based on the new facts and new challenges. When the history repeats itself, it's usually as a farce, and we saw what happened in 1935 with Hitler fans and Goebbels, and today it might be repeated in a different way.
Hennig, for 1 minute, please.
Podczas gdy Donald Trump While Donald Trump is decreeing to limit freedom of speech, the EU is lagging behind. You want to destroy the political competition, and if you don't like a certain government, you just want to get rid of it. You want to deprive people of the basic freedom of expression. Why? Because you're afraid of it. People can see that you are cheating, that you're stealing, and you are afraid of the fact that people write what they think about you directly. For you, democracy is when people tell what's on their minds. The right-wing and conservative ideology is supposed to be a crime. And today's debate should be called the need to strengthen censorship to protect those who are in power in the EU. If you are not, if you don't like X or other social media, simply log out, leave it. Nobody forces you to use these platforms or these social media. And these social media are in favor of real freedom of expression. And everybody will be happy this way.
Barry.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. We are at a critical moment when it comes to both protecting our democracies and citizens in the digital age. Many social media platforms, which once served as tools for connection, are increasingly becoming hubs for disinformation, exploitation and harm. This isn't just about protecting democracy. Anonymity is being weaponised in other ways. Catfishing, where predators create false identities online, devastates lives, exploiting vulnerable individuals, including children. The Digital Services Act is a bold start, but we must go further. As this isn't about eroding the right of anonymity, it's about ensuring platforms can verify real users to deter fake accounts used for harm, protect children and vulnerable individuals, and build a digital environment of trust and accountability. The time for decisive action is now. Thank you.
There is a blue card from Renew for you. Do you accept the blue card? Then I give the floor to Mr. Verhofstadt.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I share many of your views, but you and many of the members here, last week...
Interpretation?
There is interpretation. Can you hear interpretation? The English interpretation is available.
Do it in English? It's
Yes.
okay for you? Okay. Last week you received an email, like everybody here in this hemicycle, asking for Elon Musk to be a Nobel Prize candidate, coming from the EPP. And my question is, how is it feasible, or what is your opinion in regards to this demand? Is it normal that for EPP or for the group, do you support that initiative? Do you think it's normal to have someone making some ingerence, disinformation, and supporting having abnormal words against the Prime Minister of Great Britain and making all this disinformation, which would be a candidate for a Nobel Prize? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, but what I'm trying to say is I think we should really put pressure on the platforms to make sure there's verification identity, and I think this would solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hannes Heide.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin. Thank you very much, President. Every individual has a right to freedom of expression. This is enshrined in the CFR and also in the constitutions of every member state. Freedom of expression is the core of every liberal democracy, and this is what differentiates us from authoritarian regimes such as Russia or China. It ends, though, where criminal law begins. These big platforms cannot simply shirk their responsibility when, for example, they publish posts denying the Holocaust, promoting anti-Semitism, which lead to violence, and where they glorify terrorism. Where there is a failure to act, such as we've seen in Myanmar, the conclusions and results can be absolutely tragic. The DSA is making online platforms take the responsibility they properly should. They need to publish their algorithms, they need to take down fake information, and they need to respond rapidly to any incitement to violence, terrorist propaganda, or to publication of child porn. No online platform should be allowed to fail to take down problematic information.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see if I've understood this. The magnate, the multimillionaire, if he is in favour of woke ideology, investing in media, educational programs and all of that, then he's a philanthropist, such as George Soros, for instance, or Bill Gates. But if this multimillionaire buys a social network and opens it up to freedom so that it's actually organized by itself, then he's a Nazi. He's been called a Nazi. You want to give lessons on what disinformation is, and yet many of you have said that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute yesterday. Now, moderators, unfortunately, are biased, and the companies that are supposed to be moderating have been told that they need to be arrogant and look down on citizens as minors, which makes them biased. And apparently that is giving us greater freedom, but what we're propagating here is a return to censorship.
Magoni.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you very much, President. The DSA aspires to safeguard democracy from the dangers of the online world. Disinformation, incitement to hatred, manipulation, and evil campaigns online. But the promises offered by this legislation are coming up against the reality on the ground. Freedom of expression is going to be sacrificed on the altar of invasive approaches such as we see in America. We can't simply tackle the question of disinformation as a technical issue. It is a political, par excellence, political issue, and also a cultural issue. We need to educate our citizens. We need to make them aware of what is going on online, but we mustn't have recourse to too many rules and regulations which undermine the very democracy we seek to protect. The real risk is that the Commission is taking action excessively slowly, and disinformation is therefore able to shape public debate before any intervention takes place. The DSA should be an instrument which serves to make people take up the responsibilities they should, rather than exert control. The left is simply blinded by anti-fascist propaganda in Europe. And this is not in line at all with our democratic values. Thank you.
Madam President, thank you very much. We have witnessed how Russia tried to intervene by social media in the elections on Moldavian territory, in Georgia. This debate, unfortunately, is still here. Today, it's not just about Russia that is set on destroying Europe in the digital world. The internet, unfortunately, has become another battlefield, and it is up to us to make sure that we can defend Europe, can we defend democracy, and we are facing more elections also in Poland, and you don't want the Kremlin to decide the result of it. It is also about the safety and security of our children, and I'm myself a father, and I do know that about 50% of kids aged 4 to 9 years old own a smartphone. That is why we do have to care about who is going to interfere in our lives via the digital technology. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sophie Wilmès.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Everybody has the right to express their views, including Mr. Musk. Freedom of expression must respect a certain number of principles. It cannot be a tool to betray or defame, and it needs to be applied equally to everybody. And it can't be used to forward a certain narrative or a certain ideology or the interests of a particular individual. We have a Digital Services Act, and this first and foremost is to protect users and our fundamental rights. But to ensure that this is effective, we need to have investigations that are carried out and penalties when there are breaches. Nobody is above the law. How can we explain the fact that an investigation started in 2023 has still not been finished? Platforms still have not been held accountable. How many investigations have been set up since, Madam Commissioner? We need to have a clear response from the Commission on this. Madam Commissioner, we need to do better. We need to do a lot better. And we are seeing we need to be quick in our analysis and effective when applying our rules. Thank you.
The next, other than on the screen, it was a mistake, is Mr. Eriksson. Dick Eriksson. Yeah, Dick Eriksson, you have the floor. Dick Eriksson has the floor. He's not in the room? Yeah, please. It's better to be in the room during the debate, so it does not happen.
Då ska vi se. Remember, eller jag ska ta det på svenska, det är bättre.
I think I'll do it in Swedish, that will be better. All dictatorships historically have restricted the freedom of expression with the purpose of preventing disinformation and lies, they say. That is why the DSA is a tragic piece of legislation that plays with fire. I want to safeguard our European Enlightenment tradition. I could quote Voltaire. I dislike what you say, but I'm prepared to die for your right to express your views. This is a very fundamental principle that goes much deeper than any individual piece of legislation. Now, the challenge to our Western values should be met in an open debate. It seems so odd to me that many people in this chamber do not believe in our values. They feel the need to censor and to stop I'm convinced that we will win every debate with Russia, China, and any other dictatorship that tries to undermine our values. We need to deal with them in an open debate and not by trying to adopt their methods. This is fundamental in safeguarding our freedom of expression rather than chasing after increased control. Thank you.
Is Reinier van Lansford.
Imagine that everything we do online is like an ocean. In that ocean, social media are islands, and some of those islands enable people to connect and participate in the public debate. But in this vast digital ocean, some social media are not islands, but icebergs. Icebergs where you only see the content the owner of that platform wants you to see. Other opinions are kept underwater, and Elon Musk has transformed X into such an iceberg. He orders his own algorithms to spread his destructive vision and influence elections in Europe. These icebergs also allow hostile secret services to damage our democracy. Armies of trolls push extremist, pro-Russian political parties like the AfD. And this is happening as we speak. We ask, therefore, the European Commission to rescue our democracy from the armies of trolls and trigger the crisis response mechanisms immediately.
The next speaker is Alice Teodorescu-Mauve.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, everybody in theory is in favour of freedom of expression, many with the proviso that they are good and they have an obligation to protect society from dangerous expressions from those who are bad. As long as we're stuck in this corrupt but efficient way of thinking, our free society will not be able to fully leverage the benefits of the freedom of expression. At the same time, we're undervaluing the fact that it is reality that affects political choices. Those who limit freedom of expression limit democracy. Those who dare strengthen the freedom of expression, including when opinions differ from our own, will strengthen democracy. No EU legislation should be used to stamp out political differences in thinking. There's no exact template for how we deal with bitter desk warriors or enemy states and their disinformation, but it remains our most important tool, namely a free exchange of views. Freedom of expression in Europe must be the very cornerstone of how we apply modern legislation such as the Digital Services Act, particularly when we have many short-term opportunistic arguments that would encourage us to do the opposite. Thank you.
Il dibattito di questa mattina
This morning's debate has shown us many things. Inter alia, that for people on the right, freedom of expression means that it should be possible in Europe to discriminate against women, to say that homosexuals are mentally ill, and to operate with non-transparent algorithms which allow no transparency and indeed allow people to fly under the radar. This Parliament has decided to stand up and be counted and to defend freedom of information, which needs to be respected without fear. Commissioner Virkkunen, let's not waste any more time. We have an opportunity here. We're being accused of tyranny. We need to ask for respect for our policies. We will not tolerate interference in our democratic life. We are not going to allow this sort of manipulation and abuse by those in power and those who have wealth. We need to make the right choices and we need to stand by them. Thank you.
Coming in. Please, the colleagues who come in, you can walk, but please don't talk. If you have to talk or to speak, you can go outside because the debate is still going on. And I now give the floor to Petra Steger, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This whole debate is incredible. If you listen to some of the people who've spoken today, it really is high time to say no more. When we talk here about democracy and freedom, it's often nothing more than a frontal attack on the citizens of Europe. This Digital Services Act is supposed to be a tool against disinformation. But then look at Mr. Breton. He wants to cancel whole elections if he doesn't like the results. And this is nothing more than a tool for censorship. Censorship, the worst kind. And it is forcing platforms to remove content. You want to combat fake news and this content, but really what it's about is about limiting opinions that you do not like. Is that really your view of what freedom is? If that is the case, then you are completely wrong. You don't protect democracies by banning freedom of speech with fact checkers or cancelling elections. No. Otherwise, it's just a facade of democracy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marcos Quarta. 1 minute, and please keep the time.
Signor Presidente, onorevoli colleghi.
President, colleagues, the Digital Services Act could constitute a crucial step in guaranteeing balance and opportunity in the digital services market. However, the interpretation of the provisions hitherto has shown that there is no appropriate boundary between rights and obligations, and therefore you can't demand a safe online space unless you have realistic parameters. And some of these principles are non-negotiable. We are determined to make sure that regulation does not become an instrument which simply serves to suffocate inconvenient views and to stifle freedom of expression. We demand freedom. We demand digital freedom, and we demand the right to build a digital future based on fundamental rights and global leadership of Europe. Thank you.
Sean Kelly for 1.5 minutes.
Good. After 3 hours in the chamber, I finally get the podium. Commissioner. The Digital Services Act is a powerful tool to protect democracy and ensure that social media platforms operate responsibly. However, its potential will only be realised if it is properly enforced. Right now, we are falling short, and the consequences are evident, not only for our democracies, but for our most vulnerable citizens, our children. Minors are not just passive users of social media, they are active participants, often engaging with technology designed without their safety in mind. Algorithms prioritise sensationalism and addictive content, exposing children to harmful practices, inappropriate material, and exploitative advertising. Loot boxes that mimic gambling, influencers pushing vaping, and target ads for unhealthy products are just the tip of the iceberg. Recent studies show that nearly 60% of children aged 8 to 12 have encountered harmful content online. Behind these numbers are real children whose well-being and development are being undermined by the greed of platforms that prioritise profit over protection. Platforms must be held accountable for their algorithms, their recommender systems, and their content moderation or lack thereof. Protecting democracy and protecting minors must go hand in hand.
The next speaker is Veronika Shifrova-Ostrionova. Sorry.
Thank you. As a former journalist, I value the freedom of speech very dearly, and let me be very clear. The DSA and fact-checking protect this freedom. Fact-checking flags disinformation and keeps social media open for honest and transparent debate. Are we suppressing opinions? Look around this chamber. I think every opinion here is well represented on social media and elsewhere. We must act and enforce the DSA to ensure that platforms used by European citizens are transparent, accountable, and respectful of our rules. But let me say this. Can you see what we are doing? We are merely reacting, and we will surely continue to do so. But reacting is not enough. We must move beyond the reaction mode and stop only responding to what happens in the US or elsewhere. Innovation, research, business, and education have never been more important than they are today. Let this be the main lesson of this long, long debate to take from here. I want a future where Europe dares to lead the way. So let's start working on this here together. Thank you.
The next speaker is Krzysztof Smiszek.
In October, precisely in this room, we were protesting against Russian interference in the Moldovan election. Then we also, in December, during the presidential election, we were supporting Romania in its fight with disinformation on TikTok. And recently, Trump's main ally interferes into our politics. What will we do when Musk is playing with algorithms on his platform? We have the appropriate tool. We have the DSA. We worked hard on it, but we are unable to use it effectively. It is time to act. The far right talks about the freedom of speech. When finally will you distinguish manipulation and propaganda from access to democracy and information? This oligarch may be on your side now, but and the next one may not be. And what will you do then?
Mes chers collègues, le débat de ce matin est éclairant. Contrairement à ce qu'on a voulu nous faire croire, le sujet, c'est de parler.
The question this morning is not just censorship or not censor or otherwise, freedom of speech or the opposite. We are talking about sovereignty, and sovereignty in Europe is absolutely critical. We're talking about sovereignty of the European Union, of European nations, of European member states. This sovereignty is under threat today because of the billionaires of Silicon Valley who simply want to enslave the peoples of Europe. And the worst thing about it is that the lobbyists are getting their message across through the mouths of those here in Europe on the extreme right who claim to defend our sovereignty. And yet our workers, our business and our society is simply being sacrificed to serve the interests of the entrepreneurs and billionaires of Silicon Valley. Madam President, you must stand up and be counted with us and defend the freedom, the rights and the futures of our citizens on behalf of all those amongst us who are fighting for it. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. Directo al grano en este tema.
Thank you, President. On this topic, we're talking about European strategic sovereignty, and this has been touched on in many of the previous speeches. There are many who are denouncing interference in electoral processes, but the US and some union states do it too when they feel that it is opportune. In Venezuela, Algeria and Colombia, that we have clear examples. This is being used to service a specific political agenda. The problem isn't the political leaning of a media organization. It is how algorithms are manipulated or surveys are organized to amplify certain opinions. We need the Commission to not limit itself. It has the necessary tools to investigate and act fully. We must not avoid confrontation. Political totalitarian agendas will otherwise move forward. We need a sanctions regime for the DSA because we cannot allow for political discourse apologizing for totalitarian ideologies to take power of our social networks. Thank you.
President Trump is decreeing protection for freedom of speech in the USA, and in the EU they want even more censorship. What kind of policy is that? This is how autocratic regimes respond. We're seeing an EU USSR type regime being implemented here. This is not about fighting real crime. For that, we don't need a DSA. No, it's about Alice Weidel and Elon Musk having a conversation on X. And citizens should be able to draw their own opinions and step back from state propaganda. There are many countries that monitor and this, what's happening here, is purely Orwellian. You are besmirching the concept of democracy here. And we don't expect anything else from extremists here. This is your type of democracy and your approach to Europe. Thank you.
There is a blue card from Mrs. Vandenberg. Do you accept a blue card from Mrs. Vandenberg? Sometimes it's good to listen. Mrs. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. During this debate, all the time, we are talking about censorship, but it's not about censorship, it's about openness of debate. Let us see what happens right now on Instagram. If you use the hashtag Democrat, you get no results. If you use the hashtag Republican, you get a lot of results. This is what happens if we don't regulate in a fair way and make sure that free speech is actually organized by rules. This is what we need.
Liebe Kollegin, die Colleague, I can hear your message, but I don't believe it. In Germany, state media, when it has discriminated against the only real opposition in the country, the AfD. We're not invited to talk shows. We are dramatically underrepresented. And now a discussion with our lead candidate, Ms. Weidel, on social media with Elon Musk leads to a huge uproar. And this is purely hypocritical. There's a double standard being applied here, and we are fighting against that. And that is what needs to be done. Thank you.
There is Nicolau Alvanos. Alvanos, please.
Today's discussion is carried out deliberately and is marked by large-scale interests. At the heart of all this is a fierce competition between the US and the EU, an effort of EU monopolies to improve their stance and their position vis-à-vis the American ones. They're using pretexts such as protecting democracy, fighting foreign interventions, etc., but they're really trying to whitewash EU member states and financial conglomerates in order to demonize only their competitors. But what we see in the EU is an actual witch hunt against those who reject their tenets. They're blocking accounts who are trying to reveal the EU's escalating implication in the war in Ukraine or in the Palestinian genocide by the Israeli occupying state. And they're already using algorithms to intensify labor in Greece. So if we really want to serve the interests of the working class, we need to have socially owned means of production. We need to centrally plan the economy and to really serve the interest of popular strata and not capitalists.
Now, as we are already a long time over, I just can take 3 for Catch the Eye and then give the floor after that to the Commissioner. So first is Zeljana Zovko, then we have Maria Grappini, and then we have Diego Solier.
It has never been easier to access information, yet it has never been ever easier to sell a lie. Is it true that the more smarter the phones are, the dumber is the person that is using it? We can hear in this debate many concerns about cybercrime and about DSA. I think that nowadays, when all the authoritarian regimes are using information as once used communist, fascist, and national socialist, we have ourselves the tool that all the democracy in the world can only envy us about. So, dear Commissioner, I expect from you to implement this tool and to help our children and the youth and all of those who don't have such a privilege like us in this House to prevent manipulation of the information and to bring us back in the dark times of democracy. Thank you.
Maria Grappini.
Doamna președintă.
Chair, dear colleagues, Commissioner, today's debate shows that DSA does not work, and it shows one more thing, that it has not been well understood, because I've seen many people from the far right saying that this regulation means that they do not have the right to communicate. But dear colleagues, democracy is not chaos. Democracy is a regulation. Democracy is equal rights for everyone. And your right reaches that far where it encompasses my right. Therefore, we need a regulation. We need transparency. What would you say, dear colleagues, if your kid killed himself because of manipulations from this social media? If you were attacked in front of your house because of unfair attacks on social networks? I think, Commissioner, that we have to explain why we need this regulation in all member states. And we also need to explain that everything that works in the European Union has to be respected by third countries, by those who are not part of the European Union. We need this regulation. Thank you very much.
Now I give the floor to Mr. Diego Solier.
Hoy hablamos de aplicar la DSA para salvaguardar.
We're talking about applying the DSA to save democracy and avoid manipulation. But I ask you, who are we saving democracy from and avoiding what kind of manipulation? The real problem is that the European establishment is looking at a situation where things have been customized for decades. Look at what's happening in Spain, for example. We have the television broadcasting company controlled by state powers, and we have seen this happen with Telefonica in Spain as well. The public authorities are holding the strings. Now, this European Parliament responds to citizens, European citizens, nothing else.
Floor to Henna Virkkunen, our Commissioner.
Thank you very much, dear President, honourable members. Thank you for this very lively debate and your very valuable contributions. This Commission and I personally, we are fully committed to promoting and protecting democracy across the EU. The DSA has given the Commission now the tool needed for a high level of responsibility by providers of online platforms, combined with very robust oversight. I will continue applying this critical tool together with the national digital services coordinators in an effective and accountable way. In this context, I vow advance with and accelerate the cases under the DSA and, while respecting due process, come to conclusions as early as legally possible with solid evidence in the open proceedings. It's very clear that everybody doing business in Europe or providing services in the EU has to respect our rules, which are very balanced and fair. Same rules for European companies and for those who are coming from the third countries. This DSA is also balancing freedom and responsibility. For example, when it's coming to content moderation, that was mentioned many times here, in the European Union, the reasons for the content moderation by the VLOPs are registered in the public database in Europe, and they must also publish biannual reports on their content moderation practices. So we have a great level of transparency here also when it comes to content moderation, and for these reasons. So the reasons are published. The users must also have the possibility to opt out of being profiled for their recommender system, giving users the option of alternative social media feeds. So transparency is a vital precondition for accountability in democracy, as we know. The Commission will present an ambitious approach in the Democracy Shield with a comprehensive all-of-society approach to face the multiple threats to our democracy. So I look forward to continuing this exchange with you.
Thank you. The next. Now I give the floor to Adam Szlapka, he is Minister for the European Union in the Council. Please.
Madam President, honourable members, Madam Commissioner, after this very emotional debates, few remarks from the Council. The rules and values in the Digital Service Act are being tested in practice. We are confident that the actions taken by the Commission and the national supervisors are timely and proportionate. The co-legislators introduced careful checks and balance into the DSA to ensure that fundamental rights, including the freedom of expression, are granted. Any action taken under the DCA should be taken in a way that respects the fundamental rights of the users, including the freedom of expression and of information, including media freedom and pluralism. We should also not forget that in addition to the DCA, we have other legal instruments that have been adopted recently to fight disinformation and foreign interference, in particular the rules on political advertising and the Media Freedom Act. In cases where disinformation or interference are linked to a hybrid campaign by hostile third states or non-state actors, the EU has also taken action under the EU Hybrid Toolbox. It enables us to monitor threats, build social resilience, prevent incidents and react to them, including through diplomatic measures and, where appropriate, sanctions. We are finally also looking forward to the upcoming Commission's initiatives on a new European democracy shield. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I will, die Aussprache ist jetzt geschlossen und es wird jetzt.
The debate is now concluded and we will have a very short break, really a very short break, and then we'll move on to the votes. Thank you.
La seduta è ripresa.
We will resume. On behalf of the President, I would like to welcome to the diplomatic gallery a delegation of representatives from the ultra-peripheral regions in Europe.
Vorrei informare l'Aula.
I'd like to inform the House that I've received 3 requests pertaining to the rules. Therefore, we will proceed to take cognizance of these. Mr. Mariani, first of all.
L'article 10 de notre règlement intérieur stipule que les députés.
Article 10 of our Rules of Procedure says that MEPs should not threaten the reputation of the Parliament. And therefore, I would like to denounce the invitation of the Front Polisario members to a working group meeting. This militia has been supported by Algeria to destabilize Morocco, who is an important partner for the EU. They have links to Islamist movements and have carried out attacks in the city of Smara in 2023. They have taken charge of humanitarian aid. Our Parliament published a resolution on the negative effects on the local population of the non-preferential application of tariffs in Western Sahara. That damages the reputation of our parliament. It damages our relations with the population of the Sahara and compromises our cooperation with Morocco. So, Madam President, I would like to have this intervention cancelled in light of this. Thank you.
Non si apre il dibattito su questo punto, quindi...
We will not have a debate on this, so we will now go on to the second request under the rules. Mr. Nicolau Alavanos, you have 1 minute to make your request.
Thank you, Chair. Based on Article 25.8 and Article 28, and also 4.3 of the Compendium Rules, I would like to mention the unbelievable decision to not hold out an exhibition about Cuban doctors that was a model of solidarity. The reasoning behind the decision was that there was inflammatory wording used in the exhibition, but there was no such thing. It was all about medical solidarity, Cuban doctors that have helped people around the world. It is irrational, and it doesn't matter because the EU peoples will really take a stance and denounce the efforts to undermine solidarity, and we are supporting Cuba.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, for 1 minute for a further point of order.
Madam Chair, I want to evoke today the Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure that relate to the respect of fundamental rights. And I want to evoke it on the Article 11 that states the right for everyone to receive information without interference, regardless of frontiers. Today, censorship has started on Meta. I invite all members here in the House to search for the hashtag Democrat on Instagram or Facebook and to see the 0 results that are displayed due, imagine, to alleged sensitive content. Yet, if you search for hashtag Republican or hashtag white supremacy, there are millions of results. For the far right, democracy is sensitive. For us, proud Europeans, democracy is fundamental. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Onorevole Anna Miranda ha un punto.
Thank you. Ms. Anna Miranda, is this also on the rules?
Minuto.
Sí.
You have 1 minute.
Sobre el reglamento que es la aceptación.
Yes, I have one point of order. That is the adoption of agendas, the committees and also the monitoring groups. And in Inter, the Polisario Front being allowed in relation to Western Sahara. This is about respect for the rules of procedure of this Parliament and also a decision by the Court of Justice. Now, this is about what's applying international law.
Grazie onorevole. Passiamo ora alle votazioni.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We will now move on to take the votes.
Prego, onorevole.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Very much. If you have any order, you have follow the order. At the beginning, your intervention, you need to say your paragraph while you are speaking. If you want 1 minute speech, you have Monday evening, and you can present it everything what you want. Colleague, please follow this. Thank you very much.
Grazie onorevole. Passiamo ora alle votazioni.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now move on to the votes. May I remind members that they're kindly requested to stay in the chamber for the debate following, because the debate on the agenda timed for 1 o'clock will take place immediately following this vote. We now vote on the recommendation drafted by Carlo Ressa on the EU Republic of Serbia Agreement on operational activities carried out by the European Border and Coast Guard Agency in the Republic of Serbia. The vote is open. This is a roll call vote.
La votazione è chiusa.
The vote is closed.
Approvato.
That is adopted.
Vi chiedo di lasciare l'Aula in silenzio.
Those who need to leave the chamber, please do so as quietly as possible. We will start the next debate very shortly.
Grazie colleghi.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The minutes of yesterday's session have been distributed. If there are no comments, they will be deemed to be adopted by the end of the day. The next item on this morning's agenda is a statement from the Council and the Commission on the geopolitical and economic implications for transatlantic relations under the new Trump administration. May I first of all call on behalf of the Council, Minister Żłapka.
Pardon.
Thank you very much, Madam President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner. The United States is one of our closest partners, and we look forward to engaging positively with the new US administration as we have traditionally done. Transatlantic relations are based on common values and shared interests, and their strengthening should be in our mutual interest. Yesterday, Donald Trump was inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. I will address a few critical policies for the EU. There has been much talk during the US election campaign on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. This is an existential issue for the EU, but not only for us. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a challenge for the international rules-based order and a global concern. The EU, the US and other like-minded partners have been supporting Ukraine politically, militarily, financially since Russia started its war of aggression. We have imposed massive and unprecedented sanctions against Russia. The EU and the US are currently providing the largest share of support to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. As President Trump takes office, our focus is on remaining steadfast and united in this support. It is essential that we continue to support Ukraine as it exercises its inherent right to self-defense against Russia's aggression in line with the principles of the UN Charter. The EU is committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes and as intensely as needed. The US President has said he aims to end this war quickly. We agree. No one wants peace more than Ukraine and the EU, but our objective is a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. To achieve this, Ukraine must be involved. There can be no discussion about Ukraine without Ukraine. We therefore look forward to working closely with the new administration on Ukraine so that Russia will not prevail. The transatlantic partnership is also of crucial importance for trade. The European Union and the US are both each other's largest trading partner. Our partnership is a long-standing source of prosperity and jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. We have a shared interest in strengthening our trade and investment relations. The EU is ready to work with the new US administration. We will do this through open dialogue, seeking to prevent trade tensions while protecting our legitimate interests. Like other US presidents, President Trump has asked Europe to take more responsibility for its defense and security. The EU and the United States are indeed key partners in this field. It's essential for us to invest more in our security. EU member states have already considerably increased their defense spending, in particular since 2022, when Russia started its war of aggression against Ukraine. There has been a 30% increase between 2021 and 2024, and defense expenditures will continue growing in the future. The EU's efforts on security and defense are complementary with NATO and will reinforce transatlantic cooperation. We look forward to working with the new administration to strengthening Europe's security. But security, it's not only about defense. Europe's energy security has come into the spotlight since Russia started its wars of aggression against Ukraine. Since then, the EU has cut down on Russian oil and gas supplies to Europe. In fact, we have increasingly substituted Russian gas imports with LNG, US and other partners. This has helped us to curtail Russia's revenues and at the same time boost transatlantic energy trade. The US remains the EU's largest supplier of LNG, and the EU remains the largest client for the United States. At the same time, diversification is crucial to ensure energy security. The EU and the US are strategic partners on global energy security, and we are ready to discuss energy issues with the new administration. The EU is committed to safeguarding the democratic values and freedoms of its citizens, including freedom of speech. The EU will continue to use its tools and mechanisms to protect and promote human rights, rule of law and democratic principles, both at home and globally. President, honourable members, Commissioner, changes are unfolding in Washington. We hope to launch a constructive exchange with the new administration to fully clarify the intention of our American partners on all topics that concern us. We have learned from history that Europe and US are stronger together. We should now reflect collectively on how we can effectively uphold these partnerships in new circumstances, and that requires EU unity. EU foreign affairs ministers will discuss transatlantic relations at the next meeting on 27 January, and shortly after, on 3rd February, EU leaders will continue the exchange at the retreat, which focuses on defence and security. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie, Ministro.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Šefčovič.
Honourable members of the European Parliament, dear Minister, the European Union and the United States share deep friendship and alliance. The transatlantic relationship is founded on a shared history and strong bonds. For decades, this partnership has been a cornerstone of peace, security and economic growth. What was true yesterday remains true today and will hold true tomorrow. With President Trump's inauguration yesterday, the European Union stands therefore ready to deepen and strengthen this vital relationship. We will engage in meaningful dialogue, discuss shared interests and continue to advance our work to address geopolitical challenges together. And in our engagement with the new administration, the European Commission will remain unwavering in upholding the EU's priorities and interests. We will continue to support an inclusive, rules-based multilateral system anchored in the principles of the UN Charter. This includes upholding the sovereignty, territorial integrity and inviolability of borders. We will remain and we will maintain our unwavering commitment to Ukraine, providing sustained political, financial, economic, humanitarian, military and diplomatic support for as long as it takes. We will support achieving a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. The EU also remains fully committed to safeguarding the democratic values and freedoms of its citizens, especially the freedom of speech and the integrity of electoral processes. We will remain focused on our pressing challenges. Strengthening our economy, fostering innovation and promoting competitiveness will remain key priorities. This includes being consistent and supportive when it comes to clean and digital technologies like batteries and related newly grown industries. Honourable members, we take note of the memorandum on an America First trade policy adopted yesterday by the US President Donald Trump. The transatlantic trade and investment relationship is a key artery of the global economy. No other economies in the world are as integrated as we are. Entire supply chains stretch on both sides of the Atlantic. The EU and the US have the largest bilateral trade and investment relationship in the world, supporting more than 16 million jobs and accounting for 42% of the global GDP. In 2023 alone, bilateral trade flows reached 1.6 trillion euros, 807 billion of trade in goods, and 680 billion euros of trade in services. More than 4 billion of goods and services cross the Atlantic every day. European companies in the US employ 3.5 million Americans, and another million American jobs depend directly on trade with Europe. Equally, our bilateral investment flows are unrivaled. The EU and US have more than 5 trillion euros invested in their respective economies, and of all American assets abroad, 2/3 are in Europe. The EU wants to leverage this robust relationship to enhance growth, to work together across the board. So we will continue to be a strong partner, ready to engage and cooperate as a matter of priority and pursue a positive agenda with the US, discussing common interest and stand ready to negotiate. We will be pragmatic. But the EU will also stand by its principles and will be prepared to defend its legitimate interest if this is necessary. We take note of today's decision by the new US administration regarding energy production and exports. The EU already is the largest importer of the US liquefied natural gas, providing over 50% of our LNG. And the Commission is ready to work with the new administration to further strengthen this strategic cooperation as we work to strengthen our own energy security. The EU regrets the decision by the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, which we believe continues to be the best hope for us all. For more than a decade, we have worked side by side with our American friends to design and implement the Paris Agreement. Companies in both Europe and America are investing in climate action, in clean technologies, and in bringing their benefits to the citizens. So Europe will stay the course and work to ensure that this continues both at home, for example, through the upcoming Clean Industrial Deal, and abroad with all nations that want to protect nature and stop global warming. The EU looks forward to working closely with the new US administration to tackle pressing global challenges. A lot is at stake for both sides, more so as the rules of engagement between global powers are changing. We will address shared priorities for prosperity and international security, reaffirming the enduring strengths of the transatlantic partnership. Thank you, Madam President.
Grazie a lei, Commissario.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Šefčovič. The first speaker on behalf of the EPP is Mr. Sherbrooke.
Szanowna
Madam Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the Americans have spoken, and we have to do what we have to do. I would like to say that we are at the verge of a new era in our relationship with the US. We have heard a lot during the president's inauguration. This cooperation is not going to be easy, but we need to remain united. For us, the most important issue is our safety and security, and this is the peace in Ukraine that is the priority, both for us and for the US. It's Russia who doesn't want it. It's Russia who continues this war of aggression. Ukraine can have peace only once it is independent and sovereign, and its safety is guaranteed. And for that to happen, it needs to be involved in negotiating the peace. I would like to say very clearly that we also have to do a lot in Europe. The European Union of Defence must become reality. It's enough, no more words. Soft law, soft talk is not enough. We need to move on and show our force, our power. Right now, our safety, our security is in our own hands. So our goal, and it is the goal of the Polish presidency, is to keep Europe united, united in the name of safety and security. This is our investment in the future, and our relationship with the US has to be pragmatic. It is a partnership, but it has to be centered on the issue of security. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Van Bremt.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Ms. Van Bremt.
Voorzitter, commissaris, collega's.
President, colleagues, it is self-evident that our transatlantic relations are under great pressure in terms of trade policy and in other areas too, since the election of Donald Trump. But there's no point in simply focusing entirely on Trump, or for that matter, on Elon Musk. We can't allow our action and our policies to be determined by them. We need to invest in our own future, in our support for Ukraine, our economy, our industry, our energy, and our prosperity. Of course, we don't want to close ourselves off from the rest of the world. On the contrary, Trump and Putin are opting for confrontation very clearly. We need to opt for cooperation. We need to do this with the Indo-Pacific countries, with Latin America. We need to prioritize diplomacy, international trade, cooperation and dialogue. We need to continue strong in the belief in our own values, cooperation where it is possible, but on the basis of very clear lines. We need to delimit our policies and our principles. For example, tearing up the Green Deal, no pasarán, and import tariffs is another red line. So we need to be clear about our red lines. We need to be clear about our principles. The extreme right may not like this, but the future, I have news for you, is that the future of Europe is not Chinese, it is not American, it is not Russian, it is European. And we must take our own future firmly, irretrievably into our own hands. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bardella on behalf of the Patriots.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, Donald Trump's return to the presidency and the first hours of his presidency have sent a clear message out to the rest of the world: America first. His triumphal election is thanks to the middle class and business owners. But many of his voters' values have been mocked. But we've seen many problems there with mass immigration, for example. But in Europe, people want to regain their identities and have hope in the future. But let's not be naive. President Trump will defend America's interests first and foremost. And from an American point of view, he is right to do so. There is the prospect of trade tensions and a new geopolitical situation. We have concerns in our companies, industries, and our farmers. Europeans must not remain passive to what's happening in the future. We need to see stronger nations on the international stage. And Trump's America is challenging France and all European countries. And here in this cycle over the past few years, we've seen many policies in Brussels criticised, ideological decisions, failures, reducing economic growth and a shift towards economic ruin, poor energy policy, naivety vis-à-vis all of the big powers of the world. The EU in Brussels says that it has innovated, but it has done so by passing too much regulation, through over-regulation. you promised people that if they concede some of their sovereignty, they will have power. But we're not seeing that. And if we want to be a key partner in this world, we must focus on what brings Europeans together. Solidarity, for example. If we do that together, and then we will move on. Thank you.
Onorevole Fidanza.
Thank you, Mr. Bardella. The next speaker is Mr. Fidanza on behalf of the ECR. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. On the 5th of November, we heard the usual litanies from the left about the future which lay ahead for Europe and a resistance to the global trends. Things haven't changed. The Conservatives, of course, welcome the election of Trump, who wants to tackle illegal migration, drugs cartels. Those who are focused on freedom of expression are delighted that social media is finding its way back to genuinely encompassing this. We need to work towards a proper peace for Ukraine. As far as NATO is concerned, Trump is reminding us our proper responsibilities. For decades, we have simply been subsidizing our security on the basis of America. Greenland, well, that is a topic which does actually affect Europe. The activism of both China and Russia has a big impact on strategic security and equilibrium. So here, President Trump is opening up for us opportunities for us to make choices regarding industry, for example, focusing on the Atlantic relations rather than simply obsessing with the Green Deal and links to China in the basis of strategic autonomy. He's giving us an opportunity to rekindle our transatlantic relationship. There may be tariffs, but this is something we can consider in due course. Yesterday, a new America was born. Now it's time to witness the rebirth of Europe. Thank you.
Prego, onorevole Ayer, a nome del gruppo di...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Ayer for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. The US has a new president. We all are familiar with his style. Let's be clear. Yes, the US has been and will remain a partner. A partnership goes two ways, though, and we've had enough of having the younger brother complex. There's not been a word spoken about Europe, about NATO, about Ukraine. They're withdrawing from the WHO. Trump means America folding in on itself, America first. Tough word. We know that the only method that works is multilateralism, and we will continue to defend it. But let us not be fooled. Donald Trump makes no secret of his trade aggressiveness and American interest. American businesses need our market. Will Trump be explaining to American businesses that they can no longer access European markets on the same conditions because there will be customs duties to enter the European market? Of course not. We must not be weak either. The second challenge is geopolitical, a sovereign Europe which is powerful and exercises influence. This is imperative and in everybody's interest, including the interest of the US. This is where our security and our unity resides. The territory of our member states in Greenland or elsewhere is not for sale. Let us safeguard our sovereignty. Finally, we face a democratic challenge. We have seen Elon Musk's X algorithm take power. I wanted to say something about freedom of expression, and I will be very clear. The topic is not Elon Musk's political opinions. The issue is that we cannot allow some groups to spew hatred on others. That reduces everybody to silence. Minorities and a very big majority of people who actually do respect others, what happens to their freedoms? Renew Europe demands that the Commission applies the sanctions that have been imposed on X. What is the point, Mr. Commissioner, of adopting laws in this Parliament if the Commission does not come through and apply them? Musk, Trump and their cronies have an ideological agenda in Europe. They want to undermine our democracies. This is a political and ideological fight that we must wage. Facing these challenges, the good news is that we are the majority who want to actually act, and we need to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker on behalf of the Greens is Mr. Lagodinsky. Minute and a half.
Congratulations, President Trump. You are our reality. Yesterday we saw it, we heard it, we listened carefully. We understand clearly that now is Europe's moment to shine. With Trump being president, we don't have a choice but mature into a united global power that is self-conscious, value-driven, and cooperative. A union of democracies that take responsibility. Many Europeans understand it, but they question, can we make it? Yes, we can. We can stand for Ukraine forcefully and build our own defense with our American friends, and if necessary, also without. Yes, we can. We can serve as an example that trade is the answer to wars and cooperation is the only answer to nationalism. Yes, we can. We can be a safe home for all, a white male pensioner and a queer IT specialist and her wife and their children. In fact, we welcome those from Meta and X from US to European tech firms. Yes, we can. We can learn to disrupt and innovate, to be industry and AI applications that serve people, not oligarchs. And yes, we can become a driver for green technologies, because our answer is not drill, baby, drill. Our answer is shine, baby, shine over generations. It's not going to be an easy path towards Europe that is confident and capable, but we shall walk it together, and together we trust, because yes, we can, and now we must.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Clausen, on behalf of the left, 1.5 minutes.
Hvad gør vi, når verdens mest...
Thank you. What do we do when the most powerful man in the world threatens an EU country with economic pressure because he wants to simply annex a country and its people? What do we do when that same man says he will not refuse to use military means? And what do we do when the leader of the most powerful country in the world seriously believes that an entire country and its people can be bought and sold? Look at the official Commission response and how ministers are responding. Really, this leaves a lot to be desired. Countries like France and Germany have been supportive, but the EU as a whole has been very quiet. There's been many threats from Trump on Greenland and Denmark, but we don't seem to want to send out a clear message. So my question to the Commission, do you believe that silence is the way forward? Is it not better to send out a signal of unity and defend the rights of Greenlanders to decide what their own future should be? Would that not be better? Wouldn't it be better for the EU to also show that there are agreements with Greenland so that we could strengthen the ability to freely choose their future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Stoyanov for the ESN. President, Commissioner, the world is changing, and this is a good time for Europe. It is a time when Europe is called upon to take its rightful place on the world stage. Trump has been re-elected President of the United States, and this gives us an opportunity to establish a sovereign partnership, a partnership which can be established on the basis of equality from peer to peer. The European Union is claiming that we are failing to respect ourselves. How can we exact respect from others if we fail to respect ourselves? Here in Europe, we face a brutal war on our doorstep. Our security interests may differ from those of the US, but we can nevertheless represent our security interests ourselves. If Trump wishes to have a strong partner in the European Union, he has a long way to seek, because we don't have that on offer at the moment. We haven't found a diplomatic solution to the war, for example. We live in hope that somebody will propose a solution for us. We live in hope that the European Union will actually be able to grasp its future and define a future for itself, which enables it to engage with the Americans as equal. The European citizens and European industry and business indeed expect better.
Yesterday, the President declared his intention to put America first and to end its decline. Very good. That is why people vote for the President. They vote to end the crime and unsafety in the cities. I spent Christmas and New Year following through American states, 13 states I visited, and 7,000 kilometers. All the people have moved out of cities ridden with the crime and drugs that are being imported from through Mexico and through unstable borders. These are the facts that American citizens voted on, not on Trump personalities. Europe faces tectonic shifts ahead, and we must act decisively. As we anticipate President Trump's next moves in trade, we must simultaneously strengthen our trade partnerships worldwide and enhance our competitiveness. It is possible to make both Europe and America great, but only if we work together. We need to strengthen our diplomatic channels with the new administration while advocating for European producers and understanding the American business model. In the past, we failed to fully grasp the reality of the United States of America beyond Washington. Let's ensure we don't repeat that mistake in our engagement with the new administration. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego,
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Maniatis.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, since yesterday, a new era has dawned, and we're in uncharted waters. We are in an era of authoritarian capitalism and social media. The first statements by President Trump are quite telling. He withdrew from the Paris Agreement and the WHO. He pardoned those who tried to overthrow the result of the previous election. He's curtailing minority rights. He's changing the names of the Gulf of Mexico. He's making unbelievable statements about Greenland and Canada. So this is the new reality. We need to adapt, and we need to prepare ourselves for a time during which our traditional partnership with the U.S. will not be as stable as it used to be. There is it's not only about the new stance by the U.S. administration, but we have a different view in many matters. So we need to realize that we stand alone in the world chess game, and especially the European Council needs to do so. And until now, they've remained silent. We should not be frightened by this new perspective. We need to become more active based on international pluralism and multilateralism. We need to become more autonomous and proactive. It is time for Europe to take action separately in order to defend our geopolitical interests. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker is Mr. Tanjiro Correa.
Signora Presidente,
Madam President, Commissioner, yesterday a page was turned historically in the 21st century. Nothing will be the same after the election of Donald Trump. And I don't mean to say that that's better or worse, but it will be different. And this is a crucial point. In a world where we are approaching multipolarity rather than bilaterality, as Europe, well, we will be a key player in this multipolarity. We will need to be a complementary partner to the US and work with them. The culture is the same. We have the same civilizational foundations, the same principles, and we share the same values as the United States. We will not be able to stake our claim by fighting the US, collaborating with the US and the new administration, bringing new life to Europe and our countries. That is how we will move forward. Let's forget that idea of a shared army. We need to maintain our presence in NATO and our safety that way in the North Atlantic. Let us keep our cultural channels open as they have been in the past. They need to be beefed up in the future. This future can be bright if we want it to be, and it can and should be ours. And not just ours, but it belongs to our partners too. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Bilan.
President, a change in the US administration always marks a new chapter in transatlantic relations. This is a moment when Europe must act with clarity, pragmatism and determination to strengthen our transatlantic partnership and shape the next 4 years. EU-US relations have been the cornerstone of Western security and stability for decades. NATO has guaranteed us peace, and commercial ties with the US have driven prosperity. Both of these elements are the bedrock of our shared strength. This is why I must express my deep disappointment with Prime Minister Donald Tusk's decision not to organize the transatlantic summit that President Andrzej Duda had strongly advocated for. In the current situation, this is a grave mistake with potentially significant consequences. At a time when some EU governments still question how they should react to President Trump's electoral victory, I cannot stress enough that Europe cannot afford to remain passive. In parallel, the EU must also prepare to invest more in our own interests. We should pursue more robust defence coordination with the EU, within the EU without duplicating NATO structures, and work proactively with Washington to bolster deterrence on our eastern flank. This House must seize this change in the White House as an opportunity to deepen our dialogue with the Trump administration. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much indeed, Vice President Willis.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Relations between the EU, well, Europeans and Americans go back 2 centuries, partnerships and solidarity, 2 centuries of privileged links. We've had highs and lows, which is the same for all forms of relationship. And the second mandate of Mr. Trump will be full of uncertainties, surprises, changes in mind, and we can also see confusion and changes in the balance of power. Now, I do not want to see a Europe that turns its back on its allies or a vassal state. We need to remain united and independent, and we need to show our ability to defend our strategic interests. We have strong economies, we have an integrated market with 450 million consumers. We need to move forward by putting what Mr. Draghi said in his report into practice, focusing on made in Europe, ensuring our energy independence and having low carbon economy, low carbon energy, thanks, for example, to nuclear energy. And finally, we need to take our fate into our own hands. Thank you.
Prego, onorevole Sbai.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sbai.
Chers collègues,
dear colleagues, in France, we talk about the rise of fascism as being the brown scourge, and this is unfortunately being inflicted on our democracies again. Justice, science, the free press, the media are all under attack, and these are the preconditions for the emergence of totalitarianism, as we've seen previously and as we're indeed witnessing now with the investiture of Trump. The first thing that you need to do if you are sick is recognize the reality and leave denial behind you. We need to protect, we need to identify the platforms that are distorting our reality, and we need to establish sustainable relationships with third countries. We need to focus on restructuring our economy in such a way that industry is prosperous and that this can deliver in turn for our citizens. Thank you.
If you want. Bay. Ok, prego onorevole Bay per un minuto.
Mr. Bay, for 1 minute.
30 secondi. Sorry, 30 seconds.
Merci, chers collègues. Vous avez...
Thank you, colleagues. Yesterday, you said that you would be leaving X. We resist in the ways that we can, and I see a number of comments in the face of Trump's election. He says he's going to defend American interests, America first. It's up to us to put Europe first, to put our foot down, to put an end to this Green Pact, which you supported, with all these taxes which kill our industries, our agriculture. We have to be able to defend our interests. Yes, the Americans are our partners, our friends, but they're also our competitors, our competition on the global stage. So we need to stop with these moral judgments. We need to look at reality as it is and realize that American is our competitor. They defend their interests. We need to defend ours.
Onorevole Sbai, per 30 secondi.
Ms. Bai to reply. I have two things to say, Madam President. First of all, those who are attacking the Green Deal and economic regulation, who are attacking trade deals, are the self-same people who are seeking to influence our market and exploit it in order to maximize their profits. You, in the name of public freedom, are simply playing into the hands of the billionaire operators. Now, you talk about defending the European Buy Act, producing locally for local markets. I was talking precisely about that. I was talking about relocalizing our market.
Montero.
The next speaker is Ms. Montero. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we have a dangerous delinquent who is now President of the US. Donald Trump is currently the greatest threat to democracy and human rights. And the thing is that Donald Trump and the super rich friends he has who are leading the international stage now are not mad. They are simply proponents of a neoliberal system which is destroying life on this planet. We have big corporations and multimillionaires who can live above the law and determine the fate of humanity. They feed the far right, which will lead us to fight one-on-one. We are being told that we can't pay our rents because of migrants. You cannot be surprised by this authoritarian and violent foreign policy that Trump is putting forward, because for years we have been subject to this foreign policy. It was aggressive even before Trump, and it was unilateral. If the US invades European territory, what international law will you rely on, commissioners? The same laws that you appeal to in Gaza? Madam Ursula von der Leyen and has spoken out. Giorgia Meloni represents Trump in Europe, and some have been very proud to put her at the center stage in Europe. We are at a dead end where Europe is subject to the US economic and military interests. Sooner or later, it will be the peoples of Europe who will have to rise up in the defense of humanity and human rights. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole Anderson.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Donald Trump's inauguration speech, what a breath of fresh air, marked the beginning of a golden age. Donald Trump will restore inner security by closing the border and deporting all illegal immigrants. He called out the climate change as the hoax it is, and he will end this gigantic taxpayers' milking machine called the Green Deal. He will stop the overreach of the pharma lobby posing as WHO by withdrawing from it. In short, Donald Trump will undo all of the freedom, democracy, and the rule of law undermining measures that you have been working so hard on imposing on the people. The EU has robbed the member states of their sovereignty, destroyed their economic power, devalued their currency, disenfranchised their citizens. All of this needs to stop. We need to go back to the foundation of democracy, rule of the people, for the people, by the people. And the beautiful sound of freedom ringing throughout the entire world yesterday should inspire us. Let's make Europe great again. And if the EU refuses, then guess what? We will just do it without you, but it will happen. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Madam, is there a blue card from Mrs. De Mirel, if you accept? Okay. Please, for 30 seconds.
Dass Sie die Frage zulassen. Ich weiß, dass
Now, not sure whether you allow the question. I know you don't put much value on facts. So I would like to ask you about feelings. Now, how does it feel for the AfD to be supported by Elon Musk and to receive funding from the extreme right in the United States? Now, secondly, talk about peace, but we have 5% military spending from Germany has been demanded by Mr. Trump. Now, what about standing up for sovereignty and peace? How do you want to sell that to citizens?
First of all, I reject the premise of your question, which you slandered me in such a term that is unbecoming of this House, dignity of this House, and is certainly unbecoming of you being a member of this Parliament. If you just stop for a single second and looked what we have been doing in the past decades in our countries, like I said, disenfranchising people, censoring free speech. I mean, had there been free speech during the COVID madness, millions of lives would have been saved because people would have known that this mRNA injection was not helpful, not at all. It was dreadful, actually.
Is there another blue card for you? Onorevole. From Mr. Saramo, if you accept. Okay, for 30 seconds, Mr. Saramo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to know how much oil and gas does Germany have? Because you want to support Trump, who is fighting against Europe, who is threatening us with tariffs against German labor, against German products. Why are you supporting Trump that is threatening Greenland, part of Denmark? Why are you supporting Trump, who is definitely against us, against just normal European people and European democracy?
Number one, Donald Trump is not against us, the people. Donald Trump is against the globalitarian misanthropists. On the question, how much gas and oil Germany has, unfortunately, nothing. But when Donald Trump pointed that out at the UN, then that we were dependent upon Russian gas, the entire German government that was present laughed their butts off because he made such a ridiculous statement. Well, turns out he was right, wasn't he? We were dependent upon Russian gas. Yes, we are dependent on that, and I'm confident Donald Trump will be solving these issues. And by the way, the Russian gas was not shut off by the Russians, it was shut off by ourselves. Stupid us.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Lazarus.
Dear colleagues, Chair, I wanted to have a different beginning for this speech, but I was amazed that I was asked to take this sweater off because it had the flag of the United States. No, it's just a Ralph Lauren sweater. Maybe you have something against Ralph Lauren because he provided a dress for Melanie Trump. I wanted to tell you something else, actually. From what I understand from the Commission and the Council, there are concerns related to energy security and to the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine will be solved immediately by Trump. He said so, and we trust him. So some of you will lose their jobs here in Brussels and Strasbourg. And energy security in the European Union should be energy security of each member state of the European Union. Well, in Romania, a country at the borders of the empire where I come from, after closing down the mines and after you have intervened with different NGOs showing us that we have to protect the environment, which blocked some water plants, we lost energy security. And because we are exporters, gas exporters, we are speaking about gas throughout Europe. And when they come back to us, our citizens have to pay very high prices. How should you have energy security in Romania and in the European Union if we act as we do? I think that Trump wouldn't do that in the United States because the European Union is as the United States of America, several states. Let's treat them all equally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I kindly ask colleagues not to exhibit symbols which are banned by the rules during the course of the debate. Please take note of that, colleagues. Mr. McAllister.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as we have heard today during this debate, the United States is and remains our most important NATO ally and our biggest trading partner. This means, if we want or not, we need to proactively explore common interest with the new Trump administration, even when our priorities don't always align. And indeed, we witnessed yesterday that our positions differ on important issues, sadly. We need to prepare responses. The European Union should anticipate US foreign policy shifts and their potential challenges, preparing our responses more in advance. We need to rally partners. We are not alone here in Europe in our concerns about the next 4 years. We must rally our like-minded partners to minimize disruptions and adopt a coordinated approach. And finally, we need to deliver on key goals. If there is any time for us as European Union to act swiftly, it is now, and unity is key. Remaining transatlantic and becoming more European will be the way forward. Thank you very much.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole Benifei.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benifei.
Donald Trump si è nuovamente inserito.
Donald Trump is back in the White House and has announced a new golden era for the US. He is intent on taking revenge against anyone who has benefited at the expense of the US over recent years. In the wake of his inauguration, and we've seen all these tech bros, leaders of the world right and others gathered there, he has made some very worrying statements, worrying to our mind. The US president didn't even mention Europe. He didn't invite representatives of the EU to his inauguration. President von der Leyen has engaged with him to the extent that she said we need to be pragmatic in the way we respond. We need to defend our values and defend our principles. We need to negotiate in a clear-eyed way on energy, on tariffs, on economic security, and on security at a global level. We need to recognize that we are far apart in terms of regulation of digital space, but nevertheless, we need to maintain our principles, and we need to insist on respect for a constructive approach, which is what we adopt at all times here. The President of the Commission and the President of the Council need to be unequivocal, and I am sitting here in my capacity as Chairman of the US delegation. We will do everything we can to drive forward the European agenda on the basis of open-mindedness, openness to dialogue, but with the firm conviction that we stick to our own principles and the commitments we have made to our citizens, which are sacrosanct. Thank you. Mr. Buxade.
Pesadillas ayer.
Well, you have any nightmares last night? Don't worry, everything will be okay. Trump won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote, and best results in all social groups. And Ms. von der Leyen is president of the Commission because she won the votes of all of the losers. And the victory of Donald Trump and his entrance to the White House is a victory for the people, focusing on peace over war, democracy before tyranny, and common sense instead of wokeism. You know, you want to increase taxes and you want to censor opinions. Now, Trump yesterday said what many of us have been saying for a long time. We need to put an end to climate alarmism, and we need to have proper energy for the whole nation. And, you know, there are only two sexes as well. And nobody has the right to enter your home without permission. And if they do so, they should be removed. Now, without security, there's no freedom, and without freedom, there's no prosperity. Europeans do not want to be laboratory animals for your experiments, and they don't want censorship either. For decades now, Brussels has been taking decisions against the people, open borders to illegal migrants, dependence on third countries for energy, and persecuting patriotic leaders. It's over. C'est fini. The future is for the patriots. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Tarsiu.
The next speaker is Mr. Tarsiu.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, what was unavoidable happened. The greatest democracy of the world has a president who has already started to demolish the ideology by the radical left in America and export it throughout the world with full force. A warrant of European security and main trade partner for the European Union, the US leave behind the progressive politics and reclaim their right to produce wealth for this generation with all technological means and all available resources. For the European Union, it is the time to make a historic choice. We can stop the destruction of traditional industries, the only system which has proven trustworthy, or we can become captive of a world liberated by the constraints of utopian ideology. For the radical left in this parliament, the choice between freedom and dependency is very difficult. Thank you.
Kære kolleger, grønlændere. Grønland har...
Thank you. Greenland is a country which has a very proud population, a people which aspires to the values we know well: freedom, democracy, welfare state, the rule of law. And the future of Greenland should remain predicated on these principles, which they need to determine themselves. Greenland is not for sale, and it cannot be sold. That is a complete delusion. The future of Greenland must be determined only and exclusively by the Greenlanders themselves. In our modern world, it is the right of a people to decide whether they want to be dependent on anybody else or not. This is a sacrosanct right which they have. Of course, we should continue to work together with the Americans on, for example, things such as critical natural resources. But it must nevertheless be clear that the EU and Denmark stand firmly behind Greenland and the Greenlanders, who must determine their own future.
Sondveld.
Thank you, Mr. Sondveld.
Now, if you have any doubt that whether there will be any consequences of the new US president, yesterday we were able to hear the truth. Now the US want to withdraw from international agreements, and they also want to withdraw from agreements to limit climate change. Denmark has a commonwealth with Greenland, and we should be very happy about that. But this is under threat through economic and military power if that commonwealth is not dismantled. It's been said that Denmark will agree to this at some point. This is a terrible rhetoric that we're hearing from Trump. It's awful. We would never accept that in Denmark or Greenland. It is right for the EU to react properly. Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and in a world of threats from authoritarian politicians and presidents, we will not accept these. Greenland should be part of our European community.
Mr. de Laval. The next speaker is Mr. de Laval. President, I personally have no inclination to support the US regime, which is simply endorsed by a group of super rich people who'd be described as oligarchs anywhere else. But we have got to guard against hypocrisy. What is the difference between Trump, who says clearly what he thinks, and those who preceded him, who feigned compliance with democratic norms on many occasions? We need to open our eyes, and we need to be aware of the fact that colonialism lies a long time back. Trump is talking about a future which is actually going to be reality before long in terms of migrants, LGBTI, Ukraine, and many other things. We have got to be realistic. We've got to look at reality as it is, and we have got to get away from the obsession with neoliberal economics and the policies of the past, because otherwise we're going to continue to lose the support of our citizens, and we're simply going to condemn ourselves to irrelevance for the next centuries.
Ulrich.
The next, Mr. Ulrich.
I believe that Donald Trump has... I believe there are many things to take inspiration from. Renewed recognition of genders and stopping this gender ideology, for example, in sports events, making the fight against drugs stricter, stopping foreign aid until it's shown where it is headed, this foreign aid. And it also concerns Ukraine. And last but not least, restoration of freedom of thought and stopping the state censorship. In my view, all of these things are good. Of course, when it comes to enforcing this agenda, Mr. Trump will not have it easy, but if people in the United States have managed to do it before him, I believe that such a change will gradually also come here to the European Union. And to speak on my behalf, I cannot wait for a day when we'll have similar changes, announcing similar changes in the EU, together with colleagues here at the premises of the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mrs. Bekova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, do you know why the European voters are leaning towards radical parties? Because they feel that they are being betrayed. And we had betrayed them also in favor of an illusion that with the US we are in a win-win situation, which has not been the case for 10 years already. But we are responsible for our downfall, so to say, European passivity and servility, and also the newly introduced activity of the newly elected Commission and refusing to accept the reality, and also the flurry of legislative nonsense that we produce. EU has to respond pragmatically and very strictly. And as we see in, for example, the Slovak Prime Minister, Robert Fico, that's what the EU needs currently, sovereign and pragmatic solutions, not being blindly following any values which the partners are ultimately going to turn against us. And this has been proven by the victory of Trump. So congratulations to Trump, and I believe that he has opened our eyes finally to the reality.
Mr. Mureșan.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Dear colleagues, for many decades the United States
Thank you, Chair.
important partner, our most important political partner in defending the multilateral world order, our most important economic partner. Together we represent more than 30% of global trade. Our economies represent more than 40% of the global economy. The United States of America have been for many decades our most important partner in security and defense. Together we have launched NATO, which is by far the strongest military alliance in the history, and together we have defended human rights. Together together we have defended democracy, we have defended freedom of speech, freedom of press. Because of the importance of the partnership with the United States of America, let me say clearly, we will never turn our back on our American friends, of our American allies. Let us monitor closely what is happening in the United States of America. Let us be in dialogue with this administration. There are opinions reaching from very good to very bad. Let us monitor what happens. Let us see what decisions are being made, be in dialogue with the new administration, defending the values that we stand for, and trying to make sure that we will be stronger on security, on defense, and on the economy as a European Union, also through partnerships with the United States. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim. Urmează Christel Schaldemose.
Thank you. Christel Schaldemose has the floor.
I næsten en måned har præsident Trumps interesse i Grønland.
Thank you very much. In the last month or so, we have seen increased interest on the part of President Trump in Greenland and its future. This has been on everybody's lips, and the people of Greenland, through their ministers, have said that Greenland is not for sale, and they never will be for sale. This has been said quite unequivocally, and indeed has been endorsed also by the Minister of State for Denmark, who has subscribed 100% to what's been said by the Danish ministers. Therefore, the situation is quite clear. What has to be decided regarding Denmark will be decided, regarding Greenland will be decided by the people of Greenland. Having said that, of course, we face a new reality in America, but the US is our strongest ally, and we need to keep that in mind. We need to aspire to stronger cooperation. Of course we do. But the situation has shown us quite clearly that Europe has got to be more self-aware and more sure of itself. We have got to stand up for ourselves, both in terms of the economy, the global economy, but also in terms of digital policy and the climate.
Thank you, Mr. Vistisen. Next.
Dear President Trump, listen very carefully. Greenland have been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years. It's an integrated part of our country. It is not for sale. Let me put it in words you might understand. Mr. Trump, fuck off. Når det er sagt, så må vi sige, at både danske og grønlandske politikere...
Now, after saying that, I must say in Danish, talking about Greenlandic politicians, because often they talk about unrealistic plans. Nobody can think that such a large territory could be defended by the Greenlandic people alone. And they have self-determination already. They can do something, but they don't do it. They have their sovereignty, they have their legal system, and they have the healthcare system, yet they constantly talk about self-determination. It's not serious, quite frankly. This leads to unrest. And there's also rhetoric against Denmark, saying it's a colonial power. But this is not true. This is not in line with reality. Look at Denmark. If you look at Greenland, 1/3 of children are abused, there's corruption, and perhaps we should focus on this within the Commonwealth of Denmark.
It is not allowed in this House, and there will be consequences to the message you have used. It is not okay in this House of Democracy. Thank you. Regardless of what we think of Mr. Trump, it is not possible to use such language. Alexander Vondra.
Yes, thank you very much. So we must take the new administration, our key ally, seriously. The executive orders signed, the policy changes announced, they are not mere formalities. They mark the beginning of the new era. I raised these questions during the hearings, and I will raise it again because no clear answer has been provided. What is our plan B to the Green Deal? How does the Commission intend to ensure in the EU With the stagnating economy, collapsing industry, and insufficient defense policy, will not find isolated itself in this rapidly changing world. What measures will the Commission take to avoid the trade wars with the United States? Where is the Council plan to engage with Donald Trump? We are entering an era where the economic might and military power will dictate the terms of the global relevance. Soft power is not enough. Will we rise to the occasion, or we will fade into the irrelevance? This is the question of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Vondra. Urmează Dan Barna.
Mr. Dan Barna on behalf of Renew.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Chair.
Something going around across the pond, and the Uncle Sam caught a cold. Last night, we all witnessed a spectacle of isolationism and outright proclamations of miracles bound to happen. What we didn't hear was a true vision for the future, other than a flurry of sometimes barbaric executive orders and threats to rewrite geography, like is George Orwell's 1984. There was no mention of the European Union or transatlantic security. There were no logical thoughts about the world economy, not even about the American one. I've said it in the past, with or without Donald Trump in the White House, Europe needs to evolve and develop no matter the context. It's time to face reality. We will not abandon our partnership with the United States, but we will also not forget it's a wide world out there. We will collaborate with other states and regions because this is the time for Europe to lead the free world by example, diplomacy, and the power of our defining values. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. Mrs. Alice Kunas next.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, President. There's a great deal to be said and there's a great deal to mourn. But one thing is very certain. It is time for the EU to begin to lead globally for our climate, for democracy, for human rights, for LGBTQI people, for women, for investigative journalism, and for the rights of minorities. All of these things now are threatened by Trump's extreme right henchmen in the US, but they're also present here in the EU, the same right-wing extremists that our conservatives stand side by side with and allow to have influence over EU policy. We cannot afford your extramarital affairs with the extreme right. You have the power to determine whether the European Union should be the counterweight that the world needs. Please take that responsibility.
Mulțumesc, doamna Kunke. Urmează...
Thank you, Mrs. Kunke. Next is Mrs. Mazura.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. The threats by Trump against Canada, Greenland, and more should surely waken us up big time to what his aspirations are. His imperialist aspirations are becoming ever clearer, not least in terms of climate change. We can see the Trumpist approaches, the wish to get Arctic mineral resources, to take over Canada and all the wealth and minerals that they have. He believes that he has credibility, but we have got to stand up and be counted. We have got to make our position clear, both in terms of the economy and defence, because the commercial war which the Americans are going to perpetrate against us will threaten many jobs in Europe in the guise of protectionism. The dark clouds are gathering. There is war in the offing between the major powers, and more we need a non-aligned Europe which is prepared to fight for international law and compliance therewith. Thank you.
I would like to just draw your attention to speak in a normal rhythm and not to try to hurry, because I get signals from the translators. Thank you. Markus Buchheit.
Danke, Herr Vorsitz.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, here in this discussion, it reminds us of biblical quotations. I hear what the Commission is saying. Well, yes, Trudeau, Olaf Scholz and von der Leyen, their time is coming to an end. And we can see wokeism and gender ideology and climate alarmism have no future whatsoever. And the sun of freedom is shining from Argentina through to Austria and now to us. And there are many new narratives being created. People are saying that Donald Trump is part of an oligarchy in America. But really, you should open your eyes to political realism and say, yes, this is a big change that can move us towards proper democracy, proper freedom, and we can have hopefully see the sun shine here as well. Open yourselves to this, please.
Thank you. Sebastião Bugalho has the floor.
President, colleagues, perante uma administração.
Facing a US administration that only understands the language of force, Europe must stand firm. The path is clear. We need to strengthen ourselves. The more vigorous our economy, with the capital markets union and banking union concluded, the greater our strength will be at the transatlantic table. The more solid our defence union, with our strategic compass being implemented and our security safeguarded, we will be stronger within the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation. The firmer our democracies, with zero tolerance for foreign interference, be that digital or military, the more strength we will have in our negotiations seeking peace. The United States of America will always be at the negotiating table. The question is, what seat and what strength will this union have at that same table? The transatlantic union can be more transactional when it comes to the economy, military, but when it comes to international law and the respect for the results of elections, they cannot be bartered for this union. We must preserve this alliance, and we mustn't forget who is sat in front of us. But above all, we mustn't forget about ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lange. 1 minute and a half.
Herr Minister, lieber Maroš, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Commissioner, Minister, colleagues, the cat is out of the bag, and now we have an American first trade policy over the water. The President has written to his ministers and is telling them what the shape of economic relations with other countries will be henceforth. There are many things which elicit great concern in our minds. We're concerned, for example, about potential tariffs, which have been mooted by Trump. There could potentially be tariffs on steel, which we've seen in the past. There could be tariffs elsewhere. Of course, the WTO should review the legality of all this. But again, we've been there before. There are many initiatives which would have huge impacts on our economy because our exports amount to a 200 billion trade surplus for us, and therefore we do need to take care to secure our economic interests. Looking at this paper, I can see implicit attacks against the principles of fair trade, but there's also paragraph 2G, which talks about the intention to negotiate. So the conclusion that I draw from reading this paper is that there is a two-pronged strategy. The dual approach is negotiation where possible to achieve some sort of stable relationship, imposing defense instruments where necessary to defend your legitimate economic position where under threat. This is the basis on which we need to proceed in the forthcoming weeks. Thank you.
Thank Mr. Shaler Baros is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's leaders have isolated the European Union. We have a weakening EU economy. Just look at the Draghi report and what that says. The EU is not able to stand up for peace, to stop migration, and even supports immigration, and is not giving prospects to European farmers. For around a decade now, in this House, all of the left-wing politicians have been vilifying the 45th and now 47th President of the United States. This is the case of the European Commission as well. Once again, American voters voted for Donald Trump in a democratic election. But you haven't learned anything. You don't want to reduce isolation. No, you want to ignore the will of the people and continue to attack our American friends. But it's time to wake up. Donald Trump is simply putting in practice what he promised. He wants to protect the country's borders. He wants to stop rampant illegal migration. He wants to curb woke ideology, which is poisoning society, and he once again wants to bolster the American economy. Let's not isolate ourselves from the new American administration. Let's work together. For them, America is first, but for us, it's our nation states through which Europe can be stronger as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Emmanuel Frakos is next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Americans and Europeans are saying, make America great again, rejecting the woke agenda and international policies. But this was not just about the United States, but it was a universal message, because Donald Trump fought against the elites and put forward the message that we should serve the interests of the people. And his struggle is our struggle. Europe needs leaders that put people first, that work in favor of our culture, and fight against bureaucrats. So we need to draw inspiration from Trump's vision and build a Europe that will be strong and sovereign. It's time for Europe to welcome the time when the voices of nations will be heard loud and clear. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Billy Kelleher has the floor right now.
The Trump presidency will be disruptive and will be unpredictable in the areas of tax, trade and security. So we need to accept that and deal with it. We need to maintain dialogue. There is no point in us being ideologically opposed to the fact that the American people have elected Donald Trump as their president, both on the left and the right. We need to temper our language to ensure that Europe continues to dialogue with its most important strategic partner. European companies provide huge employment opportunities right across Europe, and we have to ensure that we maintain and protect that, so the areas of tax and trade are of significant importance. American troops died on this continent twice over the last 110 years to save ourselves from ourselves. So it is critically important from a security perspective as well. And sometimes on the right I hear people championing Trump. But equally, I'd like them to stand in front of their own citizens and say that in the event of Trump withdrawing from NATO, either directly or funding, taxes in their countries will go up, the threat to their countries will increase. So very clearly, those that do trumpet Trump should also be very conscious of the potential consequences of President Trump if he does renege on his security commitments to date in the areas of NATO, funding directly and also military support.
Thank you. Mr. Marino is next.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Trump began his mandate reaffirming many of the points he'd made during the election campaign. But he is now, of course, putting them into practice, and they're a threat to our very values to underpin our union. He didn't invite the President of the Commission to the inauguration, for example, which is simply an underlining of how marginal he thinks Europe is on the global stage. He wants to bring an immediate end to the Ukraine war, but in dialogue with Putin, excluding Europe. He's signed executive orders to release from prison all those insurrectionists who ransacked the capital. And he has said that there can only be two genders in America, and henceforth LGBTI people's rights in society as a whole are under threat. He is rolling back provisions on health, and one might hope that the court might be able to impose some constraints on this, but the reality is there for us all to see in plain sight. Democratic values and principles are under major threat, and if we don't act now, then we will simply accept years of irrelevance and we will be leaving others to write our history and define who we are. Thank you.
Lucy Saramo.
Mr. Saramo has the floor.
Last year was again the hottest on record. Drought, floods and storms killed people both in the US and EU, not to mention poor countries. A true leader would do his best for his own people, nature and humanity. Trump does the opposite. He withdraws from the Paris Climate Agreement. He adds drilling and experts for gas and oil. He threatens to impose tariffs on EU products. He demands that we buy weapons from the US for hundreds of billions, even though the majority of our defense spending already goes to the US. The techno-oligarchs who fund Trump demand that we accept brainwashing on their platforms. The extreme right in this parliament is destroying Europe from within to support Trump, Musk and Putin. We must not surrender. We have to become independent. Let's move away from dirty fuels. Let's stop supporting the US arms industry and let's take care from our own economy, human rights and democracy.
Kiitos. Urmează.
Next, Zoido Alvarez Juan Ignacio.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Donald Trump placed Spain in the group of allies with China and Russia, i.e. one of Washington's rivals. His conclusion might be reasonable if we bear in mind that Sanchez tried to negotiate with China fruitlessly. He has undermined NATO efforts to invest more in defense. The consequence of our international alignment, according to Trump, will be 100% tariffs for Spanish products, which is a true economic disaster. The European Union is trying to avoid this by negotiating with Trump. Unlike Sanchez, who preferred to insult the president of the US, his recklessness will have disastrous consequences for our businesses, our workers, and we will see this soon. The Spanish government must reflect urgently and put aside its ideology and focus on the interests of all Spanish people.
Thank you. Mrs. Aurora Luc is next.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the Trump system is an extortionist system, more extortionist than transactional. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, and all that without any guarantee that you'll have any security or defence. We, faced with that in Europe, cannot move to suspicion and despising this system. We need to have a strategy. We need to look at the balance of power. Now, on the strategy, we have to have our own industrial independence. Let's stop drafting poetry because we're going to end up losing. We need to have a European industrial policy with quite clear goals, with a clear timetable according to sections of time and time horizons we're going to cope with. We need to look at clean tech and chemistry, for example. On the balance of power, the Commission has been very slow in reacting to Elon Musk, and that's unacceptable. We cannot see that happen again. This administration is going to move very quickly. It's going to hit hard. It's not going to know any limits. We know the illiberal governments that is now proposing taking 50% of TikTok. But we have to deal with this. We need to deal with it quickly, and we need to conclude with actions or even sanctions. Let's not be scared. Let us use this single market as an arm in our arsenal to help the balance of power. Thinking about the balance of power, let's not be scared. We can't just pursue politics as per usual. The world is changing. We have to act to protect Europeans rather than protecting a world which, unfortunately, doesn't exist anymore. Thank you.
Urmează domnul Hirauta Vidal.
Mr. Hirauta Vidal.
Trump inaugura su segundo.
We're seeing Trump entering a second mandate now with the global left saying it's the end of the world. But I don't think those
doom and gloom mongers are really credible now because he took a fairly hands-off approach to foreign policy in his previous mandate, and everyone got through it. Trump has said that he'll continue with a peace and non-interference-based policy. And that's a paradigm shift globally. Trump has already achieved this. He achieved it actually before taking office, a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're now seeing an openness to peace negotiations for Ukraine too. And all of this exposes the left, because they've been putting forward these different arguments, but now we have to decide which direction we want to go in. Are we going to throw away everything that we've had with our previous ally on the other side of the Atlantic and just engage in a sort of self-flagellation, saying how terrible the world is as China and the US go forward? They're major powers, and we need to put the EU on that stage too. Unfortunately, we've been following policies that have made us less competitive and just dragged us downward.
Mr. Coles.
Mr. Coles.
Dear colleagues, the new Trump administration signals a shift in transatlantic relations, but let's be clear, neither Europe nor US can do it alone and expect to retain global strength. If we want to remain relevant, US cannot do it alone and expect to retain global strength. If we want to remain really relevant, we must stand united. Europe needs to finally become, and I mean literally, a strong, loyal, and trustworthy ally. We cannot afford internal divisions while our adversaries inflict death by thousands cuts through disinformation, coercion, hybrid, and open hostilities. They thrive on our hesitation and disunity. A strong transatlantic partnership depends not just on the US, but also on Europe stepping up. We must first invest in defense capabilities that deter, not just respond. Second, tackle economic vulnerabilities that adversaries exploit. And last but not least, speak with one voice on strategic threats like Russia and China. It's about our credibility. We must step up and meet the US as equals, because divided we fall.
Urmează Hilde Woutmans.
Ms. Woutmans.
Beste collega's, het gaat... Honourable members, for days and weeks we have discussed Trump. Yesterday, Trump, however, said not a single word about Europe, and that was significant. We know his plans. He looks to protect the US economy, and that will hit our companies hard. And what about European NATO allies? He plans to abandon them. Third point, he will negotiate deals with as many autocrats as possible, starting with Putin, maybe China too, against Europe, undermining Europe's interests. What is our strategy? Well, let me tell you what we need to do. We need to strengthen all our alliances with Democrats. An alliance against bullies. We need a European defence policy together with NATO, if possible, against Trump if need be. We need to be consistent and give our policies teeth. Honourable members, Trump shows real passion for America. We need to show the same passion for Europe. Thank you.
Urmează Anna Cavazzini.
Now Anna Cavazzini.
Ja, liebe Kollegen.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our answer to Trump's attacks on democracy and the free world order, make America great again, they have to be Europe united. A strong, unified Europe, Europe united. But it can't just be empty words. So what does that actually mean? Well, I think we need more political commitment, for example, from a German Chancellor, and a preparedness to stump up more finances for the EU to make it more competitive and able to act. Also, we should give no quarter on big tech, because here Trump, together with his mates, Musk and Zuckerberg, will not give any quarter on their side. The Digital Services Act gives us tools. We should use those so that democracy, freedom of opinion, and elections can remain free. Our European rules cannot be some sort of negotiating fodder for a deal between climate laws or other aspects. And just one comment to our EPP colleagues. I think the EPP need to be extremely cautious with their calls for opening legislation, because otherwise you might be paving the way for Trump. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Urmează domnul Nicolas Farantouris.
Mr. Nicolas Farantouris.
From the room.
President, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner Šefčovič, I'm going to talk about the financial dimension of this new relationship between ourselves and the US, because I feel that that's the most important part. The global trade architecture, as it was set out post-World War II, is now changing, but it's not starting to change now. It's been changing since the Obama government, because since that time, I believe that the US government started withdrawing their interest from the WTO and started discussing things at a regional level. So the European answer needs to be more regional conversations and more agreements. And of course, the external relationship with the European Union should be directly connected to our trade relations, now and without any further delay.
Mr. Alta.
Dear President, Commissioner, many of us watched yesterday's commencement speech with keen interest. President Trump's primary focus was evident, as much as it is domestic. His policies have broad external ramifications, from tariffs to Paris Treaty. He will significantly increase US defense spending and promote US exceptionalism without hesitance. He promised American revival and primacy. His method echoes previous US presidents. If you have a big enough stick, you will be heard even when you speak softly. Unfortunately, Europe lacks such power. Our defense spending still lacks and is insufficiently used. Aid for Ukraine has to continue even when US withdraws from it for the next 3 months, if necessary, alone. Without that strength, our voices go unheard, no matter how loudly we yell. The rest of the world only yawns. Now we need to alter our approach radically. Our policies need to prioritize European geostrategic interests.
Urmează Mohamed Shaheen.
Mohamed Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. We don't correct for the speed limit of the speed differences in languages. Maybe we should, but I will speak Dutch. America
is more than Trump, whether you believe it or not. When in the past he left the Paris Agreement, some companies decided to press ahead regardless. We have a strong relationship with the US, and we must continue to maintain that relationship. We need to look at Europe's interests, not just the interests of Trump and his tech associates. We know that our companies continue to do business with the US. We should fight for that. We know that there is talk of tariffs that would lead to an increase in inflation. We need to try to defend ourselves, be less reliant. Trump's policy is America first, but that should not mean that the rest of us suffer.
Dank u wel, collega. Urmează Gerolf Annemans.
Gerolf Annemans, next.
Voorzitter, ik zou wensen
President, I would like to think that all of the panicking left liberal, globalist and multilateralist colleagues could be put at ease. Because with Trump's investiture, there's not going to be an end to democracy. On the contrary, it's going to be a celebration, even a festival of democracy. But where there is a problem is the reputation of the European Union in today's Washington. My understanding is that the EU is viewed by those in power in the US as a centralized, led, planned economy with far too many rules, far too much rigidity, too little margin for deal-making and negotiating. And then on top of everything else, there's a huge compulsive leftist tendency to restrict the freedom of expression. Today's European Union is at odds with the new era that began yesterday on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, a new era in which the multilateral EU will largely constitute a handicap for the high-performing member states in Europe. We patriots in Europe want to join this new era, a new patriotic time, when we hope in Europe, member state by member state, election by election, that new time will also arrive. Yesterday is a day of hope.
Urmează Aurelius Veriga.
Aurelius Veriga.
Dear colleagues, long-standing self-deception that we will regulate size of chicken cages and America will take care of our security is over. During his first term, Trump clearly stated that other NATO members must also invest in their defense. Then he was criticized. Now we have painfully realized that we do not have the resources even to help Ukraine to win a war. And if even the war in Ukraine did not make some countries think about investing in defense, maybe Trump will. Like a Trump in the EU, we see that the ideology-based green policy harmed the competitiveness of EU industry, and CO2 emissions in the world even increased. Perhaps now we will understand that at a time when floods and fires are already happening, we need to stop living in fantasies and start caring about adaptation and survival. I hope we will also return to common sense when we talk about the end of the gender ideology and cancel culture. As Europe freezes in demographic winter, waking up to biological reality and ending the brainwashing of our children could be a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează din partea Renew, doamna Marie-Pierre Vedren.
Marie-Pierre Vedren is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. Yesterday, the US saw Donald Trump take office. It appeared to be a historical accident 8 years ago, but now we can see that the will of a people is changing the world with this hegemony and this worldview. We need to look at the idea that submission offers protection. Waiting is the best defense. We're not going to get anything on a plate from Trump. In political, financial, commercial, diplomatic terms, we're going to see a strong policy from Trump. We will need courage and determination to defend our ambitions and interests. In trade, territorial issues, we need one voice for the EU. An aggressive US administration will give us no choice. The time has definitively come for us to decide what our ambitions are, our voices are, our methods are. We need to step forth for a European project with total mobilization and efficacy.
Domnul Damian Böselager.
Damian Böselager.
I'm always amazed by the far right of this House. There was a mentioning of the new sun of democracy rising across the ocean, and I was wondering that maybe some of the colleagues got a bit too much sun already when I look at what they're saying. They're saying it's amazing that we have this expansionist person now there, but then I hear a Danish far-right guy saying, yeah, but maybe don't take Greenland, that's not so good. So when it goes against your own interest, then suddenly you realize that maybe if there's an expansionist on the other side, it's not so good to be a patriot and in favor of that. There are three main implications of Trump taking power. The first one is about economy, the second one is about security, and the third one is about democracy. When it comes to economy, we need to work closer together. We need to go into free trade agreements, to diversify trade. We need to really unleash innovation in Europe and build the interior market. When it comes to security, we need to understand that 17 different tank systems for the same category in Europe doesn't make sense. We need to be able to support Ukraine and defend ourselves. And when it comes to democracy, I can only ask all citizens of the European Union to get active in politics now, because we really need you in the center and not in these false patriotic parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Rudi Kennes.
Mr. Rudi Kennes. President, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump once said that tariffs was the most beautiful word in the dictionary. And I assume he's going to continue this policy with tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China. He says that it's making America stronger, but let's be honest, it's just an attack on working people around the world, because who's paying the cost here? Not the billionaires in his cabinet, but the usual man on the street, the woman on the street, with higher prices and less security. There's an aggressive attack from Trump, and he's trying to drag the rest of the world into his Cold War. It's not going to affect goods from Canada and China, but also from Europe as well. The whole future, I think, is at stake. It's not economic protection. These are the last gasps of a system that is collapsing, capitalism. But the future is in our hands, luckily. We have a civilized world. We want to have fair trade. We want to have a socialist perspective. So let's not follow Trump, not give in to his blackmail. Let us stand resolute and say, no way, we won't pay.
Dank u wel. Urmează Francisco José
Milan Mons, the next speaker.
The US is a key player in the US global order and a key EU ally. We have a strong trade relationship, equally strong relationship on security and defence. That is vital. We must preserve that at a time of growing conflict and war in Ukraine. The European Union needs to nurture a strong relationship with the US administration, regardless of its political hue. We need a good trade and energy relationship. A trade war will not be in the interests of anyone, either side of the Atlantic. There is more that unites us than divides us from the US. We need a constructive approach. We should not allow ourselves in Europe to be divided. We need to stand united, defend our interests and principles in this new era. Thank you.
Gracias. Urmează domnul Agius.
Mr. Agius Saliba.
Today marks the first day of Trump's second presidency. While he promises a golden age for the United States, he plans on doing so by putting America first, above everything, including his European allies and our rights. His zero-sum reasoning about deals is about eating or being eaten. He prioritizes the show of force above cooperation across the Atlantic. The Commission needs to be prepared for this and to demonstrate the EU's economic strength as the largest economic market in the world. Even the US big tech companies and their billionaire owners need access to our market to make money. But this cannot be done at the cost of our citizens and the integrity of our democracy. We cannot squander the EU's reputation as a global force and a frontrunner in regulating tech. The rules of the DSA and other measures are not bargaining chips, nor are the investigations into X, Meta, Apple, or other tech giants. The Commission needs to show strength and to resist the mounting pressure to give in to the interest of the tech oligarchs. We either fight or we fold. And as socialists and Democrats, we have made our choice. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Urmează domnul Pierre Romain Tionnet.
Now Pierre Romain Tionnet.
Sommes-nous prêts à parler le langage?
Are we ready to speak the language of force? Are we willing to go for the grammar of power rather than diplomacy. These are the questions the new US administration is putting to us, because Trump is going to put global pressure on us. America is going to move away from multilateralism and overturn the liberal order which has prevailed up until now. So the EU will have to look at the world as it is, the world as it never should have been, according to Europe. There will be a shock of identity and representation. But some Europeans are just sort of frozen in place, in denial. Over 2,000 years ago, Thucydides referred to the inhabitants of Melos not accepting their invasion. They were eventually vanquished, but they defended a certain idea of freedom. And now we're seeing way more than the modest citizens of Melos being at the stake. Stefan Sejourné, Ursula von der Leyen, Christine Lagarde, the apostles of federal Europe, are already laying themselves down, prostrate before Trump. We need more for defence, energy, and for trade. We cannot just give in. So let us use this historical opportunity to turn the page on history and show that we're not just client states with a central metropole. Let us return to the truths of Greece and the free cities united amongst themselves before our division leads to our annihilation by an outside party.
Christopher Storm.
Mange tak. Jeg ret overbevist.
Thank you. I'm quite convinced it doesn't really matter who's the president in the US. If you look at how important they are as a partner for Europe, whether it's a Republican or Democratic president, the US will still be our absolutely most important partner when we talk about trade and security. So it's our task in Europe to always be able to cooperate with the reigning president and the institutions they are. When Trump was president the last time, he pushed to make sure that we fulfilled the criteria to be part of the NATO alliance. Now he's back in the Oval Office, and he wants to promote growth in the American economy. So we will have to follow suit in Europe. We need to look at how we control or direct the economy in our part of the world. That requires deregulation. If we don't follow suit when the Americans move, we will lose out here in Europe. Thank you.
Urmează doamna Karin Karlsbro.
Ms. Karin Karlsbro.
President, Council, Commission, colleagues. The United States has a new president. Exactly what that means for us remains an open question. The strong link across the Atlantic is as important today as it was the day before yesterday. But President Trump is putting our relationship at risk. Today, Europe must stand united behind our commitments to the climate as the US once again withdraws from the Paris Agreement. Today, Europe must stand with Ukraine as the US falters. This is the best investment we can make for our common security. Regardless of what President Trump does, we will fight for free trade, for growing economies. Donald Trump is the president, the new president of America, not the world. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Urmează domnul Thomas Weitz.
Thomas Weitz is next.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Yesterday made it clear that when it comes to security and trade, we cannot rely on the US as a partner and friend. The US will adopt politics for the super wealthy. Trump and Musk will look to enrich themselves further. Trump will reach out to autocrats, Xi Jinping and Putin. Their shared interest will be to undermine, weaken the EU and divide the EU, get rid of independent judiciary. They support the far right, the populist right, Orban, Meloni, and the Austrian mini-Trump, Herbert Kickl. The European People's Party is also helping the far right to gain power. That runs counter to the EU's principles and democratic policy. Mull over your course of action. Rejoin European democracy. Don't help these people. It will damage the EU, hurt our citizens and undermine our values. Please, a U-turn.
Domnul Weitz, there is a blue card from Mr. Sander Smith from EPP. Do you accept?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask Mr. Weitz whether he distances himself from the extreme utterances made this morning and allegations about Musk being a Nazi and using a Nazi salute, because that's not helping the US-EU alliance either. And that does not help to bring down the tone of the voice and of the tone of the debate. So how does Mr. Weitz see this? Because he's making new allegations against many oligarchs, against political groups, but shouldn't we try to avoid such extreme allegations, which are also fake news, in fact? The ADL just this morning refuted these claims.
I don't know what Mr. Musk meant with his move. But to me as an Austrian, it looked like a Hitler salute. And to many citizens, it looked like a Hitler salute. I don't know what he meant with it, and I cannot judge this. But what I see is that terms that were used in Nazi Germany and Nazi Austria are getting normalized. Our candidate for the extreme right is calling himself Volkskanzler. That's how Adolf Hitler was naming himself before he called himself a Führer. So a certain normalization of terms that we know from this time is unfortunately something I am watching. And I really seriously think that the pro-democratic parties should stick together beyond different opinions, beyond different political affiliations, but to the core of European unity, of European togetherness, and for our democratic principles. Thank you.
Mr. Weitz, if you'll accept another blue card from Mr. Baros Schaller de la Patriots for Europe. Acceptați? Acceptați?
Gerne fragen, wann haben Sie vergessen, was Demokratie bedeutet?
Have you forgotten what democracy means? Donald Trump won democratic elections in the US. Mr. Kickle won democratic elections in Austria. Hopefully, we'll see a strong Austrian government. You're not a Democrat. You are insulting voters and democracy, democratic elections. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Ich glaube, Sie haben mir nicht zugehört.
I don't believe you heard what I said. I talked about how dangerous it is to give them power, how that endangers our democracy. Look at Hungary, how media freedom is restricted, freedom of opinion, independent judiciary. Look at the education system, hospitals, the economy, on its knees. That is where we're heading if Orban and his friends gain power. I don't want that.
Vă rog să vă amintiți.
Thank you very much. Please don't forget that blue cards are intended to put questions rather than give personal comments. Mr. Barena Arsa.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'd like to join these words of concern at this autocratic, conservative turn that the US has taken now. For ordinary people in Europe and for European values, this is worrying. It's not so much about who's in the White House. It can have important consequences, but both on the Republican and Democrat side, this idea that the US should be paramount, the US should run the world and do whatever it likes around the world and have a military presence defending interests which are not European interests, at least, is still the same tune. So we've got a regional power with global ambitions. That's the issue, and that applies to politics worldwide, and it has an impact on the EU too. So there's a huge contradiction here. You say, we want strategic autonomy for the EU, but we're going to be in NATO. We're going to be in an alliance which is basically US foreign policy led. That's not ours, and it cannot be ours, our vision, our foreign policy, because we don't have any impact on that global order in that way. We need to think about European sovereignty and our geopolitical position as something rather more than simply bending the knee to US foreign policy and colonialism.
Mr. Steer.
Vice President, the second Trump term wants to finish the deglobalization process, which commenced during the first term of Donald Trump and which continued throughout the Biden administration. This means that the EU has to adapt to new circumstances. Of course, we will keep the alliance with the US within NATO, but we must develop our own military capacities. Secondly, we must adapt our commercial and energy policy to new foreign policy circumstances. Without the US, we cannot save the objectives under the Paris Agreement, but Europe has and must save its economy. Secondly, Europe must not miss the opportunity for bilateral agreements as the ones with Mexico and Mercosur, which must be ratified in the shortest time possible. Instead of blaming Trump for all our problems, we must do what we can and things that are good and important for Europe. Thank you.
Urmează doamna Hanna.
Thank you. Ms. Yalul Muro.
Buenas tardes.
Thank you. Donald Trump's investiture marks a turning point in international instability. We will see extreme migratory policies and an impact on global security. We will see strategies that interfere in European politics, for example. We should use the tools available to us to strengthen our strategic autonomy within the European Union. We need to diversify our trade relations and nurture our ties with other democratic allies. We need to protect our interests, and we need to stand united, have a clear vision in our approach to the US. We need to stand united within the European Union. Thank you.
Și urmează doamna Isabela Tovalieri.
Thank you, Ms. Tovalieri.
Fine dell'ambientalismo estremo.
An end to extreme environmentalism, send back illegal immigrants and stop funding e-vehicles, defend your borders, do away with woke ideology, peace in Ukraine and the Middle East. These are the key phrases that Trump was using yesterday. This is common sense. Any European would like to hear these words on this side of the Atlantic too. But what is the EU doing? The exact opposite. Still talking about the Green Deal, doing away with cars. Who cares about the jobs? An immigration plan that won't even get rid of immigrants who've committed crimes, continuing support for a woke ideology which is increasingly crazy and divorced from reality. Commissioners and bureaucrats should listen to what President Trump has said, because this is a change. This wind of change is a strong one, and you won't be able to stop it. We should also learn a lesson from Trump and make Europe great again.
Tovalieri, do you accept a blue card from Mr. Gonsalves? No. Sorry. Erickson Dick.
The American people have elected to take a new political path. We're going to see positive consequences for us in Europe as well. Europe finally is going to be forced to strengthen its competitiveness. The green utopia is going to have to be reviewed. We are looking forward to an important sobering up. Mr. Trump is going to get rid of the dead wood. He's going to make sure that the administration works better. He's going to look further over the borders. We need to see this in Europe, a less amount of woke and gender confusion. Let us introduce an era of common sense together with the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotrim de Figueiredo.
Thank you, President, Commissioner Šefčovič, President of Council. We need to wake up in the EU. For decades, we've had alarm signals. The Draghi letter reports, what we're hearing now from Trump is also a wake-up call. It's not about values, what Trump is saying. It's about a power grab. We need to stand up for our own interests, the economy and defence. The question is how. We need a strategic focus. We cannot waste any more time that only plays into the hands of the far left and far right. We need to take risks. We can't keep everyone happy all of the time, but we don't have any more time to waste. We need to wake up, be autonomous in terms of defence. We need to move further with single markets and to defend free trade. We need to simplify, simplify, simplify in terms of the way in which the single market works, and Commission, Council, Parliament can work together in times of crisis. Trump is the biggest crisis of all. So let us all move together for freedom. Europe needs to wake up, and wake up now.
There is a blue card. Mr. Cotrim, there's a blue card from... Yes. You accept, yes. Go ahead, Mr. Oliveira.
Thank you, President. Mr. Cotrim de Figueiredo, you were saying that the EU needs to distance itself from the Trump administration, and your question was how exactly we can do it. A priority would be to raise wages and deal with the poorest in society. We also need to ensure that we're supporting production sectors that are vital to the national economies. How do you distance yourself from Trump if you're actually going for militarism? Military solution. No, we need investment in public services, accessible housing. If you don't do that, then it's just a rhetorical distancing from Trump. It's not actually a political distancing from Trump, and you're still in exactly the same pocket of political and economic interest. Mr. Oliveira, I think there are two things which undermine your argument here. Firstly, you didn't really listen to what I said. And secondly, it's not about being distant from the US, it's about being autonomous. For a long time, we haven't been sufficiently autonomous in terms of our defence and our economy. And if you look at the bigger picture of what is happening around the world, you need to look at what the US is doing, but you also need to look at what what autocrats are doing around the world and stand up for what we should do as Europeans. And that in itself is no contradiction.
Thank you. Ms. Lexman.
Ďakujem za slovo, pán komisár.
Thank you. Commissioner, in the current complex global backdrop, Donald Trump's inauguration gives us a fresh opportunity to pursue principled solutions, protect our economic and security interests. The US is our closest ally. It is down to us to ensure that that continues to be the case. We have long neglected the transatlantic relationship, even though reality has shown us for quite some time how important it is to disengage from unreliable third countries such as China or Russia. Instead of looking for differences and criticizing the US, we need to face facts and realize who our real democratic partners are. The transatlantic relationship must be nurtured as a pillar to defend democracy, collective security, freedom of speech, conscience, and religion. I firmly believe that despite some of President Trump's statements, we can find common ground on issues such as security.
Stefano Bonaccini.
Stefan Bonaccini.
The speech that Mr. Trump gave at his investiture confirms what we feared about what he said he would do about NATO, about having customs duties on the rest of the world, pushing the rest of the world to the edge of crisis. The United States has always been a strategic partner. We should carry on to act without any feeling of inferiority and should look at reciprocal measures. We should have issues that are supported in terms of mutual trade. If we're attacked in trade, we should defend ourselves. We need to make sure that faced with the wake-up call of Trump, we need to have an increase in quality in the way we do things. It's only by standing shoulder to shoulder in Europe in social economic terms and on common defence and rapidity of decision-making, including looking at how vetoes can be used. That's the only way we can meet President Trump.
Thank you. Mr. Nikolic.
Est-ce que vous avez écouté
Did you listen to Donald Trump? He said, we will reduce your taxes, end inflation, raise salaries, end illegal immigration. There will be tariffs. This was a pragmatic, enthusiastic show of support for national preference. He has won over even opponents such as Zuckerberg. He will make an impact on people's lives. The US looks forward to a new golden age. We're struggling to survive. The European Union needs to focus on decimated purchasing power. There's no real vision for Europe. No light at the end of the tunnel. No reindustrialization. The European Union is favouring the Green Deal and is going for censorship through the DSA, no IRA. We've not seen jobs created. You have suicidal policies. Is the US really back? Well, one thing we can be sure about is that we are experiencing a European nightmare and we need to wake up. Thank you, Mr. Ozdoba.
Będę mówić po polsku, I speak Polish. Aby mieć dobre relacje, należy przede wszystkim się szanować.
In order to have a good relationship, you need mutual respect. How can you describe a situation where the main politicians on the European side are attacking Donald Trump? The two Donalds don't seem to be seeing eye to eye in terms of the right way forward. The former EPP president is unhappy that democracy appears to have had its say. If the US is one boat and the EU is another, we've got a strong captain in the US. We've got Trump who wants to move forward, new industry and so on. But what about the European vessel? Who's the actual captain? Everybody's looking in different directions, haven't got a direction at all, thanks to the EPP. And we also need to look at the way in which the European Parliament relates to the US. If within a given group you can see people like Michał Szczerba saying that Trump should be in the bin, that's not good for a relationship either, is it? Mr. Szczerba should be expelled from that group.
Ms. Strack-Zimmerman.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Trump is back, and the one thing you can rely on is that he sticks to his guns, his America First program. He is going to push us for 48 months, and we shouldn't sweat the big stuff here. We should see it as an opportunity to focus on our European strengths, and that starts with assuming responsibility for our own security. In financial terms and resource terms, we need to prepare ourselves. This is an opportunity. We are a fantastic continent. We are responsible for 450 million people, and hence we need more economic dynamics. We need to sort out migration. We need to have pragmatic environmental policies, implement those. Yes, we need to look at authoritarian and autocratic regimes, and we need to stand up to them. We need to continue to work with the US in a pragmatic fashion, but let us not talk ourselves down, because if you talk yourself down, you will be down. It's high time, ladies and gentlemen, to show our strengths. It is high time that we do this together. It's high time we see this as an obligation rather than a choice. Thank you.
Will you accept a blue card from Mr. Siegbert Dröse?
Thank you, President. Thank you for accepting my question. I listened carefully to what you had to say. You were associated with the saying that the new US President, Donald Trump, is not fully compos mentis. Do you stick to that?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I'm not one of Trump's greatest fans, but I see reality. He has been elected by the Americans. We'll work together with him. But we shouldn't give up our consciousness about this. We shouldn't allow ourselves to be pushed around every day. And if you watch the election, the things that you might have liked, the way that he dealt with minorities, with women's rights, then I can only be surprised. He was accusing people of eating pets. I mean, calling somebody a sandwich short of a picnic is harmless. But let us realize that we need to make sure that we put our ducks in a row and make sure that we do that now. We should have done it earlier.
Doamna Strack, Mrs. Strack, will you accept another blue card from Mrs. Shoshwaka from non-inscrit? She's up there. You say yes? You accept? Okay, good.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, President. As a lawyer, I feel obliged to ask the following question. Do you have any studies or qualifications which allow you to express that view?
Bun, vă mulțumesc. În calitate de avocat, aș dori să...
As a lawyer, my question is, do you have any qualifications that will allow you to make such claims about somebody not being fully compos mentis? What is your scientific justification for making such a claim? Do you not feel that censorship should in fact be applied to those who point the finger and make claims without any justification, people who descend to the level of insult against people who are doing no more than defending the interests of their own people?
Well, unacceptable is what Donald Trump has said, and I can tell you that I'm happy that you're not my lawyer, because then I'd be in real trouble. Freedom of opinion, in whichever way you turn it, means that you can say your opinion, and that's what I said, and I stand by it. So now we'll see what reality will bring us. We'll have to deal with Donald Trump, and I refer to our European abilities and competences. And I hope in this part of the chamber, at least, there are Democrats who are going to be working together, and you should note that that's the case and not try and divert the topic.
Doamna Teodorescu Move, Alice.
Tack, talman.
Thank you, President. The US has been and in the future will continue to be an important ally and trade partner for Europe. And that's why it's incredibly important that we maintain good relations, with the point of departure being our common interests, not least at a time when the powers of the axis of evil are trying to divide us. From a geopolitical perspective, it's been described, and rightly so, that this is the most serious case since period of time since the Second World War. Europe needs to understand that a durable relation cannot be based solely on one part's goodwill. The American administration is not wrong when it says that Europe has been free riding for far too long. Now, what does this actually mean? Well, it means that our most important investment in the transatlantic relationship is an investment in ourselves. We have to tear down red tape for European industry at the same time as we build up our military defence. And for those of us who believe in free trade, the lesson here is that we need to open more doors to increase trade with more strategic partners. It's only through having reduced vulnerability and a stronger economy that Europe will be able to be a stronger ally with the US and defend the rules-based world order at the same time as having better preconditions to deal with the challenges of the world around us.
Și eu îi mulțumesc și doamnei Marta Temido că acceptă ca
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Temido for agreeing to switch with Mr. Lopez. Thank you, President. Donald Trump has returned to the White House. That will not endanger historic ties. We should be firm and calm in our response. What we see is a collapse in the global consensus, the institutions that have guided the world since the 40s. Rule of law seems to be replaced by force and strength. The European Union should defend its interests wherever necessary. We need to take charge of our own destiny, take action on our own security. That means upping spending on defence. We also need to take charge of our economy, industry, single market, and we must defend our democracies against foreign interference by tech oligarchs. And we need to act now, stand united and show strength.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Valli.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the US. His program is clear. He will work for the Americans, only for the Americans, America first. He has done so much in one day only. What has France done? Well, we need to be clear that we in the Patriots are proud of being French and proud of our role and our continent.
Dans leur port d'origine,
we want to see people eat French food, French companies given priority. Votes should be respected. So before preaching to Elon Musk about freedom of expression, how about breaking the cordon sanitaire, which is anti-democratic? No one in my group is sick, but your approach to democracy is sick. Patriotism, you think, rhymes with racism, but we believe that patriotism is deeply European. We have nothing to fear from the US. We want to adopt the same approach for France.
Amintesc, colegi, că dacă vorbiți prea repede, nu face față interpretare.
Thank you. Please do not speak too quickly, because if you do so, part of your message will be lost through interpretation if you speak too quickly. Mr. Becker.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. In the first speech from Mr. Trump as the 47th president, Europe wasn't mentioned. It wasn't worth of a mention. Maybe that's good news. Maybe that means Europe's not a target, but it could be bad news if he couldn't even be bothered to speak the word Europe. So we're seeing what Mr. Trump is going to do. He broke more than half of his electoral promises, and so what can we expect? Well, we'll have to hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst. And so I think we need to speak with one voice. Trump is already trying to divide Europe. That's not something we should enter into, and that will be dependent on us here. Thirdly, we have to assume our own responsibility for our own safety and security. Donald Tusk is coming here tomorrow. The start of the Polish presidency is talking about security Europe, so we have to do that. And then we need to stop being so economically naive. Let's not be a plaything of a trade war between the US and China. It's up to us to exude unity. Thank you.
Will you accept a blue card from Mr. Grajulis from the ESN? Do you accept?
Mr. Speaker,
I always ask a question to the ruling majority. You want good relations with the US. Why haven't the European Parliament congratulated the elect President Trump? Is this a sign of good relations? Don't you think that he was elected illegally, like the candidates in Romania? Is it democracy? Is it the case that democracy is only when you want it, and when somebody else is elected, then there are no signs of democracy?
Well, I don't think anybody here would deny the fact that Mr. Trump was elected properly, so we have to deal with him. But the way that we deal with him is up to us. And so let us prepare ourselves. Let's not be intimidated. Let us prepare ourselves. And that means more Europe and a stronger Europe. And that runs counter to what your group has been talking about. A stronger Europe is a better Europe, is a safer Europe for our welfare and for our citizens.
Thank you. Ms. Marta Temido. And thank you again for switching.
President, Commissioner, Minister, Trump's entry into the White House, his inaugural speech and the first executive orders already show what we can expect. Trump's America First shows us the choice for transatlantic cooperation with the EU rendered more fragile in areas such as defence, trade or climate policy. And it's not only about individual rights being disrespected when he talks about a colourblind society, but also an abandonment of recognition of diversity and multiculturalism. And there's also an abandonment of multilateralism. Trump said the best war is one in which the US doesn't get involved. This raises questions about foreign policy and global security positioning. We fully respect the democratic choice of American citizens and want the US to remain a partner for the European Union, but not at any price. We cannot allow interest to take precedence over our own values, particularly when we're looking at the risk of interference by tech giants in our liberal democracies. The EU and we in this House are required to do more than manage silence and seek accommodation. We need to invest in our strategic autonomy, and we also need to be aware and stand up for our own values.
Mr. Mido, do you accept a blue card from João Oliveira? You accept? Okay.
Thank you, President. Ms. Temido, you referred to 2 points, security and defence and international relations. One of Trump's first decisions was for the US to leave the WHO. I'm sure you would agree with me that that is a bad decision, because there are global health issues that require global action, such as that which can be achieved through the WHO. Secondly, what is your opinion as to what the EU should do? Do we follow the arms race, militaristic approach of Trump and NATO, or do we move away from militarization and help our people step back from the brink of disaster? Thank you for the question. 2 very relevant points. Firstly, China has given a response to the US withdrawal from the WHO, and that is an example to this House. China stepped up and put its money where its mouth is in terms of providing a financial contribution. That's what the EU should do too. In terms of defending peace, sometimes defending peace requires weapons too.
Urmează domnul Lucas Furlas.
Thank you. Mr. Furlas.
Thank you.
This is a time to decide and define what our common future is in Europe, because developments show that we need to re-guide our geopolitical position. The new Trump government showcases this need, which means to re-guide our relationship with our biggest strategic partner. We have common values, we have common history, but sometimes, even allies can compete. And we need to defend our interests and to enhance our security and defense. Our relationship has to be based on mutual respect and equality. So Europe must be competitive, strong, and ready to face any challenge, and that could include competitivity, energy, trade. Being together needs to be put in practice, because that's the only way to achieve our objectives. But being together means mutual respect. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shida, 1 minute.
Liebe Kolleginnen und
Honourable members, Donald Trump is back. Unlike last time round, he arrives prepared, has dangerous new friends, tech oligarchs dancing to his tune and doing business and exploiting workers. This will be a blow for the US and the world at large, and we in the EU must act as a counterweight. We need to ensure social cohesion in Europe. We've had a foretaste of the next 4 years over the past week. Look at the expansionist tendencies, threats targeting Greenland, Panama, Canada. Ursula von der Leyen says that we'll be pragmatic, wait and see. Well, that's all well and good, but we cannot fail to comment on the crazy statements of Donald Trump. The Commission has been very silent in the past week, and that is very telling.
Thank you. Mr. Pascual de la Parte, 1 minute.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President. Donald Trump is back in the White House. We have to put forward a positive agenda for dialogue and negotiation. We also have to stand up for our convictions and values. We need to be smart and turn challenges into opportunities for the EU. We need to look at the impact of Trump on the economy, a cut in corporation tax below a 10% level could suck in investment and European companies into the US. That deficit will mean he's going to be increasing tariffs. So it's not so much a geopolitical weapon as a way of making him manage the books. And some people are saying that there's an acceleration of history here. But what Europe really needs to do is stand up for its convictions and put that into practice in the global order. We shouldn't just be rule takers. We should show unity and strength and not let the US divide us, not have bilateral relations, stand together as the EU as a fundamental player for peace and stability.
Palabra, señor O'Riordan, por un.
Thank you. Mr. O'Riordan, 1 minute.
Yesterday, we witnessed the inauguration of a man whose ideology embodies everything the EU was founded to reject. The EU cannot just stand for our values when it is easy. It matters most when it comes at a cost. And standing up to Trump will come with a cost, but is much less than the cost of letting this poison win. And I am done with the niceties from EU leaders that Trump, while his tech bro buddies call for our laws to be undermined. I am done with the Taoiseach of Ireland, with our historic understanding of immigration and oppression, promoting Trump's golf links in County Clare in response to his inauguration. And I am done with the so-called strong men who, if they had to live for one day in the shoes of an immigrant, a woman or a transgender person, would quiver with fear. Anyone who believes in the founding principles of the EU should be appalled by what we witnessed yesterday. I am appalled, so I resist, and Europe must resist because our history demands it.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Lagos, 1 minute.
Thank you. Our relationship with the US is a century-long partnership. Together we are bulwarks of the democratic world, and we have to face similar challenges. The recipe for Trump for the future is blunt, but responds to the problems. The world is changing. Well, the new US administration wants to have a global leadership. In Europe, there are voices like in Hungary, in the government of Hungary, which talk about the end of Western democracies. This is a time for soul-searching and to renew our democratic institutions. The EU and the US should strengthen their relationship. In cybersecurity, in joint defense policy developments and new technologies, we have joint interests. The EU defense capacities and independent European defense industry is a win-win for both continents. We can together provide affordable energy for European citizens. A transatlantic relationship, we should put the emphasis on collaboration in terms of the economy and not on trade war, which would only strengthen our rivals. The Americans can have the power to redefine themselves. And this is true for transatlantic relationships in Europe. The challenges should be treated in such a way that they could provide benefits for both the US and Europe.
Tiene la palabra la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Insir, 1 minute.
A group of powerful men, tech billionaires, gathering capital, taking prime seats behind the president and his family during the inauguration of the 47th president of the USA. No, it's not a scene taking off from House of Cards. This is America 2025. Withdrawal from Paris Climate Accord, implementation of protectionist policies that restricts international trade, disengagement from international organizations. We have also since long been aware of that women's rights, LGBTQI rights, workers' rights will be jeopardized and ordinary working people will suffer while tech billionaires like Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Pisai will face lower, if not zero, taxes. With Trump now sworn in as president, it is evident that this administration adopts a vastly different stance on international cooperation than its predecessor. Our most pressing task is to unite and strengthen the European Union while maintaining strong partnership with like-minded globally. And of course, it also includes the US, as for example, the Democrats. Trump was indeed democratically elected, but acts like an autocrat.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es la palabra.
Thank you very much. Ms. Terlak, 1 minute.
De komst van Trump.
The arrival of Trump has given rise to a discussion about how we need to deal with America. Following the inauguration, the first steps have been taken. The first decrees have been signed by Mr. Trump, like leaving the climate agreement, leaving the WHO, and worsening trade relations with the EU. Now, I'm extremely worried about these developments. However, at the same time, we have to deal with this, and it's incredibly important for Europe to stay in good relations with the US. And these are points of discussion that should not be left off to the agenda. America is our most important ally and will remain so. At the same time, the new Trump government is making the EU a target, and I expect unity from our leaders and that they stand by our rules, our democracy.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. Mr. Pikula, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, all the worrying expectations were confirmed during yesterday's inauguration day. The United States stepped into the new era of transactional politics, where merits, facts, and values mean little, and international law is not a standard. And it's all wisely masked under many labels to gain larger public support. After the super election of 2024, we have entered the super uncertain 2025. And good part of the uncertainty comes from the direction of the Trump new term. The most important question is, where does this leave the European Union? One of our members is being directly threatened. A high-level member of the new administration is directly interfering in our national electoral process while repeating, let's be polite, disputable salutes. So far, our response is brief, hopeful, and wait to see what will happen, but is it realistic? Our priority must be to protect our values, achievements, and security internally through long-delayed, inclusive, and transparent reforms. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. Mr. Vázquez, 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. This strong transatlantic bond between the EU and the US, rule of law, democracy, doesn't entirely depend on the occupant of the White House. It's about respecting the rules of democracy and sovereignty. The Americans have spoken, and Europeans would do well to take note that the majority of Americans are fed up with identity politics and the problems affecting their lives. And we've been talking about the possible pendulum effect of the woke narrative. We've been warning about this for a long time. And what we're seeing is that this is happening now. Trump has his own roadmap, but Europe has its own trade and geopolitical interests that we should stand up for on the global stage. We have to stand up for Europe because the Americans are certainly doing that for themselves. So we have to do this the best we can.
Del señor Andriukaitis por.
Thank you. Mr. Andriukaitis, 1 minute.
Thank you very much indeed, the Chairman, the Commissioner. 16 times in his inauguration speech, Trump used the word great, but not one word about the EU or Ukraine. Well, if he says it enough, it must be true, right? I don't think all this greatness will actually make the US stronger, but it might leave the EU weaker. Trump's plan to overhaul US trade policies to benefit Americans' economy, or rather oligarchs, could disrupt EU trade relations, as it was during his first presidency. His rejection of initiatives like the Green Deal on climate change will create frictions with the EU, which is committed to green energy and climate actions. Trump's emphasis on US supremacy could reduce multilateral cooperation, something the European Union relies on heavily. His shameful decision to leave Paris Climate Agreement and withdraw from WHO creates a lot of challenges to our efforts to address issues of climate change and global pandemics. His previous statements about taking over Greenland on Panama are completely unacceptable in all respects. Or a shift towards protectionism, including tariffs, could damage EU trade ties, especially given that the EU is one of America's largest trading partners. Our answer should be clear. In front of those, European Union should stay united, more socially oriented, and more stronger. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de la señora Chiswo.
Thank you. Ms. Chiswo, 1 minute.
Very much. I will be speaking Polish. Panie komisarzu, panie ministrze.
Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Europe will be strong if it manages to speak with one voice on economic and security issues. The new administration in Washington constitutes a challenge for the whole of the EU. The US remains our ally, but Europe has to be prepared for changes in US foreign policy. When it comes to European security, Poland is at the leading edge. 4.7% of its GDP is spent on defense. In order to maintain America's commitment, the other EU countries will also have to fulfill their commitments to NATO, and that will then, in turn, guarantee the security and stability of the whole region. Supporting Ukraine is very important because We can see the consequences of this war every day across the EU, including in Poland, which has become a buffer zone between East and West. And in the border regions and frontline regions like Lublin and Podlasie, their inhabitants are taking the full brunt of that war. A stable international order requires cooperation with the US. We cannot leave any space free, because this space will be taken over by Beijing, by Moscow. And also, nobody from the ECR group can tell us where our members should be sitting, because that's not how democracy works.
Un minuto.
Thank you. Mr. López Istúriz, 1 minute. Thank you. So, President Trump's been re-elected, finally. It's been confirmed. It's raining in Strasbourg, but it's not the end is nigh, is it, as some were saying. It's not the end of the world, as some were saying. Come on. Europe discovered and colonized America. Let's be proud of our unity. It achieved so much in the past. It will achieve a lot in the future. Let us take up this challenge of the new US presidency the way we should, in a united fashion. Let's stop running around like headless chickens, trembling with fear in the corridors of Brussels. Come on, let's take this opportunity, take the bull by the horns and say, yes, it's going to be tough. We're going to be tough with Trump, but we can do it. And we will come out the other side all the better if we do this properly. And John McCain, my good friend, said, we need to decide on policy on the basis of what we defend, not on the basis of what we're opposed to. Start with what we want, not with what we don't want. We want to stand up for freedom and democracy. Let us stand up for those principles.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. Mr. Lopatka, 1 minute.
Honourable members, the United States now has an unpredictable President Donald Trump, but still remains our most important partner. Stable transatlantic axis is vital when tackling military initiatives on economic and environmental issues. A joint approach between the US and the EU is important, particularly against the backdrop of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That will only function if we continue to work together. We need swift action, dialogue at the highest level, involving the Commission President, the High Representative and Trump's administration. The US is a key ally, and we need to nurture our shared values, democracy, freedom, rule of law. We need to fight to keep the US on our side. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para la...
Thank you. Ms. Nerudova, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, relations between the EU and the US have always been a bit of je t'aime moi non plus situation. President Obama promised more cooperation, yet the US pivoted toward Asia. With Biden administration, we hoped for a change, but it was just a wishful dreaming. With Trump administration, we face a businessman who, despite our long shared history, won't go easy on us. It's time for us to shed our naivety and face reality. Ladies and gentlemen, this has to be a relationship of two confident, sovereign partners. We need to start by holding a transatlantic summit and put everything on the table. How to end the war in Ukraine, how to avoid a trade war, and how to build a stronger, more effective partnership which moves forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Benjumea, 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. It is undeniable that the new US administration gives rise to uncertainty and possible conflict for the EU, not least because of its protectionist bent. But just because there's uncertainty, we shouldn't use that as an excuse to try to deny our own shortcomings and not engage in self-criticism. The European problem with Trump is mainly a European problem. What kind of leadership are we showing to the world? Have we got strategic thought, capacity and determination to implement it together? What are we actually doing in order to be more competitive on the global stage? In the EU, we should be strengthening our commitment to the transatlantic tie. That is absolutely vital in order to guarantee democracy and freedom, and that is ever more necessary in today's unstable, dangerous world with this threat at our borders. It is only through collaboration and this transatlantic alliance that we will be able to stand up in Europe and defend both our own trade and security. Let us not lose this opportunity. Thank you. Mr. Ferber, 1 minute.
Herr President, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday the new administration took power, and if Mr. Trump only fulfills a fraction of his promises, then I think the wind will prove very cold very quickly for Europe. He wants to reduce taxes, get rid of red tape, deregulate. These are things that shouldn't mean that we end up in a race to the bottom, but we need to be clear that these measures will affect the competitiveness of American companies and will increase their competitiveness. That means if we don't want to get a kick up the behind, we're going to have to react. And that means when it comes to red tape, we need to be serious about getting rid of it. We need to have moratoriums brought in. We need to reduce costs. We need to increase the single market, complete it, and the capital markets union. And we need to be strong and competitive ourselves so that we can last in that dogfight there. And that's something that is in our hands, and we should oblige ourselves to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Ferber, you have a blue card from Mr. Grasulis Petras, if you want to accept it.
Gerbiamas.
Mr. I would like to ask you, don't you think that with the election of Trump in the United States have turned back towards the basic values? They've given up genderism, the enormous number of genders. Europe as well should go back to its roots, to its Christian values. Maybe we should be happy about the fact that in the strongest, the most powerful country of the world, values took over. We don't have to cry about it here in Parliament.
Well, honourable member, there's a basic idea that we need to address, and that is what links us together here at European level. In historical and cultural terms, we have common experiences. That's the way I define it. We should concentrate on that. We're not going to be successful if we start pitting one against another. We shall only be successful if we work together. And I'm looking forward to initiatives from you on that front.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para el señor.
Thank you. Mr. Bogdan, 1 minute.
Gracias. Excelențele voastre, am intrat într-o nouă eră.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've entered a new era, and if you don't understand this, you'll perish. Trump has announced straight away that he wants to support the American economy. He's not interested in military spending, but he is interested in migration, climate, and gender policies. We have lost sight of jobs through a Green Deal that is full of absurdities and political correctness. We've opened our borders, we're paying welfare benefits, but we're not looking at performance. I would have liked to have heard some of what Mr. Trump said yesterday in Brussels or Strasbourg. The farmers are protesting. They're facing bankruptcy. We've seen the car industry that is not just dependent on Russian gas, but it's becoming dependent on Chinese lithium. There needs to be an understanding between the EU and the US that they have to work together to defend themselves against the Chinese and Russia. This China-Russia duo seems to work well, but what about the EU and US, that duo? We need to look at bigger budgets and human resources, technology, not least European culture and education. Romania, as an example, is deeply Christian and has brains and reserves. God bless America and Europe.
Okay, perfect. We move to the Catch the Eye. Then we have a long list of speakers, and then we don't have like enough time. And what we were gonna do is like one speaker per group. Okay, respecting the order of the people asking for this Catch the Eye, and also taking into account all the blue cards that we had during this debate. The people that have been intervened. The first speaker will be Mr. Sokol for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. After his inauguration, Donald Trump, by saying drill, baby, drill, ushered a new energy policy. That means that the green policy, which wants to industrialize the EU, unless we change something, will make us fall behind Russia, the US and China. So we need a U-turn so that the EU can become more competitive in all industries. For example, the biotech sector, the production of food and the defense industry. These industries must be recognized as strategic. Our entrepreneurs cannot compete in the global market if the energy prices are higher in Europe. This is why energy sovereignty must be our absolute priority. We need a wide energy mix, including hydrogen, nuclear energy, and common public procurement of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, we must make European interests our priority and not left-wing ideology.
Turno para la señora Sardone.
Thank you. Ms. Sardone, 1 minute. One day on from Donald Trump taking office, here we are in the European Parliament. And a few long faces around the room, aren't there? But dare I say, a tear in a few people's eyes? Who would have guessed? He's said so many things that are actually common sense and the kind of things that we should be doing. So I don't see why everybody's engaging in so much doom and gloom. We should stop illegal immigration. Whereas the left here is saying that you should give everyone citizenship. He says we should defend national borders. But here in Europe, we've been pursuing Matteo Salvini, who's been risking prison simply for defending European borders. He talks about using oil and gas, everything that's available to help business. He's against the woke ideology, whereas Brussels is enthralled to political correctness. He says Americans should be able to buy whatever cars they like. Europeans don't have that privilege. We've got this 2050 deadline for e-vehicles. So we see Trump moving forward and embarrassing inaction here.
Turno para el señor Bruczynski.
Mr. Bruczynski, 1 minute.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. I am Polish and I'm a European. I would like my home country to prosper and also to see Europe be successful. And that is why I welcomed Trump's statement yesterday. He talked about common sense in politics. We need to restore common sense. I hope that this new administration in the US will lead to more common sense in Europe. We need to move away from ideological nonsense in areas such as energy security, migration, and ridiculous social engineering. An attempt to build a new society. We need to return to our common values, the Aristotelian logic, rather than new Marxist nonsense promoted by the left.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. A lot of people were talking about the world order being in danger today. With what authority can we stand up and speak out against Trump's delirium in terms of expansionism and colonialism? But what have we done about Palestine? The future of humanity is at stake there too. Who are we to point the finger at Trump? There's a slippery slope here. Trump is saying, let's use the logic of force on Greenland or wherever else. But what have we done to set up this as a precedent? I think we should engage in some self-criticism here. We have a real dilemma here. Are we going to go forward on the basis of neoliberalism or our founding values, the never again of the post-war period?
Thank you. Mr. Botenga, 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. Well, imagine that Russia were to say, we want just a little chunk of Denmark, or China were to say, listen, guys, we're going to annex Canada. You would all revolt, call to arms. We have to allow them to defend themselves. But America's doing that already today and more. They want Panama. They're threatening an economic war against our industry, our energy. And what does Ms. von der Leyen say? Oh, we have to intensify our relations with the US. We need to buy more American arms and energy. What is this? It's a Stockholm complex, like somebody who's been taken hostage, having sympathy for the hostage takers. NATO military alliance, is that going to save us from an attack? From a member of NATO, the head of NATO, if you like. So in this absurd situation where we subject ourselves to the US role rather than looking wider, let's have public investment in autonomy for Europe. Let's look at other countries, what they're doing. Look at the BRICS and other alliances that are coming to light that are providing economic and trade possibilities. Let us build Europe of the future rather than stay as a trailer being dragged by the US.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our final speaker, Mr. Brown.
It really is very pathetic and embarrassing. Mr. Trump didn't spare a word yesterday to even mention Europe, and here we are now debating for hours. Part of you expressing their frustration, anger, and hatred. The other part expressing their gratitude and best hopes to both sides. Bad news. No cavalry is coming to save us. Even if it's coming, then it might be not for our salvation. We just have to judge and decide by ourselves. And the question is, will Europe remain the side of mass experimenting on humans and nations or not? Whether we will reject leftist, non-human, unhuman policies, as Mr. Donald Trump does in his country, in his state, or not. And this debate will not change the course of this.
You're out of time. That brings us to the end of our speakers list under Catch the Eye. I'll now hand over to Maros Sefcovic on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members of the European Parliament, dear Minister. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for this very important debate which highlighted unparalleled political, economic and security importance of transatlantic relationship. I appreciate your calls for constructive and early engagement with our American partners. We are prepared for the negotiations and we are ready to engage. I am convinced that among two closest strategic and biggest trade partners, there are no issues which cannot be resolved amicably and through cooperation. That's what we offer, that's what we propose, and as INTA Chairman Mr. Lange said, let's use negotiations to build stable relationship with the new US administration. Several honourable members, Mr. Szczerba, Madam Wilmez, Mr. Kallas, Madam Jael Muro, and I think last one, Madam Vcislo, highlighted many European strengths. The biggest one of them was clearly described as our unity. Unity of our member states, unity of our institutions, and strong public support for our approach. We all know very well that when Europe is united, it gets things done. We in the European Commission are committed to work as closely as possible to consolidate our European unity, and of course, where necessary, we are prepared to defend European interests and uphold our values, because that's the European way. Mr. Vondra, Mr. McAllister and several others were asking about policy responses to this new situation driven by hyper-competition in the world. The European Commission is working very hard to present to you very soon the new roadmap, how to increase our productivity, how to close innovation gap. We are working on the clean industrial deal. We want to advance and accelerate work on Capital Markets Union, and we will also deliver on our commitment to present to you competitiveness compass, as well as a very solid package how to cut the red tape, as it was suggested by Mr. Ferber. At this moment, we are intensely consulting key stakeholders in key sectors of our economy, like steel, aluminium, mobility, and cars, to make sure that we are up to requirements of this new age. On top of all this, we are reviewing our toolbox for beefing up EU's economic security, as suggested by Chairwoman Laluk. Madame Van Brent was calling for closer cooperation with like-minded partners, and I can confirm that the new geoeconomics is opening new trade opportunities for the European Union with partners who see us as fair, predictable, and, of course, biggest trading bloc in the world. In the last 2 months, we concluded important trade negotiations with Mercosur, Switzerland, and Mexico. We significantly accelerated our talks with India, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and we are pursuing with a new momentum negotiations with several partners in Southeast Asia and Africa. This is the best proof that there is huge appetite for free and fair trade, and the European Union will remain its champion, its promoter, and will continue to push for rules-based order, be it for international or trade relations. So, Mr. President, honourable members, we are open for fair business and we are open for constructive talks. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Comisario.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now hear from the Council, Mr. Slapka, Minister for the European Union in the Polish government, speaking on behalf of the European Council.
Mr. President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner, after this very interesting debate, just a few remarks on behalf of the Council. We are committed to working towards a positive agenda with the US. The world needs the US and the EU working together to promote our values and strategic aims. I am sure that transatlantic relations will remain a major topic of political discussion for the foreseeable future, and that is why debates like this are both timely and relevant, also having in mind that our priorities are security and competitiveness. But I would like to underline that the most important is to keep European unity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias. Con esto daríamos por...
Thank you. That brings us to the end of this debate. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, Council and Commission statements, the need to detect and to counter sabotage by the Russian shadow fleet damaging critical undersea infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We will first hear from Mr. Slapka on behalf of the Council.
We will wait a couple of minutes, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members, Madam Commissioner. Lately, we have seen a troubling increase of hybrid activities attributed or connected to Russia. These include instrumentalization of migrants, sabotage, arson, and the jamming and spoofing on the global navigation satellite system. We have also seen physical attacks on individuals, cyber attacks, and disinformation. All these actions are aimed at challenging our democracy, sovereignty, and security, as well as the cohesion of our societies and the rule of law. When it comes to the sabotage of critical undersea infrastructure and the Russian shadow fleet, allows me to stress 3 main points. First, we strongly condemn any deliberate destruction of Europe's critical infrastructure and recent attempts to manage the undersea cables in the Baltic. The investigation is still ongoing, and the suspected vessels is once again part of Russia's shadow fleet. Safeguarding undersea infrastructure is critical not only for regional security. These cables are vital for communication and data flow, and their disruption jeopardizes our security and economic interests. I would like to commend that Finnish authorities for their swift reaction and express full solidarity with the affected member states. Secondly, I would like to emphasize that Russia's shadow fleet does not only fuel Russia's war machine against Ukraine, but by circumventing the oil price cap. It also poses significant risk to the environment and maritime safety in Europe and globally, with its inadequate maintenance and poorly insured vessels. Thirdly, and the most important, the EU is taking measures to address these incidents and safeguard undersea cables. We do this by improving information sharing, advancing detection system, bolstering undersea repair capabilities, and deepening international partnership. We work closely, especially with NATO, to safeguard our critical infrastructure. We are also targeting the root cause of the problem by using sanctions. In December, the Foreign Affairs Council adopted the 15th package of sanctions on Russia, targeting, among others, the Shadow Fleet. The Council added 52 vessels to the list of those subject to a port access ban and ban on provision of a broad range of services related to maritime transport, bringing the total of EU-designated vessels to 71. On the same day, the Council also adopted the first set of listing under the newly established regime on Russia's destabilizing activities. While any decision on further measures is to be taken by unanimity by EU member states, we will continue exploring ways to increase pressure on Russia and its shadow fleet, including through further restrictive measures. We will continue to engage with our partners and in international fora, such as in International Maritime Organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the European Commission, Ms. Virkkunen, Executive Vice President.
Dear President, honourable members, in recent months we have seen a series of further incidents affecting subsea critical infrastructure. The latest was on Christmas Day and resulted in the damage of undersea power transmission cable between Finland and Estonia and 4 undersea data cables. So, first of all, let me comment the swift action taken by Finland and Estonia, as well as their transparency in sharing information with the Commission and Member States. We strongly condemn any deliberate destruction of Europe's critical infrastructure, including damage to energy infrastructure and undersea cables. These events demonstrate the vulnerability of the critical infrastructure which we rely on for carrying data, gas and electricity. This must be seen against a backdrop of geopolitical tension and Russia's hybrid attacks against the EU. The damage of one single cable may not necessarily have a big impact in our telecommunications. However, the systemic disruption may cause several consequences for the affected regions and also the Union as a whole. Such damage could also entail significant risks for the environment and maritime safety in Europe. We can best respond to these challenges if we act together, combining civil and military response. The joint statement of the Baltic Sea NATO Allies Summit of 14 January shows the value of cooperation in tackling hybrid threats. Together, we are stronger. Against this background, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario and take a whole-of-government approach. To threat actors who are prepared to use an array of tools while trying to destabilize democratic societies. Let me explain how the EU Commission is working on 3 fronts. We are improving coordination, we are enhancing governance, and we are also increasing funding. On coordination, the legal instrument we need when it comes to prevention and preparedness are already in place. The Directive of the Resilience of Critical Entities, so-called SHARE Directive, and the Directive of High Level of Cybersecurity across the Union, so-called NIS2 Directive, entered into application on October 2024. These 2 sister directives are the basis for coordination and preparedness against threats and disruption. The SHARE Directive improves the physical security and resilience of critical entities. The NIS2 Directive improves the overall cybersecurity and digital resilience of critical infrastructure from cyber, physical and environmental threats. This means that the providers of digital critical infrastructure must also ensure protection against unauthorized physical access, damage, sabotage and interference. The necessary rules are in place, but we need more efforts on transposition. We continue to support Member States and call on them to transpose both directives as soon as possible. Last week, we also published the Cyber Solidarity Act. It provides coordinated digital preparedness testing in the highly critical sectors, including digital infrastructure and also related cables. The Act also creates the EU Cybersecurity Reserve, which can respond to significant or large-scale cybersecurity incidents. Following the explosions along the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, the Council recommendation on critical infrastructure resilience addressed preparedness, response and international cooperation with concrete measures. Member States have also conducted voluntary stress tests of critical infrastructure in the energy sector to identify vulnerabilities, and this pilot initiative should be expanded to further sectors. The Commission is also working with Member States and ENISA under the recommendation from February 2024 on secure and resilient submarine cable infrastructures to perform a mapping of cables and assess related risks, develop a cable security toolbox of mitigating measures, and also draw up a list of cable projects of European interest. These measures all focus on prevention and preparedness. Yet we also need to hold actors accountable for sabotage and other attacks. For this, our coordinated action using sanctions is worth mentioning. It is in December 2024, the Council adopted its 15th sanctions package against Russia, focusing among other aspects also the shadow fleet. As part of these sanctions, 52 additional vessels were added to the list of those banned from accessing ports and from receiving a wide range of maritime transport services. Second, on governance. In the EU, we are lacking a common governance of cable technologies and cable laying services to ensure rapid and secure repair and maintenance of cables. We need to work in complementary with NATO, which is a key actor when it comes to deterrence in the high seas. At the recent summit of Baltic Sea nations' governments, the Commission and NATO outlined concrete and very coordinated action to address the challenges in cable resilience, protection and repair. We welcome actions launched by the NATO allies, such as new patrol and surveillance operations to protect critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. The European Commission is ready to do more and better in our prevention, early detection, as well as response and recovery capabilities. We are currently working on identifying concrete actions and steps to be taken, and some more structurally, to improve the resilience and security of the undersea cables. And third, about funding. This includes our already substantial investments in the security and resilience of submarine cables through the Connecting Europe Facility digital programme, including in the Baltic Sea, where we are currently financing 8 projects. In addition, there is more than €5 million earmarked for connectivity infrastructure in the CEF Digital Work Programme in the coming years. The first call is ongoing. Furthermore, under the CEF, we are supporting the deployment of smart cable systems that can be used to monitor nearby activities and anticipate threats and vulnerabilities, acting as an early warning system. We are also looking into how further reinforce our ability to deploy and repair cables so that we are equipped with the necessary fleet capable to rapidly intervene in all EU regions. Keeping Europe safe is my priority, including safeguarding our critical infrastructure on sea, land and space. Now I'm looking forward to hearing your views, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice President. We'll now hear from the members. First of all, Mr. Gahler on behalf of the European People's Party.
Colleagues, Council Presidency, Commissioner, among the multifold wake-up calls that we are getting to assess the Russian threat to our countries, the Presidency alluded to some others. The demolition of critical infrastructure such as sea cables is just one further example. And I think Putin would be disappointed if we discussed whether that was accidental or who was responsible. He wants us to know that he is able to exploit and test our vulnerabilities. In these circumstances, it is good to see that we are increasingly prepared. And I'm happy to learn that 52 additional vessels were added to a list of those who have no access to our ports. And I'm grateful to the Commissioner that you listed all the measures that we are working on or already implementing in this regard. I think that is yet another example where we see only together we are strong and only together can we represent and defend our interests. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Fritzen, 1 minute. On behalf of the S&D Group.
Thank you, President, Commission, Council. Over the last few months, we've seen a growing threat and damage done to undersea cables in the Baltic. I'm from Sweden, and I live on the Baltic coast with my family, and we know that we are especially vulnerable to the Russian Shadow Fleet. About 1/2 of all Russian oil exports goes through our waters. They're huge environmental risks. Our security is at threat and our infrastructure too. It's also a very clear example of how Russia is trying to circumvent international sanctions. And hence we have to put a stop to the introduction of Russian oil and gas to our states. We shouldn't be importing this. We have taken a decision. We have to put a stop to it now. To conclude, I also welcome measures to increase cooperation around the Baltic Sea. This concerns our safety, our security and our environment. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Vistisen, 1.5 minutes, on behalf of Patriots for Europe Group.
Situationen i Østersøen er
The situation in the Baltic is quite serious. We have seen explosions of the gas pipe Nord Stream 2 and these damages to undersea cables that there have been, where we as NATO allies have been completely inept at defending our interests in the Baltic. Unfortunately, it's a number of catastrophic military decisions that leave us so helpless in this situation. In Denmark, for instance, it was a monumentous failure to stop financing the submarines in the Danish fleet. So we don't have the eyes and ears we used to have to control or follow what foreign forces are doing in our nearest waters. So we can only hope that the NATO allies around the Baltic, Sweden, Finland, the Baltic countries and Germany will now start a much more forceful naval defense. What I can also hope is that we will introduce sanctions against the Russian shadow fleets, which Denmark has not done at all. Apparently, Denmark is actually obliged to repair Russian shadow fleet vessels, even though they are transporting oil and gas and financing their war in Ukraine by doing so. So let's pull ourselves together. Introduce sanctions to make sure that Danish shipyards are not obliged to repair ships. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mr. Posnax for 1.5 minutes on behalf of the ECR Group.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Since the previous debate on the Shadow Fleet, 2 strategic cables have been broken in the Baltic Sea and 1 example of an ecological disaster in the Black Sea witnessed. A few dozen ships have been sanctioned, but several hundred continue their illegal work. But ships are just transport. In essence, it's about oil. Where is it being transported to and who is buying it? And here are some interesting coincidences. Since the sanctions against Russian oil were introduced, its import to the European Union has decreased dramatically. However, the need for oil products has not decreased, and it is compensated with oil products from India. According to various data, approximately 60% of the Shadow Fleet goes directly to India. It may be just a coincidence, but I don't believe in it. We want our book publishers to be able to prove the origin of every tree from which the paper for their books is made. Maybe it is time for us to treat petroleum products similarly. Otherwise, it may turn out that we are at least partly paying not only for Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but also ecological disasters and damaging our critical infrastructure. Sometimes the hardest battles have to be fought in front of a mirror.
Thank you. Mr. Pyatt, 1 minute for Renew.
Dear colleagues, a day before, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia initiated their new attack against Ukraine. Many important analysts said that, according to their data, Russia will not attack Ukraine. However, it did. These analysts were wrong. By now, many ships have damaged underwater power and energy connections, most recently on Christmas Eve, and therefore Baltic people pay a lot more for electricity they would if these contacts were intact. And still there are people who don't believe that damaging infrastructure is a part of Russia's hybrid war. But it is, and we need to stand up against that together. Russia will test how far they can go, potential objects of attack are not only in the Baltic Sea, they are in the Northern Sea, in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic. We must protect the connections. These who damage them need to be punished at the greatest length. So it is more dangerous for Russia to recruit these crews that will commit crimes for them. The activities of European countries can only be sufficient if our assessment of the threat is adequate and corresponds to the actual.
Mr. Ninis.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it is ridiculous to claim that the cable breakages in the Baltic Sea would be accidents. All of a sudden, several tankers would have started to drag, just by accidents, their anchors for tens of kilometers at the bottom of the sea, and at the same time circle around the well-known cable routes. Well, that is not possible. The shadow fleet has to be stopped, both for the environmental risks and security risks. EU and its member states must secure that all the shadow fleet vessels will be covered by the sanctions. And with our partners, these impacts will be global, and stopping this fleet will take away billions of euros of income. And at the same time, we have to make sure that the systematic checks system of insurances takes place. And also the seafaring law will have to have means to tackle the illegal traffic also in the Danish Straits if there is an environmental serious risk. And that is exactly what the shadow fleet causes. We have to take initiative and not just keep waiting for the Russian sabotage.
Minuto en nombre del Grupo de la Izquierda.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. The Russian shadow fleet constitutes an immediate threat to safety, security and the environment in the Baltic. A week or so ago, there was a huge tanker that was drifting with 100,000 tons of oil on board because of its engines failed. And at the end of December, the Finnish authorities boarded a tanker, Eagle S, which is now being investigated for the damage to cables in electricity transmission and internet between Finland and Estonia. Now, that tanker had Russian oil and had huge flaws in seaworthiness. Now, the boarding of that Eagle S vessel shows that we can actually do things against this threat. We need to stop people breaking sanctions and financing Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. We need to act now before it's too late, before there is a huge accident. We have to have more blacklisting. We have to have more investigations and checks. The Russian shadow fleet has to be stopped for the sake of the environment and for the sake of Ukraine.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Ahora.
Thank you. Mr. Drozo, 1 minute. Europe of Sovereign Nations.
President, honourable members, the Commission has published statements on the shadow fleet targeting Russia. Last week, NATO Secretary General Mr. Rutte talked about and fantasized about attacks on our infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We saw a special summit in Helsinki. And then in the Washington Post, there was an article relying on Secret Service reports stating that damage to Baltic Sea undersea cables was not caused by the Russians. You can understand why President Trump in future might not want to have anything to do with the European NATO allies. What about German investigations into the North Sea pipeline? There are risks here, but we have a simple solution. Let's get rid of these sanctions targeting Russia, and then we will see the shadow fleet disappear into the mists of the sea. Thank you.
Gracias. Con esto hemos acabado el turno de intervención.
Thank you. We've now completed the round of speakers on behalf of political groups. We'll now hear from members, starting with Mr. Aaltola for 1 minute.
Hyvä puheenjohtaja, arvoisa komissaari Virkkunen. Venäjä käyttää varjolaivastoa kiertääkseen pakotteita, vahingoittaakseen kriittistä infrastruktuuria. Näillä toimilla se tahallaan ja tuottamuksellisesti testaa lännen reaktioita, ja meidän tulee ymmärtää, että passiivisuus haasteen edessä viestii heikkoutta. Venäjä ja Kiina käyttävät Itämerta testialustana. Liiallisen itsevarmuuden tasosta kielii sekin, että Venäjä kokee voivansa painostaa Eurooppaa.
Sorry, we are having a problem with the... I'm not sure if you could start again your speech, and then we ensure that we are ready with interpretation. Sorry.
Venäjä käyttää...
Chairman, President, Russia uses shadow fleet to circle sanctions and damage critical infrastructure. This is how Russia tests our reactions, and we have to understand that we shall not remain passive. We show our weakness if we remain passive, and Russia uses the Baltic Sea as its test platform. Russia feels that it can pressure Europe where it has its own critical energy transport activities. So we should remain active and keep on controlling shadow fleet's traffic in the Baltic Sea and send a clear message to Russia. Make sure that it understands that it is not possible to use shadow fleet in the Baltic Sea. It is not just traffic as such. We have to recognize these shadow fleet vessels and put them on the sanctions list. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heinäluoma, 1 minute.
Todellakin Itämerellä on nyt aivan liikaa elintärkeiden kaapeleiden rikkoontumisia, että tätä kaikkea voisi pitää sattumana. EU voi menestyä vain, jos se osaltaan pitää huolta häiriöttömistä kansalliset rajat ylittävistä.
Sorry, we are having a problem with the English. If you could start again, sorry.
It's my pleasure. Itämerellä on nyt todellakin...
In the Baltic Sea, indeed, there have been too many critical infrastructure cable breakages for it to be considered a mere coincidence. The EU can only be successful if it does its share of securing incidents-free cross-border connections. That is why the repeated cable breakages in the Baltic Sea is an issue for the whole of the Union. The Baltic countries have already taken action in order to improve the surveillance together with NATO's allies, and their presence in the Baltic Sea is a very positive fact. The ruthless activities of the Russian shadow fleet has to be tackled. The EU must approach the authorities of the flag states of these ships and require absolute adherence to the security rules and normal seafair practices. EU must quickly increase the number of sanctioned vessels and decrease the oil's price cap, as well as promote the insurance checks, and we expect forceful action by the Commission.
Mr. Dvorczyk, for 1 minute.
Panie Przewodniczący, koleżanki i...
Thank you, President. Colleagues, once again we have criminal activity being carried out by Russia, in this case in a shadow fleet, on our agenda. The EU has not been effective in its action. We haven't managed to limit Russia's actions, rather the opposite. We're seeing more and more of this kind of thing, terrorist attacks, destroying infrastructure, destroying undersea cables. That is international terrorism, and it is high time we took effective action against it. We need cooperation in NATO. We need to ensure that the Baltic Sea is safe, and we need to combat those responsible. Sanctions on the fleet should be respected unambiguously, and we should have an effective list. There's 79 vessels on the fleet, but there are over 600 vessels in the Phantom Shadow fleet. So we need to ensure that we hit all of those sectors. Mr. Austrevicius, 1 minute.
Madam, Mr. President, ministers, Commissioner, Russia's intensifying war against the West, our critical infrastructure, democratic system, and our economy, which has not officially been declared, has been going on for years and is a reality today. The recent events of breaking telecommunication and electricity cables in the Baltic Sea are not just accidental. This is a hybrid war. A strong joint EU-NATO response is essential. We need to increase regional cooperation and we need to embark on concrete actions. The Baltic Sea Police mission is essential in order to ensure our social and economic security. We also need to anticipate the development program of sea cables. And I think we must ensure Western companies and their investment and their involvement. And we need to reduce Chinese investment and influence. The experience gained and the cooperation projects designed to protect the offshore cable infrastructure in the Baltic Sea must be applied to other waters around Europe and also in the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Ana Newman, por un minuto.
Ms. Neumann, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, for too long have we treated the Baltic Sea as a tourist destination, a quite periphery of Europe? Well, it turns out it's not. Hundreds of vessels of Russia's shadow fleet pass through the Baltic, lacking proper insurance and sailing under ever-changing flags. These worn-down, uninsured tankers are creating the conditions for an environmental disaster of unimaginable scale. The recent breakdown of 2 such ships just in front of the island of Rügen offered us a glimpse of the potential magnitude. These ships are severing energy and communication lines, deliberately attacking the very arteries that connect the European Union. Last week, Europe stepped up. NATO's Baltic Centre initiative uses advanced drone fleets to patrol and protect critical undersea infrastructure, and it is the first NATO mission led solely by European troops and capabilities, and it proves that Europe can lead in securing its regions. But we must go further than monitoring. Sanction shadow fleet vessels and their owners, ban tanker sales to states undermining the oil price cap, and automatically stop sanctioned and uninsured ships entering EU waters. We shouldn't wait for a blackout or an oil spill before we act decisively to protect our waters and our citizens.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es la palabra para la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies, viimeksi lokakuussa
President, last October I called for stronger action to tackle the Russian shadow navy in this place. Since then, we've seen the risks associated with the shadow fleet becoming more concrete. It allows Russia to continue its illegal war in Ukraine, it can sabotage critical infrastructure, and it poses a continuing serious environmental risk to the Baltic Sea. We have already had a warning example of this in the Black Sea. The Finnish authorities have been praised, and rightly so, for their swift action in relation to the Eagle S vessel. However, we need more means. The EU must support the member states in the Baltic Sea region in finding ways of stopping and inspecting ships with the framework of international maritime law. The EU must add individual ships to the sanctions list. And contrary to many opinions, sanctions have had a significant impact on the Russian economy and still does so, and therefore this work must continue. We must continue work for stopping the shadow fleet, both for Ukraine and for the environment. Thank you.
Por un minuto.
Mr. Blaha, 1 minute.
Vážení, prosím, prestaňte tu šíriť.
I think we should stop all this kind of conspiracy theory business about Russian fleets destroying undersea cables. You've got no evidence for it. It's pure anti-Russian propaganda led by the Americans. Look at Nord Stream. Jeffrey Sachs and other Americans have demonstrated that it was the American secret services who were responsible for that terrorist act. They hit the Turkish stream. 2, they stopped gas supplies to Europe. Dictator Zelensky bringing an energy war to Europe. We in Slovakia will defend ourselves. We're talking about tens of billions of euros. Whose interests are really being defended here when we talk about low-cost Russian gas? If we buy more expensive gas from the US, it'll be the ruin of Europe. You're making up all these sabotage stories. You glorify Zelensky, demonize Russia, and I think you should wake up once and for all.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno para...
Thank you. Mr. McAllister, 1 minute.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, Executive Vice President, honourable members, the NATO Baltic Sea Conference in Helsinki brought the Russian shadow fleet to the highest political level of discussion, and it was long overdue. We have seen an appalling slew of rusty oil tankers, uninsured, sailing in our seas, and Russia is deliberately circumventing international sanctions. According to the German press agency, some 12 billion euro is flowing into the Russian war chest. It is a key source of revenue for Russia in its illegal war in Ukraine. So we need to swiftly look at the international action that can be taken to tackle the shadow fleet and hold Russia accountable for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. Thank you.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno para el señor Kremer.
Thank you. Mr. Kremer, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, I wouldn't usually recommend watching Russian television. But in the last couple of days, it has offered some revealing insights into Russia's view on the Baltic Sea. Because in talk show after talk show, we can watch Russian commentators discussing which undersea cables and pipelines connect European countries in the Baltic Sea, and also which would cause the greatest harm if destroyed. Sadly, this isn't just television drama, but it's a grim reality. In recent months, we've seen the destruction of critical energy and data infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. One incident involved a Chinese vessel, another one a ship from Putin's so-called shadow fleet. So let's call this what it is: sabotage. Putin is testing us. Putin is testing our resolve. So let's show him our resolve through decisive measures to strengthen our resilience, through greater naval presence in the region, and through finally tougher sanctions on the owners of Putin's shadow fleet. Colleagues, it's time to push Putin's hybrid warfare back to where it belongs, into Russian TV fiction. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Vice President Zila, 1 minute.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. Minister, Commissioner, I will start with the good news with the summit in Helsinki, and within NATO the situation has improved after this summit meeting, and the Baltic Sea has been controlled since. But in the current situation, the most important and the strongest instrument at Europe's hand against Russia is to impose sanctions against operations of Russia's shadow fleet, as was recently done by the US. Russia is getting several benefits from the operations of this fleet. It allows it to get income for sustaining the war machine by circumventing the price cuts, the risk of damaged infrastructure in the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, and also there is a risk of environmental risk posed by single-hull tankers. And also it divides EU member states in terms of interest from the geographical point of view. And we also see that the comments of colleagues are based on geographical insights. And strong sanctions should have been in place already yesterday, because all these elements of hybrid war are firstly and mainly directed against the interests of the EU member states. And if we don't do this, then the new US administration would pose us a question: why should we in the US protect Europe if Europe doesn't protect itself? Thank you.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno para la señora Henrik.
Thank you. Ms. Henriksson, 1 minute.
Talman, Commissioner Virkkunen.
President, Commissioner Virkkunen, the security situation in the Baltic has worsened. Every day we're seeing unseaworthy vessels from the Russian shadow fleet with tens of tons of oil running through this important internal sea. And this constitutes a serious security threat for the environment, for the Baltic and the whole of the EU. The Finnish authorities caught one of these Russian shadow fleet ships red-handed, and this vessel had dragged cables along the seabed and damaged important other cables. It's hardly a coincidence. We know that there's a lot of vision on the Baltic Sea. We need to continue having such close vision on what's going on. We need to work together. We need to increase resources for security, defence and preparedness. The Baltic should not become a theatre for hybrid operations and sabotage.
Thank you. Mr. Sinkevičius, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, today we confront a critical issue at the core of the EU's commitment to Ukraine, global security and economic stability. The shadow fleets fueling Russia's oil trade and, of course, Russian oil chest. While the recent oversight and monitoring efforts are commendable, they are sort of like painting over a rust, a temporary fix that at the end of the day fails to address the root cause. The reality is clear. Russian oil finds its buyers, including here in Europe. This revenue funds the war in Ukraine and funds destabilization in Europe too. So to address this, I propose 5-step action plan. First of all, the G7 oil price cap. It needs to go down even further to $30 per barrel. Secondly, expanding sanctions to target shadow fleet vessels and their enablers. Secondly, enhancing EU maritime surveillance. We need to close loopholes allowing Russian oil imports, such as in Bulgaria. And finally, establish an EU task force to improve intelligence sharing and enforcement of sanctions. So I call on action now, not to wait for further sabotages in the Baltic Sea. We have a unique moment with the Poland's presidency of the EU, but also with the Commission. And I call to ensure a unity in this matter and to take measures as soon as possible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Clausen, 1 minute.
In the Baltic Sea, there's an increase in barely hidden acts of sabotage on our undersea infrastructure. By all accounts, these acts of sabotage are carried out by the secret Russian shadow fleet. We cannot ignore that. So let me ask, when will we start to take this seriously and take off the kid gloves? When will we do what we have called for several times? Increase the pressure on the flag states that Russia uses. When will we actually explore the ways in which we can limit the shadow fleet? Every day the shadow fleet is at sea, it adds enormous amounts to Putin's war machine. Money for death, destruction and repression. And every day it's a danger to the environment and our infrastructure. When is it enough? We will not bow to either Trump nor Putin. Let's say stop.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor.
Thank you. Mr. Vanka, 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the targeted destruction of underwater infrastructure is a crime and has to be condemned wholeheartedly. In this chamber, everybody supports measures to stop this from happening, and if they do happen, for it to be pursued. On the 26th of September 2022, 3 of 4 Nord Stream pipelines were destroyed in a criminal act. 25% of the annual methane emissions of Germany was released in one go. It's a huge catastrophe. Where were the condemnations from this Parliament? Is there good and poor undersea infrastructure? And if yes, where's the difference? The Russian Federation were accused of being those responsible for that, but now we know that's not the truth. With all probability, it was Ukrainian forces with support from the West who carried this out. So I want to see less hypocrisy, less double standards, and more prevention of these sort of things from happening by actions carried out by this Parliament.
Muchas gracias. Es el turno para la señora Kalniete por un minuto.
Thank you. Ms. Kalniete, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, during the previous year, we have witnessed targeted attacks on our critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. They are harming our energy and communication systems, and every day endanger transactions worth trillions of dollars. Investigations indicate involvement of Russian and Chinese ships. It is essential to safeguard our infrastructure. Therefore, NATO has launched the enhanced surveillance mission Baltic Sentry. But that is not enough. The UK has sanctioned 110 vessels, but the US more than 200. We, with 79 sanctioned ships, are lagging behind. Colleagues, these ships not only endanger our underwater infrastructure with their hostile actions, but they are earning billions of dollars for Russia, thus prolonging war in Ukraine. We have to be more active in the tackling of the shadow fleet. We have to act fast and decisive.
Ahora es el turno para la señora
Thank you. Ms. Kaljurand, 1 minute.
Dear President, Commissioner, Russia's hybrid attacks have increased year by year. We know that, we see that, they repeat them, but we are still unable to prevent or punish them. European Union, one of the largest economic areas in the world, cannot slow down the Russia's war economy that is several times smaller. Today, it's the shore countries of the Baltic Sea and NATO are supervising the sea. At the same time, we are adopting sanctions that will not be fulfilled, and Russia simply sneers at it. Everybody says the right words: cybersecurity, solidarity, partnership, sanctions. Words do not cut it. We must start acting decisively and efficiently. Only then can we stop the Russian war machine in Ukraine and cyber attacks in the European Union.
Mr.
Bielan, 1 minute.
President, Russia's war of aggression is creeping its way to our Union and neighbours, highlighting both the commendable work of national security forces but also our collective shortcomings in our defences against hybrid threats. It is imperative that we bolster our resilience against these provocations, which are endangering our populations, our infrastructures and our ways of life. We know that the information sharing and resources dedicated in national programmes to the detection and countering undersea infrastructures are not sufficient. However, solutions exist: better EU-NATO cooperation, investments in backup systems, enhanced collective security in the region, but also a stricter enforcement of the UNCLOS. To conclude, let me underline that undersea infrastructures are the tip of the iceberg. Exploding packages, arson attacks, death threats and election interference are happening, and it is our duty to provide our collective answers. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para la señora Katainen por un minuto.
Thank you very much. Ms. Katainen is next for 1 minute.
Kiitoksia puhemies. Hyvä komissaari. Venäjän varjolaivaston toiminta.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Russian shadow fleet in the Baltic is a classic example of hybrid influence. It's difficult to patrol the seas, and it's difficult to catch anyone red-handed. It's good that NATO is now present in the Baltic to deter hybrid influence. The Baltic Sentinel operation is to use ships and other technological solutions. We will not be able to secure all of our marine infrastructure. We'll have to react quickly, and the responsible authorities will have to cooperate. We will also need to be ready to deal with oil spills, for example, and other environmental threats which might be caused deliberately. To what extent is the Commission supporting national authorities in their work so as to secure our infrastructure?
Señora Levin, por un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Levin now for 1 minute.
Herr talman.
President, Madam Commissioner, in the middle of December, we had a vessel from the Russian Shadow Fleet that was in the Baltic Sea. 3,000 tons of oil leaked out into the Baltic Sea and also damaged underwater infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We also need to be aware that at any time we can have the type of oil disaster we saw in the Black Sea in the Baltic Sea. This is something that would be a real catastrophe. We already have pollution, plastic pollution, overfishing, and the very last thing we need is an oil disaster. We see that there are around 25 ships in the Baltic Sea from the Russian Shadow fleet, ships that don't even have insurance. Sometimes they're ticking environmental time bombs. We need to end Putin's vessels in the Baltic Sea. We need to end this source of financing for the Ukraine's war. And in order to do this, we have to stop this shadow fleet for the sake of peace and for the sake of the environment. Thank you.
Ahora es el turno para el señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Terrace for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mrs. Vice President, dear colleagues, over the last year and a half, there have been a number of incidents underwater critical infrastructure was damaged by commercial vessels in the Baltic Sea. These are acts of covert war, dear colleagues, and not insolent mishaps, as some have recently speculated. Russia has identified our underwater critical infrastructure as one of the main weak points, our Achilles heel. Russian politicians have publicly bragged that this is the new face of a war and we should live with it. We cannot accept this kind of behavior. In addition to NATO operation, the EU should step up as well. One of possible protective measures could be voluntarily acceptance of cameras on the captain's deck, for instance. We need to use technology and out-of-box approach to stand against this nasty threat. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. A ako ďalšieho poprosím.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Danielsson.
Tack, herr talman. För några...
Thank you very much, President. For some months, we have been discussing the threat of the Russian Shadow Fleet here in the Parliament, and now we are back again to talk about damage to important infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We're talking about damage to underwater cables, but these aren't the only types of attacks that we see. We see issues around Gotland, around Finland, that have affected the shipping traffic in the whole region. This is no coincidence. This is part of the hybrid warfare, and it is time to act. Our sanctions are clearly not sufficient. We have to act against this shadow fleet. we need to have safety for our maritime transport. This needs to be linked to sanctions. We need to look at our TEN-T projects as well. We have to really invest in our infrastructure, but we have to start by ending Putin's shadow fleet. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Ratza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues.
Millal on leidnud tõestust kahjude tekitamise kohta Läänemeres ja Vahemeres? Jääb selline mulje, et ei pöörata piisavalt tähelepanu Euroopa Liidu poolt oma strateegilistele huvide kaitsel. Ning üks küsimus puudutab just veealust taristut.
Some member states, including Italy under Giorgia Meloni, have focused on the submarine environment and protecting our energy supply, and we have given the necessary administrative and legislative attention to this. The feeling in the Mediterranean and the Baltic is that the same level of attention has not been played by the European Union, and this is going to be more important than ever, because in some cases this is almost a state of war. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mr. Iabs has the floor.
Godātais prezidenta kungs, godātā Virkunenes kundze, man liekas, ka daudziem...
Mr. President, Commissioner Virkunen, I think many colleagues in the House are unfamiliar with Russian hybrid attacks. We in the Baltic area are very familiar with them. Attacks using migrants, the destruction of digital infrastructure. This is all the work of the Russian shadow fleet. We need to sanction all the ships in the shadow fleet, not just the 70 already on the list. Shipping insurance is also important. The European Union could close the Danish Straits because these ships pose not only an environmental threat to the Baltic Sea, but a security threat to our critical infrastructure. So a serious EU reaction is necessary. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Stačis.
President, Commissioner, Russia is a threat to the Baltic Sea with its shadow fleet. We can see what could happen in the Baltic Sea if we look what happened recently in the Black Sea, where there was an accident and oil leaked into the sea. This would be an absolute catastrophe in the Baltic Sea. It would destroy the ecosystem. Our beautiful beaches would be destroyed for decades. NATO has reacted. They have sent patrol ships. And we also need to assume our responsibilities. We need to protect the Baltic Sea. What does that mean? We need to react immediately if there is some kind of oil spill. We need coordinated action to protect the Baltic Sea. We need to make a strategic plan and have strategic points within this area until we have tackled this shadow fleet.
And the next speaker is Ms. Juknevičienė.
Kolegos, šešėlinis Rusijos laivynas, kuris padeda
Colleagues.
Krypdytų ukrainiečius, yra didelio Rusijos ir jos pagalbininkų karo prieš mus dalis. Kokių veiksmų turi imtis Europos Sąjunga, kovodama su Rusijos šešėliniu?
There is no English translation, so if you can start again and hopefully the interpreters will get you.
Now I can start?
Yes, please.
This already works. Gerbiami kolegos,
Colleagues, the Russian Phantom Fleet, which is helping the Kremlin in its war against Ukraine, is a war against Western states. What should we do? What should the European Union do to fight this shadow fleet? Parliament said in its resolution in November last year Now we can see that this shadow fleet is being used as a tool for sabotage. I would congratulate Finland, who've shown a clear example of how to react in these cases. It has a direct effect on our security. Russia is trying to act in a way that does not violate Article 5 of NATO, but their goal is to provoke chaos, to keep societies held in fear, and to try to influence elections and so forth. We need to act now. We need to find all the tools that we need.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Andriukaitis.
Dėkoju, gerbiamas posėdžio pirmininkai, gerbiamas komisarė. Tikrai nemanau, kad 24.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, I am sure that when we look at the infrastructure around the Baltic Sea, the damages caused were no accident. The Baltic countries are trying to decouple from their old power network connected with Russia. So Russia is trying to discourage the Baltic states. And Putin is trying to see to what extent the EU and NATO will react. I welcome the actions taken by NATO. We can see that the sanctions we have are not sufficient. Only 79 ships have been sanctioned. The World Maritime Organization has not been sufficiently used to stop these ships going into the Baltic Sea. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Wąsik.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest country in the European Union, Germany, allowed for Putin to make huge amounts of money and blackmail Eastern Europe. This was all done through Nord Stream. I think it's time to hear about more sanctions on Russia and those supporting Russia. The Americans have imposed sanctions. That's the only way. Only tough sanctions will help deal with Russia. I call on everybody to support further sanctions on Russia. This is an empire of evil once again. Putin's Russia must go bankrupt, and the civilized world must make it happen. Otherwise, we all need to learn Russian. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Gerbrandy.
Mr. Chairman, Minister, Commissioner, I demand a much higher priority by both the Commission and the Member States. We simply have no time to waste, and for three reasons. First of all, this shadow fleet is a floating environmental disaster. We've seen it in the Black Sea, and a new big oil spill was only recently just avoided in Germany. Secondly, the shadow fleet is undermining the sanctions and financing Putin's war. And thirdly, they are a danger for our security. Our energy and IT cables, they are targets for Putin. And as we are very busy mapping our sea cables, Putin is at the same time destroying them. So I have a few very concrete questions. Why are we not entering every ship, like Finland has done, that we suspect might be part of the shadow fleet? Why have we only managed to identify 79 tankers? So I urgently call on the EU, the member states, the coastal guards, make this your first and foremost priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Teodorescu Moore.
Herr talman.
Thank you very much. Over the last 3 years, the EU has put in place 15 different sanctions packets against Russia, but it doesn't matter how many sanctions we put against Russia if they simply can find their way around them. Russia has been significantly building up its shadow fleet and now controls hundreds of ships flying under other countries' flags that transport Russian oil and get around these sanctions that help to finance the brutal war against Russia. These ships are often old, they are not insured, and there's a real risk of accidents and oil spills in the delicate waters of the Baltic Sea. The EU has sanctioned 79 ships, and the US has sanctioned 183 ships. I suggest that the EU put in place sanctions against any ship that is suspected of being part of the Russian shadow fleet. And the EU should also look at the possibility of confiscating oil from any of these tankers that dock in any of the EU member states. Finally, the EU and its member states need to apply economic and diplomatic pressure on the accomplices of Russia that are enabling the existence of this shadow fleet. Ukraine must win the war, so we need to do everything we can to destroy the Russian war economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Ms. Repp has the floor. The future of Europe's security will be decided in the Baltic Sea. Underwater cables are essential networks and vital to security of supply. The Russian Shadow Fleet is attacking undersea cables between the Baltic coastal countries. We need to diversify infrastructure, improve surveillance and coordinate protection measures at European level. As well as civilian strategies, we need military security. A strong alliance of democratic countries in the Baltic area is necessary in order to combat the threat from an authoritarian country. I come from Rostock, not only an important port, but also an important coordination center for Baltic maritime security. We should not put up with these threats anymore and deal with them head-on instead. Thank you. And now the next speaker is Mr. Veriga.
Pirmininkė, gerbiami kolegos, kol kas tik Suomijai užteko drąsos.
Colleagues, so far, only Finland has had the courage to take any specific measures to stop any of these boats in the Shadow Fleet, which had damaged cables on the bottom of the Baltic Sea. We have to act. We have to stop saying that we are worried or concerned. Concern is not enough to defend our critical infrastructure. Member states have to take concrete actions. There are more and more states who want to be energy independent from Russia, which is bringing Russia to damage their infrastructure. So now we have to act, and we have to do as Finland has done. They have set the example. These vessels should at least be confiscated and taken to somehow compensate for the damage caused. That can be a deterrent.
Meneer de voorzitter, mevrouw de commissaris.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. We've known for a long time now that Russia's war against Ukraine doesn't just occur on the battlefronts. Over recent years, there have been a number of different incidents across Europe. Sabotage inflicted on our societies and causing chaos. There's one word for this. This is terror. And now we're seeing civilian ships because Russia is trying to get around the economic sanctions, and they are now sabotaging our necessary infrastructure. It's time to take action, preventative action and reactive measures. The 15th sanctions package is a good step, and the fleet in the Baltic Sea, but more has to happen. Pressure is coming from outside, and I'm turning here to my colleagues. It's up to us to protect Ukraine against Russian sea on land, at sea and in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Di Rupo.
Madame la Commissaire.
Madam Commissioner, I was looking at who was responsible for these ships, and it seems there are a lot of intergovernmental agencies. There's, of course, the European External Action Service, which is coordinating, but there are also interior matters for the EU to look at. The consequences of this, there's millions of undersea internet cables, and also gas and oil have consequences on security and on pricing. So I wonder why we can't have a clearer picture, a clearer structure, so that we can see a bit more coherence in our way of acting here. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím kolegu Toveri.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Toveri.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. As we have heard, Russia is waging hybrid war against us all, in this case by using its shadow fleet and other maritime actors to destroy our undersea infrastructure and to threaten us with ecological catastrophe. We have now heard about different, mainly defensive actions taken to prevent these attacks in the future. However, let's keep the eye on the ball and at the root cause of these attacks, the Russian illegal attack on Ukraine. Russia uses the shadow fleet to avoid EU sanctions and to fund its war in Ukraine, plus to punish us for our support to Ukraine. We need to stop this for Ukraine and for ourselves. But let's not fool ourselves. These attacks won't stop by surveillance and defensive operations. These actions stop when Russia is made to pay for its crimes. We need to lower the price restrictions on the Russian export oil to $50 per barrel or even lower, and we need to stop the whole shadow fleet using many different methods mentioned here, and not only around 1/6 as we have done so far. Inaction and lack of punishment that empowers Russia, making Russia pay, stops it. Slava Ukraini.
Ďakujem pekne a chcel by som...
Thank you. And I now close the Catch the Eye and call Mr. Berenson.
Collega's, wij kunnen niet accepteren.
Colleagues, we can't allow that just a few kilometers away from our coast, with a sabotage to our own infrastructure, our cables for data and for electricity that lie on the bottom of the sea. These are invisible motorways for our communication. Perhaps European citizens don't see the interest in this infrastructure, but Russia and China certainly do. The Russian shadow fleet sails over our infrastructure every day. And in China, there has been a patent accepted that can go through these cables faster. We have to do everything we can to protect our infrastructure. So more investment in the marine environment and in technology, in drones, for example. And we need to have the capacity to be able to repair this damage as well. Now, this doesn't all have to happen in detailed European law, but we have to provide support for those countries who are working together for the good of each and every one of us.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Sousa Silva.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Ministro.
President, Minister, Madam Commissioner, by having this shadow fleet Putin is creating a new form of war by proxy. It's not just in the Baltic Sea, it's in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean where we find these shadow ships as well. This shows us the possible vulnerabilities of our underwater infrastructure, whether it be communications or energy. It's not necessarily for immediate sabotage, but this infrastructure is being mapped for possible later attacks. This hostile behavior really needs to stop. And that is why I would suggest that the EU, working closely together with NATO, sets up a task force that brings together all of these efforts in dismantling this shadow fleet so we can guarantee the security of our critical underwater marine infrastructure.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Ratas. Mr. President, Commissioner, Russia is using the shadow fleet to fund its war machine. More and more often, these ships have been damaging underwater infrastructure in the Baltic. The Russian shadow fleet is a threat to Europe's security, economy, and the environment. Russia is hiding, but must be brought to account. Damaging infrastructure is a crime and must be punished. These sabotage attacks must stop. NATO is already patrolling using aircraft and ships in the Baltic, and the European Union should also strengthen its surveillance capacity. We need to look out for what more is happening. The risks are great. The ships don't have insurance. We need to improve our resilience and react to these threats. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Polfjärd.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. It's 3 years since we had the Russian full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Over the last 3 years, the Ukrainian people have shown their resilience and courage, and it is our duty to stand by and support Ukraine economically, militarily, and with humanitarian aid as well. This ability to bypass our sanctions using the shadow fleet and also the underwater activities means that the Baltic Sea has become a vulnerable area. The EU is doing a lot, but it needs to do more. We need to stop this war economy that is financing Russia's war, amongst others, against Ukraine. I am sure that we can do more from the EU side together with other actors to ensure that Ukraine wins the war. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Salla.
Let's face it, Russia is testing us in the Baltic Sea. Europe needs short-term and long-term actions to protect our critical infrastructure. We need more effective sanctions against intentional sabotage, actors that flag and host fleet vessels, and investigations to identify and sanction also shadow vessels' ultimate beneficial owners. The EU and NATO should utilize AI-driven tools to detect suspicious activities near undersea infrastructure and have a strong enough presence in the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea member states should also have the right to inspect the cargo and documentation of vessels in their waters to discover the cargo's origin and destinations. In the long run, we need a unified regulatory framework for cable protection, reduce reliance on Chinese companies, develop advanced technologies for cable protection, monitoring and repair, and strengthen cooperation among member states, NATO and our global allies.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Pedro.
Uma guerra que não se declara, mas que ataca.
A war that does not speak his name, but which affects us where we are most vulnerable. Sabotage of submarine cables. We see that this is responsible for 90% of international data traffic and is key to modern societies. This is crucial for our societies, our governments, our day-to-day lives. We're all dependent on submarine cables. These Russian attacks and Chinese attacks against Taiwan might mean that we're in a new phase of hybrid war. The response is clear. We need a strategic, clear strategy with links with our allies and ensuring that we have a robust response to increasingly sophisticated attacks. It's not a coincidence that this has happened. We're talking about cables that are key to our connectivity, and this makes Portugal a target as well. This is key for our sovereignty. We cannot be victim to an undersea war, a hybrid war, which has already started.
And I have only two members who asked for the floor, so both of you will be able to speak. Now, first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Budzinski.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue being debated today is a fundamental one because Russia is an imminent threat to security and peace in Europe. Vladimir Putin has categorically said that he wants to restore the power of the Soviet Union and Russia in as wide borders as possible, including Ukraine, threatening Finland, Poland, the Baltic states. We know from Russia's military doctrine that they use all policies for military purposes, including these underwater infrastructure attacks in the Baltic Sea. We need to demonstrate solidarity and resolution. We Poles, not least Professor Lech Kaczynski, have been talking about this threat for years. We hope that Europe will stand together against Russian imperialism, finally.
Sorry for the swap. Now, Mr. Brudzinski.
Dziękuję bardzo. Oczywiście na początku pełna...
Thank you. I agree with the previous speaker. What can I add? Perhaps I can say something different in relation to sabotage against infrastructure in the Baltic and circumvention of sanctions by the Shadow Fleet. There is a major threat of environmental disaster in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. Both of these are closed seas. If there were a will to stop this shadow fleet, then it could be done. It could be done at the Danish Straits for the Baltic and the Dardanelles in the Black Sea. Everybody in the trade knows that if the will were there, this fleet could be eliminated. But it suits the oil companies and it suits the Kremlin for them to continue sailing.
And now let me hand over back to the Commission. Madam Commissioner Virkkunen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this debate and thank you for all the support for your very strong and coordinated actions we are making. Keeping Europe safe is my priority during this mandate. Much has been done, but much more is needed, as we know. You can count on the Commission to ensure that this will happen. We will together defeat Putin's war of aggression and hostile actors sabotaging our security. We will remain vigilant. We will build our own resilience and strengthen our ability to hold those behind attacks accountable for their actions. We stand ready to respond fast and decisively to all these threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. And let me hand over to the Council, to Minister Slapka. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, honourable members, Madam Commissioner, thank you very much for this debate that mostly shows our unity in this very important issue. The incident involving undersea cables in the Baltic Sea is the latest in a series of suspected attacks on critical infrastructure. These malicious actions demand our united attention and swift response. We will enhance cooperation for information sharing and protecting of critical infrastructure both within the EU and with our international partners. Together with our partners, we will continue to curb the activities on the Shadow Fleet, disrupt Moscow revenue streams, and ensure that Russia's war machine is deprived of the income to continue its war of aggression against Ukraine. And we remain ready to use all available instruments, including further restriction measures, to ensure the security on our continent. Thank you very much for your attention again.
Dziękuję bardzo. A rozprawa k tomuto bodu.
Thank you. And that ends the debate on that item.
Nakoľko predseda nedostal žiadnu žiadosť o hlasovanie o žiadosti.
There has been no request concerning simplification of investment and improving competitiveness. That was announced yesterday. This request is deemed approved under Rule 51, paragraph 2. The next item are Council and Commission statements to Hungarian government's illegal espionage of EU institutions and investigative bodies. And I call on Minister Schwabka once again to take the floor.
Mr. President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner, let me start by recalling that beyond the issue at stake today, EU institutions and member states have a joint responsibility to uphold the values enshrined in our treaties. When it comes to the use of spyware, it's clear from Union's primary law and case law that unjustified and disproportionate interference with individuals' fundamental rights are not acceptable. Limitation to fundamental rights may only apply under strict conditions and for duly justified purposes. We need to ensure that these standards are respected to avoid any abuse towards individuals. Let me also say that transparency is vital in public life as it ensures that citizens have access to accurate information, fostering trust in the institution, promoting accountability, and encouraging civil society to play an active role. Any attempts to circumvent or to go against these principles deserve our attention and concern. In my capacity of representative of the Council, I must emphasize, however, that the Council does not comment on speculative or unverified reports, including those regarding the Hungarian government's alleged espionage of EU institutions. It's crucial that we base our action and statements on established facts. Any concerns about such matters should be addressed through the proper channels, such as investigation by the relevant authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, honourable members. Thank you for inviting me to this debate today. Like all of you, I have seen the media reports alleging espionage by the Hungarian authorities against staff of the EU institutions. Let us recall that according to the reports of the Hungarian investigative journalists, the surveillance of Olaf staff was supposed to take place in the context of projects to modernize the lighting of public places funded by the European Union. The tenders were won by the company Helios. Respecting the independence of Olaf, I cannot comment on these allegations. I would like to stress, however, that protecting EU money is a shared obligation of the Union and of the Member States. And it is essential for the Member States to cooperate with Olaf and provide its staff with the assistance they need to carry out their tasks. I can also tell you that in the Helios case, Olaf ultimately concluded that there were numerous irregularities in the tenders awarded to that company. Olaf recommended that Hungarian government be required to repay 17 billion Hungarian forints. Olaf fulfills its mission by carrying out independent investigations into fraud and corruption involving EU funds. I stand firmly by Olaf's staff, who work so tirelessly to protect money belonging to European taxpayers. Today, I would like to thank all EU anti-fraud investigators involved in the Helios case. It was they who showed professionalism, determination and courage. And finally, they did their job, ensuring that public money from the EU purse did not end up in the private pockets of those close to power. I also would like to stress that the Commission remains committed to protecting its information, staff and networks from illicit intelligence sharing actions. In terms of safeguards in place to impede attempts of espionage, the Commission has at its disposal specialized services in charge of human and digital counterintelligence. These services safeguard the institution's staff, information and assets from various threat vectors. There is also a strong cooperation with the other EU institutions and Member States which are equally targeted by espionage. The Commission's competent services have been also strengthening the resilience of staff at all levels regarding human and digital espionage through information sessions and awareness-raising campaigns. Staff members are regularly reminded that they may be the targets of intelligence-gathering attempts, both in their professional and their private lives. I want to assure all Olaf anti-fraud investigators, ensuring the right conditions for you to carry out your mission, including looking after your safety, is and will remain one of my most important tasks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ďakujem, pán komisár. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the European People's Party, Christian Democrats, Mr. Fabricievich.
Mr. Commissioner, Minister, what we can learn from public information from media, but also what we could hear from the Commission and the Council once more and again proves to us that Orban has installed an authoritarian regime in Hungary and is much closer to Putin's standards than to those of the European Union. I will remind what was going on in that investigation, because an investigation by independent journalists showed that the process of spying by the Hungarian Secret Service of representatives of OLAF, European institution, those who were investigating István Tibor, Orban's son-in-law by accident. and he was suspected to use EU funds illegally. This situation is a moral transgression of all possible barriers. How can we define a member state that spies the European Union institution? It's unimaginable. What's more, Orban introduced new visa rules also for Russian and Belarusian representatives, citizens. It was called, quite rightly, in a public sphere, an open door for spies. As the member state of the European Union and the NATO during the war in Ukraine, we have a duty to protect each other, also in terms of counterintelligence security. Meanwhile, the Hungarian government is acting as if it is the enemy of the European Union. We can ask ourselves how many enemy spies got through and operated within the EU thanks to this open visa door. And finally, we have the issue of extending sanctions against Russia, where a decision must be made by the end of January. It is also a question of frozen 190 billion euros of Russian assets. Here, too, Orban is blocking. It all really comes together logically. We are dealing with the enemy of the European Union and the Western world, and an ally of Putin, and let's treat him as such in a serious way. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Molnar for the S&D Group.
Dear colleagues, for many years we have known that Orban's government has used the secret services against its political opponents. Previously we heard about the Pegasus software that was installed on the mobile phones of journalists and politicians, and now we know that the Olaf staff was spied upon. The reason was very simple, because Olaf was investigating a case related to Orban's son-in-law, István Tiborcs, who became from one day to the other, from an unknown man to one of the richest billionaires of the country. So Orban's son-in-law steals the money, and then the Secret Service takes action against Olaf. And this investigation was started by the minister who was responsible for EU funds. They created a separate task force for this surveillance. The responsible minister doesn't think it's a problem, and they haven't started a specific investigation in the same way they didn't start an investigation in the case of the EU funds that disappeared miraculously. One of the ministers has been banned from the United States and is on a sanction list at this moment. I'm calling on the Commission to start an investigation and consider it as part of the rule of law procedure against Hungary. This is the interest of the Hungarians, and it's also the interest of the European Union.
Thank you. And now Mr. Dumater for.
Thank you very much. This debate is taking place at a time when Europe is hit by several crises: economic growth of around 0%, uncertain and expensive energy supplies, competitiveness in ruins, deteriorating public safety in big cities. So there is a lot of work to be done. And what is the European Parliament's left-wing majority doing about it? It calls for a debate on Hungary to be put on the agenda for about the 127th time, on the basis of assumptions and anonymous sources of a single newspaper article. Not so incidentally, the media in question is financed from the neighborhood of the American Democrats, who in the meantime have failed. It is of little interest to the initiators of the debate that the Hungarian authorities have in the meantime provided information on the matter, that the allegation is not supported by any objective data. Moreover, Olaf has not reported any surveillance of their staff. I will not go into any detail because the facts do not matter here anyway. The point is that they always find room on the agenda for an orchestrated witch hunt against Hungary, but somehow they never want to debate the substantive issues. For example, what Europe Europe's position should be in the new war situation. America would make peace now. There are still no debates on this for several hours in this House. In recent weeks, they have prevented a debate on Commissioner Reinders' money laundering scandal while he has been the master of life and death in the rule of law investigations. They have prevented a separate debate on Facebook censorship when it is not just a conjecture but a fait accompli. The opinions of millions of Europeans were still stifled by censored so-called fact-checkers. Nor is there a debate on the consequences of immigration. Since 2017, 52,000 women have been sexually assaulted in Germany alone. No debate takes place on this. Always about Hungary. We are used to this, but we do not accept it. Because no matter how many times Hungary is put on the agenda, we will say again and again, we have seen pressure, we will not give in on the issues that are important to us.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Teodorescu for the Conservatives and Reformists. I firmly believe in the presumption of innocence, but if the allegations turn out to be true, I'd like to ask this. What are you if the European institutions come to check up on a company owned by your son-in-law and you put your secret services on their tail to sabotage the inquiry? First of all, you're obviously corrupt. Secondly, you're obviously an amateur spy. And thirdly, even more seriously, you're an imposter or a hypocrite. You're a great fighter against globalism and the establishment, but you're using exactly the methods of your enemies. Mr. Orban, Hungarians are forever crossing the border to Transylvania in Romania to do their shopping because food is cheaper and the standard of living is better. Maybe you should start looking after your own people. Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Wilmès. 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner, for those explanations. European citizens have the right to expect the right to behaviour from their public services. OLAF ensures transparency and integrity when it comes to political decisions that are made. And here we have a political actor, Hungary, which is wiretapping and spying on an OLAF investigation. That's simply unacceptable. We talk about foreign interference, but what happens when there's institutional espionage within the EU of a legitimate EU agency? If these allegations are proven, I hope there will be a firm and strong reaction from the European Commission. Parliament has been insisting on the activation of Article 7 of the TFEU. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ms. Strick for the Greens, European Free Alliance.
Commissioner, the Hungarian government's secret service spying on EU officials. A violation straight from the playbook of adversarial dictatorships now happening on EU soil. Undermining an EU institutions because it may reveal Orban's corruption actually reveals Orban's disloyalty and readiness to sabotage the work of Olaf. And Commissioner, you referred to Olaf itself to do an investigation, but I urge you, why not launch an investigation as a commissioner? Because it goes much further than hurting Olaf. It's really affecting the EU as a whole. The scandal also reveals Orban's complete lack of intention to fight corruption. So I also urge the Commission to be vigilant, keep money frozen, and ensure independent and effective anti-corruption policies and practices. We cannot accept taxpayers' monies ending up in the large pockets of the Orban clan. The Hungarian government may portray the EU as an adversary for its own gain, but the Hungarian people know better. They know that we are their ally and we cannot fail them.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Balsama, the Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, meine
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, so-called journalists making all sorts of allegations right, left and centre. We've seen this in Germany, and we've seen what the Correctiv network has done. It was a piece of theatre to trick the population, and it was aimed against the AfD. Such practices destroy trust in democracy. This is not journalism. This is targeted propaganda against the AfD as the strongest opposition party in Germany. According to these Hungarian and Belgian so-called investigations, Hungary spied on EU officials, but there's no proof. National prosecutors are not taking any action. These allegations are not worth the paper they're written on. We should treat the Hungarian people with respect and stop this nonsense. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Vázquez Lázaro.
President, Commissioner, what we are discussing today, if true, will see again a serious violation of democratic principles and the rule of law in the European Union. It is deeply alarming that the Hungarian government might be involved in illegal spying on our institutions and fact-finding bodies. This practice not only jeopardizes the security of our data and the integrity of the investigations of our institutions, but will also mean that it will undermine the trust that we must have between member states and our common institutions. It is crucial that we can conduct investigations into fraud, corruption, and any other illegal activity that impact the financial interests of the Union without obstruction. We cannot tolerate a government undermining these fundamental principles that breaks the cornerstone of our Union, mutual respect and cooperation. Without this, we have nothing. And again, we see how Viktor Orban government show that it is untrustworthy. And it actually threatens every European and Hungarian citizen rights. What sort of patriotism is this when you constantly breach fundamental rights for political gains? That is why the Commission must take decisive action to protect the autonomy of our institutions and to ensure that any acts of espionage are investigated and punished if necessary. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Incher.
Colleagues, the revelation of Hungary's intelligence services spying on EU officials undermine what little trust there is left between the collective EU member states and Hungarian regime nowadays. It constitutes yet another direct assault on our common values. This spying, including on Olaf investigators that were probing the misuse of EU funds, reflects a broader pattern in Hungary, where the erosion of rule of law, democracy and fundamental rights has become systematic. From the misuse of spyware like Pegasus to laws targeting LGBTQI rights, the curbing of press freedom, the oppression of minorities, these acts of espionage on EU officials is a continuation of Hungary's transition into authoritarianism and Orban's transition into fully fledged dictator. These acts reaffirm the necessity to strengthen the EU rule of law mechanism and the rule of law report. Enough is enough.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu
Thank you. Mr. Wilimski is next.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You might know a film where people are accused of the same thing over and over again. And here in Strasbourg, we have the left, the socialists, the communists, who just spew their hate time after time against the Hungarian people and the Hungarian government. And we're told now this is from an anonymous source. This is something that supposedly happened about 10 years ago that's suddenly been found by this investigative journalism financed by George Soros. apparently EU officials were spied upon. Again, this is a debate to damage Hungary. Again, it's somebody who's been watching too many spy films and created a villain and now projected all of this onto Hungary. The Hungarians deserve their place and to be treated with respect and not treated in this way. We should be thinking about what the EU Secret Service is doing. I think if we shouldn't be regurgitating something that supposedly happened in Hungary 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Brudzinski has the floor.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący, szanowni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, it's obvious that all member states should combat fraud, and I, as a former parliamentarian and government which believed in transparency, I know what I'm talking about. I agree with the Commissioner who has praised Olaf. It's quite clear that you have to fight fraud, but the left need to look in the mirror. Qatargate, Reinders. There's never been a debate in this House about scandals affecting left-wing governments. But in the case of Beata Szydło, Mateusz Morawiecki, or today Viktor Orban, we have these debates time and time again. I don't know the facts, but I can see that there's no balance here. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. García Hermida van der Walle.
Thank you, Chair. We have yet another debate about the Orban government undermining the European Union. And it turns out that Orban has most likely been spying on the European Anti-Fraud Office, which was investigating his abuse of EU taxpayers' money through corruption and nepotism. Now, in a healthy system, there should be, at the very least, tough reactions from the other governments. But instead, Hungary's fellow members of the Council keep silent. What are we dealing with here? A group of adults keeping clean house together, or school buddies that don't tell on each other? As for the Commission, can the Commission give an advice on whether it is still safe for the EU agencies to operate in Budapest or to meet with the Hungarian authorities? Clarity must be given, and the Commission, yes, the Commission is the relevant authority, must open an investigation into these allegations immediately. The Council, under the leadership of Poland, should strongly support this action. And if proven, espionage on the EU must be dealt with swiftly and forcefully. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Freund.
Colleagues, since Viktor Orban has taken power in Hungary, mysteriously his closest friends and family become unbelievably rich. Millionaires, sometimes even billionaires. And when now the extreme right here in the House uses a mix of whataboutism or talking about other scandals, what they're trying to hide is that there is a serious corruption problem in Hungary, and anyone that tries to do anything about it or investigate is going to meet the full force of the Hungarian state. Intelligence, spying. We have seen it with Olaf. I myself have experienced it. In the middle of the election campaign for the European elections, all of a sudden I have the cybersecurity of the European Parliament in my office who says that there is an attack with the spying software Kandiro on my accounts. And when you look at the list of governments that are known clients of this software, well, it's China, Russia, and it's the Hungarian government. So this is nothing new. Commissioner, we need to protect our civil servants. We need to make sure that they have the proper equipment, the proper training, so that we are not spied upon. Thank you.
Will you accept blue card from Mr. Bauzema, Arno?
No, thanks.
Ďakujem. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Rod Neveďalová. Thank you very much. Colleagues, what a load of nonsense about something that isn't even true. And it's interesting that we're having a debate about something that doesn't even exist. There's no investigation, there's nothing on the table, and here we are debating something as if it was true. We should be careful about what we're debating. If this were true, it would say a lot about the security of all our systems in the member states. I remember what Mr. Vavrikievich was saying. He was saying that Orban is an enemy of the Western world and the European Union. I really don't know if any of us can really say that. So we should really think about what we're talking about. There's no proof. I mean, let's assume Orban might decide to spy on these people. What would he be looking for? All of this stuff is public. There's no information to be had. So there's no investigation, no hard information. It's absolute nonsense, and it's a waste of time for this Parliament. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Haider.
Thank you, President. Wiretapping phones, illegally extracting data from work laptops, searching hotel rooms. These are the accusations that have been recently published against the Hungarian Secret Service, which are extremely serious. And now we're hearing that it's OLAF investigators who were there to investigate violations of the rule of law in Hungary that became the targets themselves. Since 2017, the Hungarian government has used Pegasus software against the opposition, journalists, lawyers. What are the consequences of this? It is necessary. The legal instruments that are supposed to regulate the use of spy software in Hungary are amongst the weakest in Europe. The PEGA Investigative Committee analysed the situation in the member states and came up with specific recommendations for a legal framework to protect citizens from illegal spying. Up till now, we are still waiting for the Commission to propose new legislation. This Commission must finally deal with this problem to stop the erosion of rule of law, democracy and fundamental rights. Our citizens need to be protected from state surveillance, whether it's in Hungary or anywhere in Europe. Thank you.
Poprosím kolegyňu Viček. Nech se páči.
Thank you, and that was Viček.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, colleagues, how many times we have witnessed that the left, based on fake news and blatant lies, attacked Hungary in the European Parliament. We know that they like to talk about the alleged corruption in Hungary here, so that's why I'm going to give you an example like that. In fact, in recent days, the head of an important state institution was found to be involved in a serious corruption case. Interestingly, however, the left and the European press are silent about this. Why? Because it happens to be the commander of the Brussels outpost who is involved in this corruption scandal, the head of the Integrity Authority. We could say that the suspect is the Hungarian Reinders, who, as a man of Brussels, has acted as a whip of anti-corruption. Then it turned out that he was in the same shoes as Reinders. He is suspected of fraud and abuse of office. Of course, Brussels is also silent about Reinders' shameful case. The man, who for years has accused Hungary of breaching the rule of law and corruption, is now being prosecuted for corruption and money laundering. Hungary continues to suffer because of the double standards of European democracy. What is tolerated without a word in other member states, Hungary is being crucified for. Is this double standard, ladies and gentlemen, not worthy of a cabaret?
So we actually have two, if you accept both of them. And the first one was from Garcia Henry van der Walle.
What language will you be using? Okay.
Thank you, colleague, for your intervention. What I don't understand is why are you so afraid for an investigation? If it's innocent, if there's nothing to prove, if there's nothing wrong, you should be the first one asking for an investigation, because the person who has nothing to hide is never afraid for an investigation at the hands of the competent authorities. Thank you.
We are saying who does something wrong has to be investigated. But is this really the only problem in the European Union? Is Hungary the only problem in the EU? I think all the countries, especially Germany, Poland, everybody has a problem. Why don't you investigate that? Thank you.
Will you accept the second card? Sorry, will you accept the second blue card?
Okay.
Colleague, you said that the director of the Integrity Authority had been selected by Brussels. I don't know if you're not aware, but the selection procedure was entirely run by the Hungarian government, who appointed this director. So saying this is somehow a Brussels plot that someone who you yourself or your government selected. And then the second question, it seems that in that investigation in his office, you've collected all kinds of all kinds of documents on corruption cases that are unrelated to the director. Does this not rather look like interference in the independent work, supposedly, of this authority?
And the interference of independence, I have seen enough here in Brussels. This is my first term as MEP, and for the last half year, I have seen more of the shameful democracy in this House than anywhere else before. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Keller.
Serafin.
Commissioner, Mr. Serafin, Minister, colleagues, here we are again. After Hungary's use of Pegasus, we're now stepping it up a notch. We're seeing new suspicions of espionage by Hungary. Members of OLAF were surveilled and listened to when they were carrying out an inquiry onto possible misuse of funds by Hungary. The information available is very concerning, and of course we have to shine a light onto this. We can't tolerate this type of conduct from a member state towards our institutions. Furthermore, at the time of the revelations, this member state had the presidency of the European Council. This affair shows two things. One, the feverishness of the Hungarian government when it comes to the use of these funds. As Raquel from my Renew Group colleague said a moment ago, why would they be monitoring the OLAF investigators if they hadn't done anything wrong? And at the same time, it shows how important it is to have a conditionality mechanism for European funds to ensure that they respect the rule of law. It shows once again how important this tool is and how necessary it is. We have to implement it immediately.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Schaller-Boros.
DI, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm turning to Mr. Freund. Maybe you have taken up the office of clairvoyant, but a bit later on this. There is no solution to mass migration. The left German government let millions into Europe. There is no cultural integration, and migration causes societies to explode. We are losing competitiveness. There is a horrible war in Ukraine. And what do we see? We have a left-wing packed elite financed by George Soros. And you are conducting a witch hunt, and this is just the next phase of this witch hunt. Next, you are going to read palms. You are just trying to deviate attention from important issues. The United States and in the United States and the next in Germany, your comrades are going to lose out again.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, verehrter Herr Kommissar, wir diskutieren nach dem
Colleagues, Commissioner, after Pegasus, we have another scandal. The Hungarian government has been spying on EU institutions, and Fidesz and co are saying that the prosecutors are not investigating. Well, that's not surprising. The state prosecutors are not going to be investigating when they've been decimated. I think anyone interested in good order in the European Union would let investigators into their country. The European Public Prosecutor's Office could also investigate. And the colleague said that other countries are not investigated. That's really not true. The European Public Prosecutor's Office investigates all member states. And if I were the Commission and I saw these reports, I would take some action. Thank you. And now to conclude, Mr. Laszlo.
Minden bizonyíték nélkül.
Without any evidence. In an article, it is supposed that there was some irregularity done in Hungary. And at the European Parliament, a debate is organized immediately at the plenary. This is absurd. But the topic is even more absurd. The Hungarian services investigated Olaf's activities. I don't know, but I was watching Olaf's activities and I could see what they did against fraud. First of all, there is the corruption scandal of the socialist Katergate. What did Olaf find? Nothing. Nobody could find the SMSs from Ursula von der Leyen. And we are talking about 10 billions of public money. Nothing was found. And then Didier Reinders, who was caught at money laundering. Where did the money come from? What amount? Very interesting questions. Do you know what Olaf found about this? Nothing. And when it comes to the biggest scandals in Brussels, fraud, Olaf is something like an institution that doesn't exist. What do they do? It would be good to know, because there is a need to know that. Thank you.
And now we turn to Catch the Eye, and I have 3 colleagues who ask for the floor, so all 3 can be given the floor. Let me start with Mr. Lopez Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Consejo, Comisión, Hungría.
Commission, Council, Hungary. We are talking about in compliance with the ECJ ruling, systematic disrespect to European rule of law, or we could be talking about the lack of compliance when it comes to the Asylum and Migration Pact, or Pegasus, or spying on agents of Olaf, whose investigations deserve respect. Whatever it might be, it shows that Hungary is not complying with its obligations under EU law. Transparency, loyal cooperation with the EU institutions, sincere cooperation. Their cooperation with other member states, that's part of being part of this club. It's not just about rights. There are obligations under EU law. Thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to colleague Brown, please. Just a second. Wait for the light.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
God bless Hungary. You
you never produced any evidence. But let's suppose it's true that Hungarian secret services investigated and spied on Eurokolhoz. Then good for them. Eurokolhoz, your organization, is a hostile one. You're an enemy. So I hope every serious state, every serious country would recommend its secret services to spy on you. I hope they do. Let's say I envy Hungarians that they have a serious government representing their interests, that you yourself, the European Commission, the majority of this House are putting in danger with your Green Deal, Blue Deal, Rainbow Deal, Immigration Pact, warmongering. So more spying on the European Union as an enemy of free people. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. And now I would like to give the floor to Madam Ioannovici-Soka. Please.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. I'd like to see an investigation into Ursula von der Leyen and those vaccines which killed people in the pandemic. I'd like to see an investigation here into Commissioner Kyriakides. I'd like to see an investigation into fraud by EU institutions and organizations in Romania, where they stole half the resources of Romania. For 17 years, you have butchered us. You killed 65,000 people. And we don't have hospitals. We don't have food. We have only poverty. And you're worried about Orban's secret services. The EU secret services are recording us all the time and our staff. We're being filmed all the time. Are you not ashamed of yourselves?
That closes the Catch the Eye, and I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Commissioner Serafin. Please, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. Thank you for this debate and all your interventions. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome, because I have heard in many of your interventions support of the European Parliament to safeguarding staff members of all EU institutions and of all EU bodies from espionage in all its forms. That's very important for our staff. It's very important also for the Commission. Secondly, I also wanted to welcome the support of the European Parliament for the work of Olaf. I already expressed my gratitude to those EU investigators that were involved in the specific case which we were referring to today. But indeed, we owe thanks to all of them who are engaged into the protection of the financial interests of the EU. And when they carry out their investigations, they don't do it against Hungarian people, Polish people, or German people. They do it to protect our common financial resources and to make it impossible that the EU resources are being misused, that there is fraud, corruption, conflict of interest. That is their job, and that's what they are doing in the best possible way. Finally, I would like to stress that the protection of the EU financial interests is and will remain a priority for the Commission also in the future. Some of you were referring to the process of the future MFF. Conditionality, rule of law will remain strongly embedded in that future MFF. And we will also continue to advance our efforts to strengthen the EU anti-fraud architecture. And finally, I have heard many referring to topics, challenges that are in front of the EU. I can broadly agree with the list of challenges with which we are confronted, but I believe that that list would not be completed if we would not have it on it, if we wouldn't have on it also the rule of law and the protection of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And please allow me to give the floor to Minister Šlapka to conclude for the Council. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members, Mr. Commissioner. As I mentioned previously, it is important that all EU institutions reaffirm their unwavering commitment to safeguarding the fundamental rights of all individuals across the European Union. Transparency and accountability are essential to maintaining trust. It is the foundation of good governance and democratic processes and a guiding tenet of the Council's work. It is therefore reassuring to see that these principles are a central concern of this House as well. Thank you very much for attention.
Ďakujem, pán minister, a rozprava k tomu.
Thank you, Minister. The debate is closed. The next item are the Council and Commission statements. Need for actions to address the continued oppression and fake elections in Belarus. I invite Minister Švabka to take the floor once again.
Please. Yes. Okay. Now it's on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members of European Parliament, Mr. Commissioner. I reaffirm the EU's steadfast commitment to support the Belarusian people in their pursuit of a free, democratic, sovereign and independent country. Our policy towards Belarus is firmly rooted in the Council conclusions of February 2024 and October 2020. Following the fraudulent presidential election of August 2020, which were neither free nor fair, the EU has consistently condemned the persecution and intimidation campaigns against all segments of Belarusian society by the Lukashenko regime, including human rights defenders, journalists, independent trade unionists, civil society representatives, persons belonging to national minorities. We have persistently called for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners and reiterated our commitment to hold those responsible for human rights violations and abuses to account. Some of the detainees have life-threatening conditions and require urgent medical assistance. Such treatment of prisoners and detainees is in violation of international law and Belarus' own commitments. We are particularly concerned about the situation of Diana Salamonovic, who, after a medical operation last year, has been kept in solitary confinement. We urge for his immediate release on humanitarian grounds. Belarusian sovereignty and identity are increasingly under threat. In addition to wide-scale domestic repression, the Belarusian regime has been complete in Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Besides, political, military and logistical support It has contributed to illegal deportation of Ukrainian children from the territories of Ukraine temporarily occupied by Russia. Since 2021, the regime has also orchestrated hybrid attacks at the EU's external border, including the instrumentalization of migrants in complicity with Russia for political purposes. To address those violence, the EU has implemented several rounds of targeted sanctions, both individual and sectoral, aimed at holding accountable those responsible for repression and human rights abuses. Honourable members, in line with the EU gradual approach, the EU stands ready to take further restrictive and targeted measures as long as the Belarusian authorities continue this action. In addition to sanctions, the EU continues to provide meaningful support to Belarusian civil society, independent media, and human rights defenders. The EU supports and commends the efforts of the Belarusian democratic forces and civil society. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya will meet with EU foreign ministers ahead of the Foreign Affairs Council on Sunday, the same day as the so-called presidential election in Belarus. This meeting will provide an opportunity to send a clear message of solidarity to Belarusian people, who strive for a free, democratic, sovereign and independent Belarus as a part of the European family. The European Union remains united in its determination to stand alongside the Belarusian people in their fight for freedom, will persist in applying pressure on the regime while supporting those working towards a better future for Belarus. Thank you.
Ďakujem, pán minister. A teraz by som za komisiu...
Thank you, Minister. I now invite Commissioner Kubilius to take the floor on behalf of the Commission.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear honourable members of the European Parliament, for me it's the first time to come back here to this position in new capacities. So it's emotional, but of course it's also very close to my heart to speak about the situation in Belarus. The ongoing repression, arbitrary detentions and widespread human rights violations, as well as restrictions on any genuine political participation and lack of credible opposition candidates clearly do not provide the context for free and fair elections in Belarus. The so-called presidential elections on 26th of January are not an exercise in democracy, but rather a facade orchestrated by the Lukashenko regime to cling to power. The regime decision not to timely invite the OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, to observe the elections in full contradiction with its international commitments is yet another proof of the total absence of credibility of the electoral process in Belarus. Honourable members, the situation in Belarus is alarming. More than 1,200 political prisoners still remain behind bars in appalling conditions, with many of them being denied any contact with the outside world. Many brave individuals who dare to dream of a free Belarus have been silenced, exiled, or forced into hiding. Civil society organizations and independent media have all been dismantled. Since the fraudulent elections of August 2020, tens of thousands of Belarusians have faced brutal repression, arbitrary arrests, torture, and even death. Belarusians have seen their dictator becoming the accomplice in a war that they do not support, gradually giving up the country's sovereignty, prosperity, and identity under the pressure of Russia. In response, the European Union has taken decisive measures to isolate the regime and support Belarusian people. In December, we adopted the latest package of sanctions on Belarus, targeting those responsible for human rights violations against the Belarusian people. The EU has also continued to raise awareness on the situation of political prisoners and urge their immediate and unconditional release. We are standing together with the suffering heroes of the Belarusian fight for democracy: Sergei Tsikhanovsky, Maria Kolesnikova, Viktor Babaryka, Andrzej Pochobut, Ales Beletsky, and hundreds of others. Last year, the European Union launched a dedicated dialogue with democratic forces and Belarusian civil society, led by Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. We have opened doors to Belarusians fleeing persecution. Over 400,000 now live in the European Union. We are supporting efforts to achieve justice, leading the work on resolutions at the Human Rights Council, and we are supporting the International Accountability Platform for Belarus. In December, we have reaffirmed our commitment with a new contribution of 30 million euros for the people of Belarus. This brings our overall support to 170 million euros since 2020. And when Belarus will embark on a democratic transition, the European Union stands ready to provide support to stabilize its economy and reform its institutions through a comprehensive plan of economic support of up to 3 billion euros. Through the Belarus Days organized in December, the European Union has sent a powerful message of support to the Belarusian people and their democratic aspirations. Honourable members, we will continue to be united and determined in exercising pressure on the regime and demanding justice for the crimes committed. We will also continue our solidarity with Belarusian society, including by welcoming Belarusian citizens, especially youth and students, to the European Union. We will work together with the European Parliament and other public and non-governmental organizations to help the people of Belarus realize their rightful place as a free and democratic nation in a peaceful Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. On behalf of the EPP Group, I give the floor to Mr. Kollars.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. 4 years ago, Alexander Lukashenko stole the election from the Belarusian people and proclaimed himself a president for the 6th time. Since then, the repressions against his own people have hardened. The regime brutally suppressed all protests. Freedoms which we enjoy and are used to in our society simply ceased to exist in Belarus. Many of Lukashenko's opponents had to leave the country. Those who didn't ended up behind bars, tortured and deprived of their basic rights. Some have even disappeared. Lukashenko has made Belarus a puppet state completely in the hands of Russian barbaric regime, which abuses Belarus in many ways, including its brutal war against Ukraine and hybrid pressure on the European Union. And I am more than sure that Lukashenko will steal the election, if we may call it so, again this week. We all know that, yet we have been unable to find ways how to counter this. We've been unable to find ways how to help those Belarusians who want to live in freedom. And we need to change that. We must impose effective sanctions on the Belarusian regime and companies and prevent their circumvention. We must find effective visa policies that would help those who are unsafe in Belarus. And much more. Please let the tabled resolution be a guidebook on what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Now, next speaker is going to be Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, imagine a country where a strongman was about to enter his 4th decade of absolute rule while grooming his own son to become his successor. To be honest, to me, this sounds much more like a medieval monarchy than 21st century Europe. But here we are. Alexander Lukashenko, widely known as Europe's last dictator, at least until Putin invited him for that title, is now preparing for another sham election to secure his 7th term in office. But let's be clear, this is no election worthy of its name. Instead, with unparalleled suppression, with arbitrary imprisonment of political opponents, and with an oligarchic regime that makes the Ancien Regime look almost progressive, Lukashenko is dragging his country further back into the Dark Ages. Yet there's one key weakness. Whereas medieval kings could at least invoke the divine to justify their rule, Lukashenko has nothing but Vladimir Putin. Already at the last election in 2021, a majority of Belarusians defied the repressions, defied disinformation, and voted for Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya as their president. They took to the streets in their tens and thousands to fight for their European future, and it was only thanks to Putin's tanks that Lukashenko could cling on to power. This is why today both Lukashenko and Putin are terrified of the Belarusian people. And they are right to be so. Because no propaganda, no intimidation, and no gun barrel can extinguish the Belarusian people's thirst for freedom. And this is why we have this resolution here. This is why we show our solidarity. This is why we call for the immediate and unconditional release of all 1,250 political prisoners and to finally hold free and fair elections because, colleagues, Belarusians are not the Kremlin serfs. Belarusians are proud European people and their rightful place is among here, us, the free societies of Europe and in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the ECR Group, Madame Gosiewska.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sham elections organized by the Lukashenko regime are a cynical farce to strengthen his power. Europe must not be passive. We have to be resolute and send a clear message. We're not going to tolerate a regime that tramples on human rights and fundamental democratic values. First and foremost, we need to address this regime with the language of ultimatums. Enough half measures, enough compromises. We need sanctions against key economic sectors which support the Lukashenko regime, the export of fertilizer, petroleum products and other resources. These sanctions should also encompass European firms active in Belarus, because there are some. We have to cut the regime off from international financial transactions. We also need the sword of Damocles to hang over Lukashenko and his cronies in the form of the International Criminal Court. What's happening in Belarus is not just an infringement of human rights, it's crime against humanity. Secondly, we also have to support the true representatives of the Belarusian nation, the democratic forces. This is not just a moral responsibility, but also a strategic one, to demonstrate that we support those who fight for freedom and dignity. We have to distinguish between the regime and the people. Lukashenko is not Belarus, and his regime does not represent the Belarusian people. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe needs to be a bastion of democracy and human rights and a human rights defender. If we ignore what's happening in Belarus, the civilized world will collapse. Long live Belarus.
Mr. Brandsteder, you can take the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's 31 years this dictator, this ruthless dictator, imprisons and tortures his opponents. He brutally represses the public and hands over his country to the Kremlin. And by the way, it's interesting, no patriots here, no patriots speaking. Why? Because they are Putin's propagandists. They wouldn't be critical to Lukashenko because they are all in one camp. It's not a patriotic camp, it's a camp against Europe. And it's hard for us, for Europeans, to imagine what's really happening in Belarus, but it's a terrible reality every day for these people. They are fellow Europeans. They deserve what we have: free country, freedom, and every vote counts. And now Lukashenko wants to steal another election. But he's not a president, he's illegitimate. He's a criminal and he belongs to a tribunal. And we are on the side of the freedom-loving people in Belarus, on the strong opposition. It's the Belarusian Democratic Forces and with Mrs. Tikhanovskaya, who was here with us, and we will work together. She's very optimistic, and I only can say, Žive Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Greens, Mr. Stakis.
Dear Commissioner, colleagues, every day 1,500 political prisoners in Belarus, teachers, students, journalists, parents, wake up in the cells, not for their crimes, but for daring to dream of freedom. Among them, Dmitry Kuchuk, leader of the dissolved Belarusian Green Party, sentenced for 6 years in prison simply for standing up for his beliefs. Since the stolen elections of 2020, Lukashenko regime has turned Belarus into a prison, crushing dissent with torture, blackmail and fear. Here's what we must do. Hit the regime where it hurts. Target Belarus' lifeline, its economy, sanction potash, oil and other key exports. Close every loophole that fills Lukashenko coffers. Crush enablers. Hold these cronies accountable. Freeze their assets, deny them visas. Support Belarusian people, fund independent media, human rights defenders and activists. And support the families of political prisoners. Europe must fund humanitarian aid and offer asylum to families who flee persecution. If we fail to act decisively, we send a green light to every dictator watching. Please support this resolution. And Žive Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Left Group, Mr. Højestedt.
Herr talman, kollegor.
President, colleagues, on the 26th of January, Belarus will have elections. These elections take place against a background of violent repression. In Belarusian prisons, we have leading members of the opposition who are imprisoned and others have had to flee the country. Belarus does not have free media or the right to meet or associate. The prerequisites for a free election do not exist. Lukashenko is a de facto dictator in the country, and he knows that he would not be able to win free and fair elections. The Belarusian opposition continues its brave work for democracy and to avoid the land being completely swallowed up by Russia. Those who are in the opposition are the hope for freedom and democracy. The activists working in the human rights organization Vyazna, those who are organizing free trade unions, those who sit in prison just because they want to have fair elections. Those are the ones that carry the promise of a better future for Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see the next speaker, so I'm going to call Mr. Andriukaitis. You have the floor.
Dėkuoju, gerbiamas posėdžio pirmininkė, gerbiamas Andriau.
Thank you, President. Andrius Kubilius, my dear friend, I'm very happy to see you here. I wish you all the very best of success in your work. Alexander Lukashenko is authoritarian in the Soviet style. He's been in his position for 30 years. Before 2020, no one thought there could be any kind of change, but again, this year, this electoral farce does not seem like it's going to yield any surprises for us. The regime thinks it will be able to acquire more legitimacy. The regime can only remain on its feet because of subsidies from Russia. It's a giant with feet of clay. The country has basically sold its sovereignty to Russia. So all of these mechanisms, these sanctionisms, they will work. It might not be now, but they will work. I think that support for the Belarusian population is the best thing that we can do for the country. We have to put on pressure for political detainees to be released. Perhaps an exchange of diplomatic prisoners, like, for example, with the Putin regime.
The next speaker as well, so I'm going to call Mr. Kowosko. You have the floor.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that my initiative to have a serious debate on Belarus in the plenary of the European Parliament was accepted. The European Union must declare clearly that these elections will not be recognized by the international community. No decision taken under the shadow of repression, violence and falsehoods can be judged to be the will of the nation. We don't have to wait for the results of the elections. They have nothing to do with democracy. There's also no point waiting for Lukashenko and Putin to die. That won't solve the problem. We have to take action, support the Belarusian opposition, the independent media, and the young generation of Belarusians who dream of democracy. And one more thing. Belarusians look at the Ukrainians and want to follow their example. Every Ukrainian success is hope for Belarus. Belarus, like Ukraine, is not condemned to Russia. That's not just possible. The Polish example shows it's for real. We shouldn't just be observers. We need sanctions to work and clear solidarity. Thank you. Żyje Belarus.
Much. Madame Chiavi, you have the floor.
Chers collègues, je veux vous parler d'Alexander.
Dear colleagues, let me talk to you about Andrei Yeroshuk, a trade unionist imprisoned in Belarus. His only crime to have opposed the Lukashenko regime. He can only see his wife once a year. He is only allowed out of his cell just a few minutes a day. His sentence may simply be extended without any reason. In Belarus, you know when you go into prison, but you never know when you will leave prison. Is a trade unionist in exile who told me what was happening, how the voice of workers is crushed. Independent trade unions are banned since 2022. Either you sign for the one official trade union, which is just a puppet of Lukashenko, or you live under terror and oppression. For Alexander, Maxim, and so many others, Europe needs to react. We have to put in place sanctions against the trade union in Belarus, the state trade union, and call for the freedom of the political prisoners. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Anadiotis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and Happy New Year to everyone. Of course, we are in solidarity with the Belarusian people as they seek their democratic liberties. We condemn every effort of the Lukashenko regime to steal the upcoming elections through the fact that they are shutting out their political opponents. But the EU institutions did not react when the Romanian elections were overturned. They did not respect the election outcome in Georgia, and they are not sanctioning Turkey like they're doing with Belarus. So the EU is reacting on Belarus, but it seems that they are not reacting for the thousands of Turkish and Kurdish people that are being imprisoned for political reasons from the Erdogan regime. And the EU is not worried by the fact that Turkey is threatening two member states, Cyprus and Greece, with casus belli.
Mr. McAllister, Chair of the AFET Committee.
Dear Mr. President, dear Commissioner Kubilius, ladies and gentlemen, as a number of speakers previously have already pointed out, it's actually for the 7th time that Belarus is staging the ritual of electing Mr. Lukashenko as president in a climate of fear and repression against free media, civil society and genuine opposition. Over 1,300 political prisoners, including nearly all of Lukashenko's former rivals, remain imprisoned for challenging the fraudulent 2020 elections. Opposition has been eradicated and Belarusians abroad have been robbed of their voting rights. And still, hope is not lost. Belarusian democratic forces, led by Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, continue their tireless fight for freedom. I recall her words in this House, quote, "The EU from Lisbon to Minsk is a nightmare for Putin, but for us it's a reality we strive to live in," unquote. The European Union needs to act as a multiplier of these efforts. On the one hand, we will financially and politically support the democratic forces. On the other hand, we will put Lukashenko and his henchmen under even stricter sanctions by mirroring those adopted against Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAllister. Senhor Assis.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, Sr. Comissário.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the Belarusian regime is one that is trying to serve the interests of Putin. Now we have this election sham that would allow Mr. Lukashenko to stay in power. The European Union cannot allow the rest of the world to forget the political prisoners in the country. Someone has been imprisoned for over a year for having insulted the dictator. This is not acceptable. There is a European Union official who's been condemned for 4 years. This is not fair to him or his family. There should be consequences for this. In the 2020 elections, people went out into the streets to ask for their rights, and the regime was afraid of this. Lukashenko, together with Putin, they work together. If we weaken Putin, then we can weaken Lukashenko. We need to allow this country to liberate itself from this terrible dictatorship.
Pe bună dreptate, regimurile politice din
Venezuela, Russia, China, Belarus. These are regimes to be condemned for their totalitarianism. These countries are run by dictators. Dissidents are labeled extremists and they're kept away from decision-making. In this particular case, we're defending democracy and freedom. Fortunately, hundreds of people have been protesting in favor of freedom. We are not going to allow this to be stolen.
Mr. Clausen.
The leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, will once again try to steal an election on Sunday. For about 30 years, he has run Belarus in a strong and strict regime, and none of the elections have been free or fair. Sunday will probably not be any different. In 2020, we saw how the opposition, civil society and the press, anyone who spoke out against him, risked becoming a political prisoner. We must support the opposition in Belarus. We need to support those fighting for wage earner rights, trade unions that are suppressed massively. And this is also about women's rights and LGBT plus rights, which are suppressed and under oppression everywhere. We must also give asylum to deserters from Belarus, because they fear becoming part of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We have spoken enough. Now we need to act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen. Mr. Masurek.
Ste už pre celý svet naozaj
I don't know. I don't think you understand, but nobody in the world takes you or the EU seriously. The European Union is forever lecturing and hectoring the world when it can't even solve its own problems. Now we're lecturing Belarus. You want to lecture Russia. You want to lecture Donald Trump and the USA. You comment on Musk and Zuckerberg. You want the whole world to listen to you and respect you, but everyone is just laughing at you. They're laughing at you because the EU has serious problems which are of no interest to you because they're difficult to solve. They need to be solved now. Don't waste time talking about Belarus. Look at the rising price of food. Look at the price of housing. We're going to see a spike in energy prices because of Zelensky, but nobody's interested. Instead, we're just criticizing Belarus, whoever.
Mr. Galla, you have the floor.
President, colleagues, Commissioner, Presidency, Lukashenko again holds fake elections. And while there is large public focus on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine or the manipulated elections in Georgia or on Russia's unsuccessful attempts to turn the majorities around in Moldova, we need to keep the Belarus dictatorship on the agenda and support the legitimate representatives like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. And in our resolution, we have enumerated some of the more than 1,000 inmates, and I have been the political godfather for many years of Pavel Sevyarinets, who is innocent and who is in prison, one of those who are active in democratic parties. I call on the Council and the Commission, please check on the agenda of sanctions where Belarus serves as an escape route for sanctions against Russia. There are issues where we have not imposed sanctions on Belarus, so goods are sent to Belarus and further transported to Russia. I think civilian trucks is one of these examples, so please have a look where we can close this gap where it exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker, Mr. Kamiński. You have the floor.
Szanowni Państwo, 5 lat temu.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago, the Belarusian people showed its true face, the face of free people with a craving for democracy and independence for their country. 5 years ago, the Belarusians in the elections said no to the Lukashenko dictatorship, but the elections were stolen. The results were falsified by Lukashenko. Hundreds of thousands of people protested in the streets of Minsk. The protests were brutally put down, and thousands of political prisoners ended up in Belarusian jails. Many of them are still there, and we mustn't forget them. We shouldn't forget the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Ales Bialiatski or Maria Kolesnikova or other repressed people. In a few days, Lukashenko will announce his re-election. The grim spectacle on 26th of January in Belarus can't be called an election, but it's not enough to condemn the regime. Europe should not be so helplessly helpless. It's time to be resolute, to impose serious sanctions on Belarus. The Union is still importing fertilizer and other things from Belarus. Any trade with Belarus funds the brutal dictatorship. It must stop.
Colleague, Madame Duknavicini, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, the Belarusian nation has deep European roots. Russia enslaved this nation back in the Tsarist era, when it annexed most of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. We, Poles, Lithuanians, and Belarusians commemorate the heroes of the uprisings against Tsarist Russia together. They are the pride of our common history. Let's make no mistake, Belarus is not Russia. The Kremlin would very much like the Belarusian nation to disappear completely, so that Belarus would not remain on the map of Europe. Belarus ruled by the dictator Lukashenko, today is the result of the colonial imperial policy of Russia. Our interest is a democratic Belarus. Therefore, we must support by all means the tireless struggle of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and her supporters for the European future of their state.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Madame Bisela Lima, you have the floor.
Cela fait plus de 4 ans.
It was over 4 years ago that Alexander Lukashenko stole the elections from the Belarusian people. He used force and cracked down and imprisoned anyone who opposed him. This is what authoritarian regimes do. No rule of law, no freedom. The show of force is all that matters. And nothing has changed since then. He continues to imprison anyone who has the bravery to stand up to him. And now we stand on the eve of new so-called elections. We must continue to speak out against this, to recall that this is a dictator who is a faithful ally of Vladimir Putin and who supports him in his dreadful war against Ukraine. We have to speak out against violations of human rights in Belarus and also the hybrid war being waged against them, as well as against the European Union by Russia. He uses human beings, uses migrants at our borders with the goal of destabilizing the European Union. We have to stand united and also stand together with Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and all of the democratic forces in Belarus.
Madame Bisela Lima. Our next speaker is Mr. Sterba. You have the floor.
Szanowny panie komisarzu, panie ministrze.
Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the Belarusian totalitarian dictatorship with its death penalty has taken its population hostage under the usurper Lukashenko. There are more than 1,200 political prisoners since the stolen presidential election. Andrzej Poczobut is one of the prisoners. The Polish delegation will always refer to him. He was imprisoned on fictitious charges. He's a Pole and a Belarusian. The European Union stands in defense of values and must continue to do so. I want to say one thing very clearly. Nobody here, nobody in Europe, the Polish presidency will ever recognize the elections the Lukashenko regime is organizing next weekend. The Lukashenko regime is a collaborator of Putin. Żyje Belarus.
Valko-Venäjällä järjestetään pikapuoliin näennäisvaalit.
Years ago, it was clear that Russia was carrying out a Russification operation in Belarus. Putin's Russia was uniting Russian peoples. The role of Russia is the same or similar in Ukraine. The route to achieve Russia's aims is different, but we should remember this. This is a territorial expansion, Russian great power imperialism. We should support Belarusian civil society as much as we can.
Our next speaker, Mr. Tupi.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. When the Soviet Union collapsed in the early 1990s, there was hope for millions of people who had suffered under decades under communist dictatorship and oppression. And we were right to be hopeful. Just look at the Baltic states, prosperous democracies and a proud part of the European family today. However, as we all know, freedom is not yet won everywhere. Therefore, we must stand with the people of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and of course, Belarus, in their pursuit of democracy. Not in this fake election, but one day, Lukashenko's regime will answer for its crime. And I will continue to hope until the white flag once again flies over Minsk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Lopakta.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the people of Belarus have faced brutal repressions for years from Lukashenko's regime. And therefore, it is our obligation to keep this issue on our agenda. The August 2020 elections were rigged and were followed by violence aimed at silencing civil society. And therefore, we have to support the civil society in Russia in their struggle for democracy. I see this as one of the biggest crises in our neighborhood. And we have to condemn all politically motivated arrests and violence against activists and all forms of repression. Free and fair elections overseen by OSCE, Council of Europe and other international organizations are crucial for restoring democracy. And the so-called presidential elections on the 26th, on next weekend, are not free and fair. They are a farce, like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya said, a real farce.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is our questor, Madam Lexman.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, za 30 rokov.
In the 30 years of Lukashenko's rule, thousands and thousands of people were convicted, tortured, and even disappeared. Unfortunately, even many of my friends, including the leader of the Belarusian Christian Democrats, are in prison just for defending democracy. Lukashenko's co-responsible for Putin's crimes. He's tried to weaken the European Union using migration, but he's also been involved in the transport of Ukrainian children to so-called Belarusian holiday camps. I want to condemn Lukashenko's attacks on churches under the new legislation there. In a few days, we'll see a special electoral operation where Lukashenko will become self-declared president for the 7th time. We know those elections will not be free. And we have to think about how to tighten sanctions against Belarus and how to support the opposition more in its fight for freedom. Thank you.
We have 3 requests for Catch the Eye, and I'm going to attend all of them. First place, Madame Kokolari. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. Lukashenko's dictatorship in Belarus is shameful for the whole of Europe. 30 years he has hung on to power and committed systematic violations against human rights. He has imprisoned journalists and members of the opposition. He has time and time again stolen presidential elections. And now we have Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who is the legitimate president of Belarus. We need to take a tougher line against Belarus. Lukashenko must be held accountable for his repression and violence against his own people and his involvement in Russia's war against Ukraine. Dictators have no place in Europe. Freedoms must be defended every single day. It is our responsibility to help the Belarusian people in their fight for freedom. Thank you.
Dear colleague, Madame Janovici Sosoaka, you have the floor.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. Listening to you, I started wondering if Belarus were in the European Union. I don't remember it ever having been so. The EU interferes with any country, whether it's in the European Union or not. As an MEP, as a former Romanian senator, as a lawyer, I find it unacceptable for an increasingly private conglomerate that it calls itself the European Union, interferes in other countries and seeks to impose its order. You don't like Putin, you don't like Trump, you don't like Lukashenko. Well, we don't like Ursula von der Leyen because she interfered in the elections in Romania. So criticizing Belarus for doing the same as you did in Romania is hypocritical.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
God bless Belarus and its people. We should all be grateful, us, Poles, Belarusians, Lithuanians, for our great common heritage that we share, the heritage of the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And we should certainly never take part in such hours of hatred against anybody, especially each other. So I strongly condemn, yes, I condemn this language of hatred, this language of contempt, this offensive language. I strongly condemn what you do here. You don't want to make business with your neighbors? Then don't. But if you really want to change this world for better, you should do business instead of instigating, overthrowing governments, presidents all over the world. This is shameful. God bless Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. And now our Commissioner, Mr. Kubilius, has the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, let me say a few words in conclusion. First of all, we need to remember that Belarus is in the center, geographical center of Europe, and in the close neighborhood of several members of the European Union, including Lithuania, Poland, and other countries. That is why we want Belarusian people to have possibility to enjoy the same freedoms as we are enjoying now. And we would like, to behave like previous generations of European politicians, who wanted that us, Lithuanians, Poles, Romanians, Slovakians, also would have possibility to enjoy freedoms when we had no such a possibility. The Belarusian people are fighting a battle for freedom. They deserve our solidarity, not only in words but in actions. Their struggle is our struggle for human dignity, democracy and peace. Once again, today we call on the regime to stop the repression, to stop its complicity in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, to release all political prisoners, and to allow the Belarus people to freely realize their right to democratically elect the leaders of their country and to make a democratic decision on the political direction of their country. The European Union will stand firm in all its commitments, and we will continue to support those who courageously fight for democracy and justice. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Commissioner. Now, Minister Slavka. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you for your valuable interventions. Rest assured that the Council, under the leadership of the High Representative, will remain fully seized of the matter. The next Foreign Affairs Council will be an opportunity to reaffirm strongly our support for the democratic aspiration of the Belarusian people. We will call out the sham election and will continue to condemn the illegal action of the Lukashenko regime. We will renew our sanction and adopt further measures. We will remain united in our support to the brave people of Belarus in their quest for a free, democratic, sovereign and independent Belarus as a part of peaceful Europe. Żyje Belarus!
Thank you very much, Minister. I have received 6 motions for resolution to wind up this debate. So the debate is closed and the vote will be held tomorrow. Dear colleagues, the Patriots for Europe group has notified the President of a decision relating to change 2 appointments within committees. This decision will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. The next item to the agenda is Council and Commission statement, situation in Venezuela following the usurpation of the presidency on 10th of January 2025. First, I'm going to give the floor to Minister Slavka. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will let you the opportunity to listen to the official Polish presidency language. Panie Przewodniczący, Panie, Panowie posłowie, Panie posłanki, Panie Komisarzu. 10 stycznia władze...
The elections in Venezuela did not recognize the will of the Venezuelan people. There was no transparent democratic transition. The European Union and the international community have been saying since July that the National Electoral Commission's results must be respected. It was necessary to recheck the results collected in polling stations, and yet nothing has changed. From the figures of the Venezuelan opposition, millions of people supported Edmundo González, and therefore the European Union believes that Nicolás Maduro does not have any legitimacy as president. Since the elections, more than 2,500 Venezuelans have been arrested, including minors. Many have been released, but none of them should have been detained at all. aside from the repression against the opposition and civil society and their families, we show solidarity and call for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners, including some EU citizens arrested arbitrarily. The Venezuelans have also reduced the EU diplomatic presence in Caracas. This is unacceptable behavior towards the Union and the member states and will further diminish the position of Venezuela on the international stage. Venezuela must respect international law and human rights. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, in line with the mandate received in December, the European Union is doing everything it can to support the democratic transition in Venezuela. Council has decided to impose sanctions on additional persons. The authorities of that country are responsible for what is happening there. We are in favor of a democratic solution to the crisis in the form of negotiations between Venezuelans. At the same time, the immediate needs of the people must be met. To meet these objectives, the Union will cooperate with all Venezuelan international and regional partners, especially the United States of America. The Union will continue targeted cooperation with institutions and political entities and civil societies in order to maintain a dialogue on human rights and democratic transformation. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay till the end of the debate, but my team will inform me as to what was said. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, Minister. On behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to the Commissioner Kubilius.
Mr. President, Minister, honourable members of the European Parliament. The European Union firmly stands in solidarity with the people of Venezuela in their brave strive to restore democracy and reclaim their human rights. Last year, on 28th of July, millions of Venezuelans peacefully used their votes to express their will of democratic change in their country. According to publicly available copies of the electoral records, Edmundo González Urrutia obtained a large majority of votes. The authorities, however, have refused to publish disaggregated results as mandated by law and allow independent electoral audits. In choosing to disregard the will of the people and instead reinforcing repression against the population, Nicolás Maduro confirmed that he has no legitimacy of a democratically elected president. Our position remains unchanged. The will of the people must be respected. The European commitment to democracy does not allow otherwise. As stated by the High Representative on behalf of the European Union on 10th of January, we will continue to work with all Venezuelans to foster dialogue and a democratic way out of the crisis led by Venezuelans. Venezuelans expect us to support their effort. We do so in constant dialogue with key regional and international partners, as well as at multilateral fora. The persecution of the democratic opposition, human rights defenders, and members of the civil society is worsening throughout Venezuela. The tactics of intimidation have now extended to their families. What is their crime? Defending their fundamental liberties and seeking a democratic future for their country? We condemn the arbitrary detention of at least 2,500 citizens, including several European Union citizens. All political prisoners must be unconditionally released. Mr. González himself had to seek refuge in Spain, while Mrs. Machado remains in hiding within the country. I salute their courage. Their determination to serve their fellow citizens makes them worthy of the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought this Parliament awarded them last December. The European Union firmly stands by those defending human rights and democratic values in Venezuela. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights was recently allowed back into the country. This is a step in the right direction, but it must be allowed to perform its full mandate. The long crisis in Venezuela has taken a severe toll on the livelihoods of the population. Over 7 million people have fled the country since 2015, seeking better living conditions. To this day, access to basic goods, water and sanitation, electricity, healthcare and education is a daily challenge for millions of people in the country. Large swaths of the population live in poverty. The European Union remains committed to alleviating the suffering of the most vulnerable. Since 2016, the European Union has allocated €461 million in emergency humanitarian aid for the Venezuelan crisis. In coming years, we intend to maintain our support for the people of Venezuela. Honourable members, let us support firmly a Venezuelan-led dialogue towards a peaceful political transition. That is what millions of Venezuelans fighting for democracy expect from us. And this is a proper way for Venezuela, so rich with natural resources, to bring back economic prosperity and social justice to all the people of Venezuela. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner. En representación del Grupo Parlamentario Popular.
On behalf of the EPP Group, Mr. Montserrat. Thank you very much indeed, President. Commissioner, Minister, on behalf of the Council, colleagues, the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro is the worst piece of news for all Democrats, and we must stand out against this coup. He wants us to comply with his breaches of principle, but we must not do so. He has simply been removing from the people of Venezuela any right to democracy. He is stifling freedom and stifling freedom of expression and making it impossible for his people to achieve freedom. The European People's Party has done its best to show that he is not a legitimate president and that Maria Corina should have been elected president, but it is important that we do more than we are doing. Nicolas Maduro is simply trampling underfoot any principles of freedom, but Pedro Sanchez is not going along with the policy which he should be on behalf of the EU. He is simply allowing the elected president to stay in Madrid without actually taking any steps to promote the rights of the people in Venezuela. There has been many others, for example, the ambassadors in Venezuela and Caracas, who have not stood out against what is going on. We have got to have more public condemnation of Maduro. We've got to have a conviction in front of the ICC for the outrageous and shocking acts that he is perpetrating in his capacity as a dictator. But we must also denounce resoundingly all those who are complicit. Thank you.
Thank you. For the S&D, Ms. Pachin.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. For the S&D and all Democrats, the situation in Venezuela is very concerning. Venezuela is suffering a very serious political crisis. It has been for many years now. And on the 28th of July was the culmination of deterioration in democracy, and it has broken essential laws of democracy. Once again, I'd like to denounce the lack of legitimacy for the elections from July 2024 and also the illegitimacy of Maduro in his inauguration the 10th of January. Once again, I would firmly like to call on the Venezuelan authorities to respect democracy and the rule of law. We call on them to acknowledge their obligations in international law and to respect the Vienna Convention. They need to end political persecution and unconditionally and immediately must release all of those people that have been arbitrarily detained, especially minors. We are also very concerned about the socio-economic situation that Venezuelans are suffering. Thousands of people who've been forced to migrate or seek refuge in neighboring countries. And we in Spain, for example, have welcomed them with open arms. We need to work hard, and I call on the Council and the Commission to do so. We need to work internationally and regionally as well to find a definitive solution which can be sustainable in Venezuela. We need to support the Venezuelan people through measures and also support refugees and legal pathways for migration. But we need to have the best policy, proper policy to improve democracy and find solutions which are definitive in nature. This is what the opposition have called for, and this is what the Commission and the Council have asked for as well. In politics, it's easy to give inflammatory speeches, as we've seen in many times. But what's relevant and what really helps the Venezuelan people is united action and results-based policy, and we will be focused on that and will continue to be focused on that. Thank you.
On behalf of Group Patriots for Europe, Madame Regino.
For too long, the people of Venezuela have suffered under a regime which employs repression as a system of governance. Nicolas Maduro hangs on to power desperately, not supported by the popular vote, but through lies, coercion, and fear. Venezuela has huge potential, but it is a country in crisis. This is not an ordinary crisis, but a crisis provoked by a corrupt regime which is trying to preserve its grip on power. The elections in July were marked by flagrant irregularities, and the result announced by the National Electoral Council was contested by the opposition, but also by large parts of the international community. We must be clear that the elections were clearly manipulated. Mr. Urrutia, with dignity, did agree to run on behalf of the opposition.
I will take it in account for your time.
Edmundo González a été déclaré. Edmundo González was declared the winner by international impartial sources. The evidence, the active vote, and the witnesses of Venezuelans clearly testifies to his support. Repression of protests was violent. Lives were lost, and the media and social networks have been censored. These are the weapons of a regime that rules through fear. We must forcefully support Edmundo González. A time has come for Venezuela to cast off the chains of oppression. Freedom must win over tyranny, and the Venezuelan people must once again take charge of their destiny.
Our next speaker, Mr. Fidanza.
Grazie, Presidente, signor Commissario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, a few weeks ago, not least thanks to our initiative, this House marked the awarding of the Sakharov Prize to Maria Corina Machado and to Edmundo Urrutia. Just a few days after that, Nicolas Maduro took his final step to cement himself in power, and in breach of the Constitution and in front of an assembly which lacks legitimacy in its entirety, he had himself installed once again as president. But we will not yield. We will keep working to ensure that the rule of law is restored and that Edmundo Gonzalez is installed as the legitimate president of Venezuela. We will not rest until all political prisoners have been released, until rule of law has been re-established, until we see democracy in Venezuela, until we see a free people living in freedom and peace. Glory to the great people of Venezuela, and may they live in freedom.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Aguirre Martinez. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll be very brief today. Nicolas Maduro lacks democratic legitimacy, and we're going to repeat it here in this Parliament as many times as is necessary. On the 10th of January, he was sworn in without publishing records, without respecting the will of Venezuelan people who protested across the world that day, and Maria Corina Machado is still in hiding, and the winner of the elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, is exiled outside his country. We will continue supporting the 8 million people who have had to flee Venezuela and all those people whose rights are being flouted on a daily basis, and we urge the International Criminal Court to speed up all the investigations necessary to put an end to these abuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Madame Vieira, please.
Dear Chair and dear colleagues, with the illegitimate consolidation of Maduro's power after the July elections, the Venezuelan people are entering a new chapter of repression, violence, and state terror. The regime will use the upcoming years to further crush, harass, and diminish opposition with no respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So, in Europe, we need to step up our game to support the Venezuelan people by offering financial support to civil society, by giving visas to human rights defenders at risk, by supporting international bodies to monitor the human rights situation in the country, by supporting the ICC to investigate the international crimes committed by the Maduro regime, and by sanctioning those responsible for the repression and the violations of human rights. In essence, by isolating this regime. Maduro, like other dictators around the world, holds on desperately for power, and we will stand with the people of Venezuela and all of those who fight for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. De La Valle, on behalf of the group of the left.
Presidente, a 6 mesi dalle elezioni.
Thank you, President. 6 months after the Venezuelan elections, it's the same playbook once again, which we've seen at the time of previous elections. There, breaches of human rights, right, left and centre. We saw what happened with Juan Guaidó. Now it is happening once again with Marina Corrugato and Edmundo Gonzalez. And the people of Venezuela find their rights trampled underfoot. Activists have been demonstrating in the streets, both in favour of Maduro and in favour of the legitimate president and opposition. But the bottom line is that the people have had enough of violence, and they want dialogue, and they want a future. They want to take the country forward. It is divided right down the middle, and it is vital that the people are given an opportunity to have a future. Washington and Brussels are not doing enough.
Our next speaker is Mr. Siekierski. You have the floor. On behalf of the Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, socialism works. And it works the way we can see it in Venezuela. What are the results? Empty shelves, poverty, censorship, and a police state. Whether it is the 20th century or the 21st century, whether it is Europe, Asia, or America. It is no different with Venezuela, where we can see this socialist dictatorship. The Maduro regime continues. It continues to persecute its citizens. First, the socialists ruined this very rich country, which was the Dubai of the 20th century, and then started to persecute those who oppose the government's omnipotence. Does it not remind you of something? Before you rightly condemn the Maduro regime, look in the mirror and consider whether your policies that kill industry, innovation, and freedom of expression copy the socialists of the 21st century. And remember how the 20th century socialists ended.
Muchas gracias, querido colega.
Thank you. We now move on to the second part of the debate, and we have Mr. Bugalú first.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. I saw them on the plane to Caracas before the presidential elections last year. I saw the Venezuelan families who had to flee come back to the country in order to vote. And I saw them hold hands in that plane, and they were crying out of fear. They weren't fearful of repression and intimidation. They were fearful that their votes would not count. I saw them just like I saw Maria Corina Machado week after week, with different walls behind her in the different video calls as she moved around to avoid capture. I saw the independent election monitor certify the vote. I saw the then High Representative state in October that Maduro lost and the opposition candidate had won the elections. I saw this parliament stand to applaud Edmundo González and the Venezuelan candidates when they received the Sakharov Prize. I saw the G7 countries and the European Commission recognize that the Democrats had won, but democracy has still not won in Venezuela. I saw this parliament saw everything that happened on Thursday. Let us not forget. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bugalú, and now Mr. Assis.
Obrigado.
Thank you. President, Commissioner. The rules are very clear in a democracy. You have legitimacy to take power if you have won the elections, and you win the elections by gaining the largest number of votes. There's a very simple situation in Venezuela. We have an usurper in power, and we have a legitimate presidency who is stopped from entering his own country. That is the reality. And that is why this Parliament must send a very clear message to Europe and to the world, and particularly to the Venezuelan Democrats. This is our understanding of the fact. We stand in solidarity with all the Democrats of Venezuela. During the last session, I did not follow my group, and I took a position clearly recognizing the now President-elect of Venezuela. And I wanted to say here that it is not a great service to the Venezuelan Democrats to use these debates to attack the legitimate government of Spain. It is an inadmissible instrumentalization of what Venezuelans are currently living through in extreme difficulty where they are fighting for democracy. I don't think they need that type of support. They need generous solidarity, deep, clear solidarity from Democrats to Democrats. They don't need solidarity which is conditioned on voting for the opposition in their home countries. Thank you, Mr. Assis. Mr. Girauta, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
President, on the 28th of July last year, the Venezuelan people voted en masse in favour of Edmundo González Urrutia, and with the hope of putting an end to Maduro's regime once and for all. There are no doubts about the legitimacy of that election. We have a president-elect who's been elected democratically, and then we have another regime which has carried out a coup. But not all member states have recognized Edmundo González as the legitimate president of Venezuela. We have some members of this parliament here, and Mr. Monedero gave a speech about humanism and talking about the Helicoide incident in Caracas. But the left leaves democratic values to the side when it's about dictators subscribing to their ideology, whether it's in Venezuela, Nicaragua, or any other enemy, such as Russia. How many more deaths, how many more reprisals, how many more political prisoners or people in exile are needed for this parliament to recognize the legitimate president of Venezuela? How can the European Union be so hypocritical in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Madam Junco Garcia.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, it is shocking to see how Nicolas Maduro's regime continues to install itself in Venezuela, and the European Union continues to be absolutely unable to do anything. The responsibility lies greatly with Pedro Sanchez and his allies, who have facilitated the moves of this dictatorship. The left wing in Spain has simply played into his hands and is condoning all the repression perpetrated by Maduro and the releases from prison of people who should still be detained. This is absolutely unacceptable. Under the pretext of international solidarity, Pedro Sanchez is maintaining covert relationships with a government which is a threat to democracy. Spain should not be a refuge for people who have perpetrated acts against their people. Thank you.
Garcia.
Thank you very much. We now have Madam Vasconcelos.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. The Venezuelan people have resisted and fought courageously to defend their democratic rights and to defend the election results, electing Edmundo González as the legitimate president of the country, very rightly recognized by the European Union. Venezuelans supported by the international community were ignored with the illegitimate imposition of Nicolás Maduro. We must remind the Venezuelans in opposition that we will not forget them just because Maduro has now been inaugurated. Maria Corina Machado and colleagues have been exposed to torture, disappearances, and yet they continue to fight. We have Mr. Armando, who has been in captivity for over 40 days, tortured without rights for his family to visit him. We have seen that humanitarian corridors have been done away with. Embassies can no longer offer asylum. We're seeing the greatest electoral fraud in history, and we must ensure that the election results are recognized, not just to defend our values in other parts of the world. We must do it in the name of freedom and democracy here in Europe too. Fight against the democratic rollbacks must be global. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, senhora.
Thank you, Madam Vasconcelos. Mr. Sell, you have the floor.
Trump oder Maduro?
Trump or Maduro, freedom or censorship? This is the question to be asked here in this House. In July last year, Venezuela elected a new president, but Maduro declared himself the winner. But a month ago, the leader of the opposition, Edmundo González, was given the Sakharov Prize, but in Twitter he has more than 1 million followers. X is the most important source of news for the opposition in Caracas. There is state violence and manipulation, and this is all published on X. And Maduro has recognized this, and he's banned Twitter with the following justification. Elon Musk has promoted hatred and incitement on X and has divided society. This is how a dictator speaks, who has a fear of losing power and criticism. And this is how politicians in this House also speak, from the Greens and the left to the CDU, because they don't want to see critical voices. 120 officials monitored the conversation between Musk and Alice Weidel. Do we want to continue, however, to live in a democracy with the right to freedom of speech, or do we want to follow the example of Venezuela? And in February, in the Bundestag election in Germany, this is what is at stake, because if you like freedom and you love freedom, you should vote for the AfD. Thank you.
Very much, dear colleague. Presidente Durulat, señor Mato, tiene usted la palabra.
Mr. Mato, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Absolutely intolerable, but not surprising. This is what happens every time with Maduro. We have constantly demanded the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. We have stood up for the opposition in Venezuela. We've demanded action on countless, innumerable occasions because we're concerned, rightly, about Venezuela. We are saddened to see how a tyrannical and criminal regime continues to oppress the people. But they don't care. And we have seen the absolute farce of the installation of Maduro as president of the country. This is nothing short of a farce. Colleagues, some of you may have been surprised. I was not. I have said 1,000 times that you can't negotiate with Maduro. There is no dialogue with a tyrant like him. You need to have dialogue with the opposition. You need to tighten the screw on sanctions. You need to stand up for freedom and fight for freedom because the dictator is a criminal. Everybody should be supporting Maria Corina Machado and González Urrutia. We need to show them that they're not alone. We need to stand with them in their battle to restore democracy to Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Vice President Lopez.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, President. Today, the European Parliament wants to reaffirm its commitment to democracy in Venezuela, especially in a country where it has been attacked and breached over the past few years. And it also says that an election which was flouted by an undemocratic regime, we need to support the opposition. We Europeans want to see democratic decisions in a country where the will of the people needs to be respected. And if we agree on all of that, my question is, why is it so difficult to come to agreements in this House on Venezuela? Why are the positions so different? And also in the External Affairs Council and the Council or the European Council. Why are we not able to do this? Why do we weaponize Venezuela to attack a government in Europe? If we think about the noble cause of Venezuela, we need to focus on that and on its strength. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Moreira de Sá.
Senhor Presidente.
President, Venezuela is going through one of the worst crises of its history. This former leader of Latin America is in collapse. In 1998, the GDP per capita was over $8,000. Today, it is only $1,500. Over 40% of the population live in extreme poverty, and almost 7 million Venezuelans left the country seeking refuge elsewhere. This tragedy is the direct result of the corruption and mismanagement and authoritarianism of the Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro regimes. Basic services have been destroyed. Hospitals are without medicines, and a lack of schools means that children have lost access to education and to food. In spite of this, the resistance continues. Maria Corina Machado faces constant persecution and even kidnapping attempts, but she keeps hope alive for millions of Venezuelans. Edmundo González, who was recognized by a number of European institutions as the legitimate president of Venezuela, represents a democratic alternative. When it comes to Venezuela, the European Union must act firmly and take the lead. I propose that the European Union organizes an international conference to coordinate political and economic support to Venezuela. This unprecedented effort should include strengthened sanctions against the Maduro regime, while we lend support to González and Corina Machado to prepare a future power transition. Europe must work side by side with the United States and the new Trump government to put the pressure on for a democratic transition. Finally, I'd like to end with a word to the Portuguese community in Venezuela, hard-working, resilient people who have helped build the country and now faces immense challenges. We won't forget you and we will not fail you. Thank you, Mr. Ribeiro de Sá. You have a blue card from Mr. Oliveira. Will you accept that?
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Mr. Moreira de Sá today has made an intervention which can bring together all the Portuguese national political parties in what we say about Venezuela. We understand that the extreme right is very uncomfortable with the decisions of the Venezuelan people over the past 20 years. the extreme right does not approve of the path chosen by the Venezuelan people. My question is if you have not a single word of respect for the Venezuelan people and respect for the sovereign decisions of this people against coups, against blackmailing, against worsening living conditions. Are you not able to concede 1 point in the name of the extreme right? Thank you. Mr. Moreira de Sá. Colleague, it is precisely because I respect the Venezuelan people that I take the position that I do. I think that everybody, perhaps not you and your party, can recognise that these were not free and fair elections that were held recently. That is what we're seeing the result of. If the people had chosen the man who is currently in power, the situation would be different. But we all know that that's not what happened. And it is exactly the respect for the Venezuelan people which is in question here. Thank you very much. Mr. Myanmar now.
Las elecciones en Venezuela tuvieron un resultado claro.
The results in Venezuela were crystal clear. González Urrutia won together with Maria Corina Machado, who represent democracy. Yet power remains in the hands of Maduro and his cronies, who are mobilizing the military and are continuing to engage in corruption and are in league with the drug gangs. Cuba, Russia, Iran, and more. They are supporting those who did not win the elections, yet who purport to remain in power. We, as a majority here, recognise the repressive nature of Maduro's regime, and we must work together with, yes, the new Secretary of State in America, Marco Rubio, in order to take resolute action. European sanctions against Venezuela need to be tightened. We need more stringent, more extensive sanctions, and we need to work with the US to ensure that they do the same. We also need to support the ICC in its action against Maduro. The people of Venezuela requires our support, our focus, and our every investment. We need to be on the side of the Democrats, not those who are corrupt, and we need also to get away from this indifference. Thank you.
Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. Milamon. We now have Madame Strada.
Grazie, Presidente. Cari colleghe.
Thank you very much, President. A great crisis is afflicting Venezuela still in the wake of the elections, and it's a country which only seeks peace, justice and prosperity. Yet the crisis that they are experiencing affects civil rights, their prosperity, and there are many migrants there who are as desperate, at least as desperate, as the indigenous citizens.
Speak a little bit more slowly. I will take it in account.
Thank you. E oggi vorrei ricordare uno di questi.
One of these European citizens who has gone to the country is Alberto Tarantini, who's an Italian worker who was arrested 2 months ago, a humanitarian worker who has simply disappeared. He had no charges against him, but there has now been a complete silence for 2 months, which is of great concern to his families. Therefore, I appeal to all of you to work together to try to get this man released. He's a friend of the people of Venezuela. We need to stand up for those who need our help. Alberto, we can't wait for you to be home.
Madame Giori.
Colleagues, Maduro and his communist regime want to keep power via election fraud. They unfairly influence the voting system. They ban candidates from standing. They suppress protests, and they imprison people in the opposition. They exiled people, and they also are using violence to maintain the regime. The records of voting prove that the election was legitimate, but on the inauguration day, there was widespread outcry when Maria Corina Machado was arrested. She was later released because of this outcry. But Biden's government has increased imports of oil from Venezuela. But this is not what Americans need for their heating. We know that the tactics of communist governments. We saw it in Hungary as well. Sometimes communist regimes change the clothes they wear, but at the end of the day, they, at their core, are the same. We need to acknowledge Edmundo González as the democratic president of Venezuela. We need to ensure that the bravery and commitment of the Venezuelan people is not in vain. We support them in their quest for democracy and respect for human law. We are with you, Venezuelan patriots. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Ivo Stier, for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente. El pasado 10 de enero.
Thank you, President. On the 10th of January, the Maduro regime impeded the inauguration of the winner of the elections, Edmundo González Urrutia. Maduro governs, but he's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. He is a de facto governor who has usurped the power. He is a dictator and only recognized by other dictatorships. Who came to Caracas on the 10th of January? Daniel Ortega from Nicaragua, Miguel Díaz from Cuba. From the European continent, delegations were only sent by Russia, Belarus, and Serbia. The European democracies and the democracies of the American continent did not recognize this farce played out by Maduro on the 10th of January. However, this is not sufficient. Council must take the same position that this Parliament took, recognizing Mr. González Urrutia as the legitimate president. Our democracies must work together so that the will of the Venezuelan people is finally recognized and respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Nikos Papandreou, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kubilius, who better than you to support the Venezuelan people in their struggle against oppression? We heard many things here today, and I personally don't care if Maduro came from the working class and was a trade unionist. Today he's a dictator. I don't care if the dictator is communist or from the landed aristocracy. I care that there's torture in that country, and that's what we care about here. How do we know that the elections were not real? Because the results were never handed out. If they were, we would have known who won. So for those who doubt the results, we have the answer. Publish the results and we know. Of course, we know Urrutia won and Maduro lost, yet Maduro is in power. To stay in power, he resorts to torture, he puts people in prison, and he collaborates with organized crime. He terrorizes the poor in his barrios. So, dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear Commissioner, we do not recognize this regime. You spoke about peaceful transition, yes, but it'll only happen with great pressure. Sanctions, we might have to stop buying petroleum products. We have a pain in oil today, but we have to continue that process. Our motion for a resolution Thursday shows that we support the people of Venezuela.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Stancanelli for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente, onorevoli colleghi.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, the situation in Venezuela has become absolutely untenable from the point of view of democratic legitimacy. There is no prospect of any improvement at the moment. On the contrary, the situation is ever worse. A number of diplomats have been expelled, Dutch, French, Italian, and the international community is not taking a strong enough stance against Maduro's regime. We need to do so. There is repression all over the country, and political prisoners must urgently be released. All the political groups agree on these positions, and we therefore need to demand more forcefully that those who are in support of the rule of law must be given the opportunity to assert this. It is absolutely vital that so much changes and improves in Venezuela. There are many people who have no rights. There are people who have been wrongly arrested and enforced disappearances. People with disabilities have no rights. We have to put a stop to this.
And now, Madam Ana Miguel Pedro for 1 minute.
No electricity, no water, no food. A country where 24% of the population lives in poverty. Over 7 million people have fled, not by choice, but out of despair. where the minimum salary will not even buy you a kilo of rice. Hospitals have no medicines and are places of despair, not of cure. The Maduro regime governs through force, fraud and fear. This regime, ladies and gentlemen, usurps. It does not lead, it oppresses, it doesn't enter into dialogue, and it lies. We have over 1,900 political prisoners in Venezuela today, men and women who refuse to bend to tyranny. They have sacrificed everything, their freedom, their families, their future, so that Venezuela can once again be free. Maduro will fall because oppressive regimes are condemned by the very strength of freedom. And when that day comes, because it will come, we should, without hesitation, register that we spoke out for the right of the Venezuelan people to live in democracy. We must guarantee the power belongs to those who actually won the elections. We will always stand by a free Venezuela and a people that does not give up.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Julien Leonardelli for 1 minute.
Au Venezuela, le régime.
In Venezuela, the communist regime has also once again taken power away from the people. Many people are in prison with the same brutality we saw in Eastern Europe in the past. And the situation is clear. There are people in Europe that are happy about dictatorships, who excuse political violence and who are happy about programs. And then on the other side, there are those people who deal with this new totalitarianism, who really believe in democracy, who defend referendums and citizens' consultation rather than repression. It's we patriots who don't give in despite adversity, and we support the opposition in Venezuela, and we pray for the victims of Marxism. And there are people, extremists and people without courage, who are allowing this regime to continue.
Nevado del Campo, con 1 minute.
Thank you. And now, Madam Del Campo, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Facing the obvious defeat at the urns, Maduro auto-proclaimed himself President of Venezuela. He oppresses his opposition, and we have Maria Corina Machado, who is the heroine of this fight for freedom. She doesn't need our congratulations, she needs our action. The international community did not just stand by idly. The European Union has 15 high-level Venezuelan officials on its sanctions list because of this coup against democracy, but this is not sufficient. We must do more. The European Union should recognize Edmundo González Urrutia as the president-elect of Venezuela. This wasn't done before because countries like mine have not realized that they are breathing life to dictators such as Mr. Maduro. So therefore I would request that Mr. Sanchez now stands on the right side of history. That is not an act of opposition, and this is just relating facts.
Antonio Isturiz.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. López Istúriz White for 1 minute.
Commissioner. Pocas veces, la verdad que me siento orgulloso.
I infrequently am proud of the title of a debate, but it is true. There has been a usurpation of the government by Nicolas Maduro and his drug traffickers. They are holding sway there in Venezuela, and the European Union is not taking the requisite action. We need much more forceful action with the support of the left in this European continent. That regime continues to hold sway in Venezuela, and we are failing to put in place the requisite sanctions and to take the requisite stance. We're simply condoning the persecution perpetrated by this clan and its henchmen. We need to give our firm support to the opposition, our resolute support to the opposition, the legitimately elected government. And we have got to make this ever more clear. We've got to stand up and be counted. We have to give our vocal support to Urrutia and to Marin Machado. Thank you.
I have now KHI procedure, and I have 2 speakers on my list, and I will start with João Oliveira. The floor is yours.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. For 20 years, we see the same thing playing out in this European Parliament. This is over 2 decades of interference and economic destabilization aimed at Venezuela, accompanied by enthusiastic outcries for democracy. Many proclaimed democracy, but who were responsible or complicit in the various attempted coups, the extreme fascist right, interference in elections, and economic blockades against Venezuela. The democracy that is defended here for Venezuela was directly expressed in the attack against the Venezuelan embassy in Lisbon over the past few days. The Venezuelan people don't need lessons. They need respect for their sovereign decisions, the end to foreign interference. They need the end of blockades and sanctions imposed from without and which have worsened living conditions in the country. This respect for Venezuelans and their rights is the side that we should choose as Democrats.
Jovanovici, Socioaca, Diana.
Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you. I was listening to you speak of things that you don't know, that you haven't seen. Perhaps you don't know. I will inform you now. I was part in the inauguration of Mr. Maduro. I was invited. I joined an official delegation, and there were 125 countries represented, and there were delegations from all the European countries, including parliamentary delegations from all over Europe. Stop lying that there were only 3 countries represented. I was there myself. I was on the podium. I was there at the inauguration. I was everywhere. So, if you want to know what's going on in Venezuela, you should go there in order to understand better. You speak of sanctions imposed, and there were sanctions imposed by the U.S. because Venezuela does not to relinquish its resources, just as Romania has done, and we're left with nothing. This is the fight of the people of Venezuela to keep their independence and their sovereignty. I know you're not happy with it.
We are closing KHI procedure, and I would like to ask the floor to take for the Commission, Commissioner Kubilius. The floor is yours, Commissioner.
Mr. President, dear members of Parliament, first of all, let me assure that the EU will stand up for the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. I have taken good note of our exchange and will convey to High Representative Kallas the different positions expressed today. The debate today proves that we collectively remain committed to the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. It is high time Venezuela builds a future defined by peace and democracy without repression or fear. The EU will always stand by those defending human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The European Union demands that the voice of Venezuelans is listened to. Their democratic will must be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Dear colleagues, I have received 5 motions for the resolution to wind up this debate, and this debate is hereby closed. The vote on this item will be held on Thursday. The next item on the agenda is the Commission statement, further deterioration of the political situation in Georgia. And right now, the commissioners, the Commission staff is changing.
Take the floor and to start the debate, yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. For more than 50 days now, Georgians have been taking to the streets across the country in unprecedented protests, fighting for the democratic future of their country as part of the European family, and for exercising also their fundamental rights. They've been met with violent repression, with intimidation, and also with detentions. Georgia's progressive democratic decline is actually very much alarming. The authorities have recently enacted a number of amendments to various laws, further restricting fundamental rights and undermining also democratic governance. The violence and hate language against peaceful protesters, against politicians and media representatives, the reported dismissal of public servants for political reasons, as well as the threats made against Salome Zurabishvili, are completely unacceptable. Many detainees remain in custody and face potential prison sentences for criminal charges, yet to this day, not a single representative of the law enforcement agencies has been charged, despite the violent crackdown of protests and despite serious accusations of torture of detained protesters leveled by the Georgian ombudsperson. Such actions are not compatible with the status of a European Union candidate. The EU keeps standing in solidarity with the Georgian people, and we urge the authorities to take swift action to de-escalate the tensions. Those unjustly detained must be released, acts of violence investigated, and there must be consequences for the law enforcement officials involved in these legal actions. We also urge the authorities to implement recommendations outlined in the final OSCE report on the recent elections and explore all options to restore trust in Georgia's democratic institutions, always, of course, in dialogue with all political forces and representatives of civil society, including the call by the Georgian society to consider the possibility on new elections. Honourable members, last year the European Union adopted a number of measures to react to Georgia's continuous democratic decline. We downgraded political contacts and halted our assistance to the authorities, 30 million euros under the European Peace Facility and more than 121 million in direct assistance to the government. And at the same time, we continue to stand with the civil society organizations and independent media. 8.5 million have already been reallocated to them, and we are also ready to reallocate additional funds to communication activities as we need to step up our response to disinformation. The European Council decided to de facto halt Georgia's accession process. In December 2024, the leaders reiterated EU's serious concerns regarding the course of action by the Georgian government and its decision to suspend the country's EU accession process until 2028. The European Council underlined its readiness to support the Georgian people's European aspirations and Georgia's path accession should the Georgian authorities reverse their course of action. Regrettably, the authorities have not reversed said course of action. At the December Foreign Affairs Council, Member States broadly agreed to start the process of halting the visa-free regime for Georgian diplomatic and service passport holders. The Commission swiftly prepared the proposal still in December last year, and the respective Council decision should be adopted by the end of January. This decision will send a clear political message that we are holding the authorities into account. And last year, the Foreign Affairs Council also held the first discussion on the adoption of sanctions against the individuals responsible for the disproportionate use of force against protesters. At the upcoming Foreign Affairs Council on the 27th of January, the Member States' discussions on Georgia will continue. We have also closely followed the discussions in this House, and the resolutions passed with an overwhelming majority. We remain open to consider further measures in light of the developments in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And now, on behalf of the EPP political group, I give the floor to Madam Rasa Juknevičiene.
Dear colleagues, the brave Georgians have been protesting against their stolen European future for more than 50 days, despite brutality and violence of the Georgian Dream authorities. By the way, people in the streets, they call them Kremlin Dream or Russian Dream Party. As Georgians fight for the European path, it is our duty to be clear in our support. First, the only true and legitimate representative of the Georgian people and only recognized office holder is the President Salome Zurabishvili. Second, the Georgian Dream and the self-declared one-party parliament is not a legitimate authority. I urge the EU leaders, member states, and other international organizations to abstain from all actions that would legitimize the self-appointed Georgian Dream Authority. The violence against the people, the political opposition, and the civil society continues to intensify. One of the opposition leaders, Georgi Gakharia, has been brutally beaten, and independent journalists have been attacked, including Mzia Amaglobeli, who is imprisoned for 2 months. Europe must respond to this by imposing personal sanctions to those responsible, particularly Bidzina Ivanishvili. The only way out of this crisis is new, independent, fair elections without any delay.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Socialists and the Democrats, Mr. Tobias Kramer for 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, last week, as we just heard, former Georgian Prime Minister Georgi Gakharia was brutally attacked by a group of government thugs, including a Georgian Dream so-called MP armed with a gun. Gakharia was left bleeding with broken bones and had to be hospitalized. Colleagues, sadly, this is not an isolated incident. Over the past weeks and months, more than 400 Georgians, politicians, journalists, but also ordinary citizens, have been arrested, tortured, and imprisoned. Their crime? Taking to the streets for 55 days now to demand a European future for their country. And I've seen these people's courage firsthand during our visit in December. Georgians of all ages and all walks of life, young and old, rich and poor, conservative and progressive, they stand together united in their fight for a future in this European Union and for their right to be represented on this very floor in the European Parliament. And they do so knowing full well that no one is safe in Georgia anymore from the repression and threats of Georgian Dream, no former Prime Minister, not even the President herself, who spoke to us so passionately just 1 month ago. But Georgians are not allowing themselves to be intimidated by that, and neither should we, because this escalation of violence is not a sign of strength, but a sign that Georgian Dream is panicking. They're panicking because they have underestimated the will of the Georgian people and the power of the European idea. They thought that they could rig the elections and play the Russian playbook with disinformation and intimidation to cement their power. But they have slowly realized now that this has been a pact with the devil. Putin is not looking for partners or allies, but for vassals and colonies. And we've seen in Syria that suppressing your own people relying on Putin will lead you nowhere but into Russian exile. There is still time for the Georgian Dream to end this Georgian nightmare. The gates of Europe, the gates of freedom remain open. But for this, the Georgian government needs to cease the violence against their own people. They must allow for Georgia to express their will in new and fair elections. And they need to do so now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on behalf of the Patriots for Europe group, Mr. Thierry Mariani.
Brussels needs to do more. And this is what the President of the Bundestag Foreign Affairs Committee has said. But why should we be influencing the democratic decision of a sovereign people? We need to have mutual respect among nations. We don't need to see EU interference. It's the people who have the power in Georgia. On the 20th of December, a report was issued about Georgia and said that absolutely no foreign interference has been involved. But Brussels is stepping up interference to repeal the decisions of the Georgian people. We've seen many police officers injured there, for example. But the EU is complicit in chaos. This is a free country. Georgia wants Europe, but a Europe that respects their choice. And Georgia is not going to become a colony of Brussels.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the ECR group, Madam Małgorzata Goszewska.
For 2 months now, Georgia has been immersed in mass protests against the brutal anti-democratic authorities, which once again rigged the elections and suspended accession talks with the EU. The authorities are responding with brutal repression. Georgia is at a critical point. It is either the European values or the criminal regime of the Kremlin that will triumph. As the European Parliament, we cannot stand by. We must demand sanctions against the oligarch Ivanishvili, the businessmen and politicians associated with him, international isolation of the current government and parliament, support for independent media, support for pro-European organizations and independence groups, the release of former President Saakashvili and other political prisoners. We must also build a positive image of the EU against Moscow's propaganda. It's time to act, time for decision.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Renew Europe group, Madame Nathalie Loiseau, for 1 minute.
In Georgia, the EU is the only party that does nothing, and that is a shame. The elections were stolen, and neither the new president nor the government nor the parliament are legitimate. I'm still waiting for you to say this clearly when our parliament has already done so, Mr. Commissioner. People have been protesting for 55 days. They've been repressed, brutally attacked, arbitrary arrests, violence, and the Council was unable to adopt serious sanctions. Our member states are still too cold, apart from the Baltic countries, who I congratulate. Individual countries have acted, but we haven't, and the measures that have been taken don't make sense. Georgians are protesting on the streets with European flags. They believe in Europe, and they really do deserve our support. The president, Zhorashvili, is constantly there, and what is happening in Georgia is serious, not just for Georgia, but for Caucasus, security in the Black Sea, and for us. The score here is Putin 1, Europe 0. The game is not over yet for democracy. Let's make sure we don't lose it.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Greens group, Mr. Van Lanschot, for 1 minute.
It's cold outside today. So imagine going outside and standing there for the next 6 hours. You shiver, your stomach rumbles, and you fear the police might beat you for no reason. Sitting on the couch at home with your family would be so much better. But you stay, and you go again tomorrow, like you have been doing for the past 55 days, because you want your country to stop becoming a dictatorship, because you want your country to have democracy and freedom, because you want your country to join the European Union. Now, how would you feel if that same union, after months of debates, would decide that they maybe, just maybe, make it a little bit harder for the officials of that oppressing regime to travel by plane? European Commission, what are you waiting for? Georgia needs our help. Travel to Tbilisi, support President Zurabishvili, and with a coalition of the willing, enforce real sanctions.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the left, Mr. Della Valle for 1 minute and a half.
Presidente, io immagino le...
President, imagine the future generations looking at what we've been doing and wondering why we have been doing what we've been doing and wondering what on earth we were doing when the West was simply degenerating to utter chaos. Well, this is what's happening in Georgia, really, mutatis mutandis. We need to have a single resolution on the inhuman situation there and the people who are losing their lives while demonstrating for peace and a future and human rights. The country has no freedom and it is losing its European aspirations. We have seen very clearly what is going on. The elections did not take place in a free and fair way. We have spoken out against that. We've also spoken out against pieces of legislation we don't accept. But at the same time, we can't simply let the elite here undermine what a sovereign country is doing if it isn't in line with the NATO objectives and EU objectives. We have got to respect the citizens of the country. We have to understand there are people in Europe who don't vote because they don't endorse the leadership here. It's high time we had a fundamental rethink. We mustn't betray the people we represent. We owe them honesty, frankness, and we owe democracy our support.
Just for the next speakers as well, there was interpreters were asking to speak a bit slower, so just to take into account. But now floor for Sovereign Nations Europe Group, Thomas Fröhlich. Floor is yours.
Herr Präsident. Thank you, President. The EU is constantly complaining about foreign interference, but it's intervening in the affairs of Georgia and has been doing for months now. It's threatening Georgia with sanctions. It's supporting coup d'etat in Tbilisi. We've seen stirring up of demonstrations, foreign-funded NGOs, mass protests on the streets. We know the outcome of this, and this is no...
Again, but please slow down because I see the signs of some interpretations. They cannot follow you. Please start again and do it a bit slower. Thank you.
Okay. Herr Präsident, die EU...
Thank you, President. The EU is constantly complaining about foreign interference, but it's doing so in Georgia. It is supporting a coup d'etat in Tbilisi, which is reminiscent of the bloody Euromaidan in Ukraine, stirring up demonstrations, foreign-funded NGOs, mass protests on the street. So the outcome is clear, but it's not a good one. The EU is doing this because in Georgia, political forces have prevailed which do not share Brussels' agenda. Georgians want Christian values instead of woke ideology, sovereignty instead of ties to the West, peace instead of war. And they don't want foreign interference, not from Moscow, not from Brussels, and not from Washington. This is understandable. We don't need a Michael Roth from the SPD on the streets of Tbilisi. We, therefore, in our own interest, should respect the will of the Georgian people. No arrogant lectures, no escalating interventions. Instead, we need good diplomatic relations with Tbilisi because Georgia must not become a second Ukraine. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Vavrikevich for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Commissioner. I will not bow to this regime. I will not play by its rules. I am on the hunger strike. There is something greater than life itself, its freedom. These powerful words from courageous Georgian journalist, Mrs. Mzia Amaglobeli, remind us how serious the situation in Georgia is today. As she stands against the pro-Russian regime of Ivanishvili, I stand with her and with all of these fantastic people on the streets of Tbilisi or Batumi, and I can simply say, I'm Georgian today. Europe underestimated Russian imperialists for many decades. We cannot repeat the mistakes of Yalta in 2014. Now is the time to act. We must impose stronger sanctions and support free media as well as citizens struggling for the democratic and European future of Georgia. As Mrs. Amaglobeli warns, today it is me, tomorrow it could be anyone. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Let us not fail Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Now, when it comes to elections, some colleagues have made the statement that international election observation condemned the election. I can't go into detail, Mr. Mariani, but there's something that's not spoken about much, and that is the hidden agenda of the elections. Georgian Dream stood for the elections without saying that they would take Georgia out of the path towards European EU membership. Now, they didn't know, the voters didn't know that the Georgia Dream was proposing that, and we need to repeat that. Some colleagues have referred to the attack on the Prime Minister of the country, and this reflects an aspect of impunity, complete impunity. Activists are persecuted and put in jail straight away. There's still no judicial decision on the attacks on pro-European activists, and that's no coincidence. And Commissioner, some police officers have been attacked, but so have activists, and we need to do this. The microphone has been cut off.
To everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Scholes for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, the situation in Georgia is deteriorating rapidly. The Georgian people want the European future, but their government responds with violence, repression, and lies. The Georgian Nightmare Party has abandoned all its commitments and any pretenses, silencing opposition, harassing journalists, and using brutal force against peaceful protesters. The regime makes a mockery of democracy, hiding behind its principles while trampling them with every action. Their propaganda is straight out of Kremlin's playbook, absurd to the point of eliciting a laugh, but not dangerous in its intent. They present themselves as the defenders of stability while sowing chaos and targeting their own citizens. If we do nothing, we abandon the Georgian people to the government that fears democracy and thrives on oppression. The EU must suspend Georgia's accession process and impose sanctions on those enabling this crackdown. Georgian people cannot afford to be left at the mercy of those who despise its European path. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Brandstätter for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner. Sometimes people ask me in Ulster what I'm doing about Georgia. Are we focusing on it? And I say, well, yes, because it should be an exemplary case of a democratic state, but it's becoming an authoritarian state. And we need to ensure that it isn't left in the hands of an unscrupulous man like the criminal in Moscow, because that is the way things are going. The trouble is that those who are ardent proponents of democracy in this ancient European country, amongst this ancient European people, they want to live in freedom and peace and democracy, but they can't make their voices heard loudly enough and effectively enough. They want to have a democratic life, a democratic media, democratic principles and future. So when President Saakashvili was there, this was all much more feasible, but now they're in danger and in a very difficult situation. So we need to make clear to them that we have not forgotten.
Thank you. And now Mr. Lagodinsky for 1 minute and a half.
We were talking here about misinformation and lies, and some of those lies have made it to this panel, to this podium. People talking about bloody Maidan or violence in the streets. We were in the streets. Many of us went to Tbilisi. We were actually doing your job while you were still here. And we were walking with those people through the cold Georgian evening and cold Georgian night. Hundreds and thousands of people. They walked for their future and the future of their grandchildren, proclaiming they want a European future. Georgians dream of a democratic future aligned with European dream. And this is the true dream of Georgia. But the party that calls itself Georgian Dream, using the full force of its authority to persecute journalists, attack peaceful protesters, and even opposition and former prime ministers like Georgi Gakharia, who was attacked in a brutal way just a couple of days ago. So I'm asking Irakli Kobakhidze and Mikhail Kavelashvili, the Georgian dream of the new tailored direction has its names. So Irakli Kobakhidze and Mikhail Kavelashvili, I'm asking you, how much are you ready to escalate? Your people want only one thing. They want a rerun of elections under democratic circumstances. And this is what you have to grant them. This is the right they're fighting for. And they don't want to be tortured. We saw people who were tortured in Georgia. They have a right to be safe. And if not, then we should work on a coalition of the willing who would impose targeted sanctions also against you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Volgin, for 1 minute.
Уважаеми колеги, основното разделение в днешния свят е между силите, които...
Thank you. It is important that we recognize sovereignty and that countries are allowed to make their own decisions and that we refrain from external intervention. This is a policy which is often advanced. It is important that the majority of Georgians are aware of the fact that they can stand up against the US and against Brussels, and that the collective West is not as strong as it might be. They've seen what's happened in Ukraine. They can see that they won't necessarily find that their current regime is overthrown. In Tbilisi, there is a commitment amongst the people to ensure that the Georgian dream achieves its reality. There have been too many years where they were dictated to by outside forces.
And now, Mr. Ondruš Branislav, for 1 minute.
Dámy a páni, ladies and gentlemen, the most absurd of all accusations is that the Georgian government is pro-Russian. But how can a government which has not accepted the occupation of over 20% of its territory, which is demanding that the Russians withdraw and which is fighting to restore Georgia's territorial integrity, be pro-Russian? Today's situation is the result of ignoring Georgian reality, as well as the unprecedented interference of various European politicians in Georgia's internal affairs. The shift in attitudes of the Georgian government over the last 2 years represents a defense mechanism in response to unfair pressure from Europe. Instead of tolerance and understanding of the complicated Georgian reality in relation to Russia, the Union has begun to dictate to the Georgians, regardless of the impact on their economy and defense. Georgia is actually doomed to seek balanced relations with Russia because the EU is unable to offer any security guarantees. The Russian army can be in Tbilisi in 3 days. And may I remind you that the EU has cooperated amicably with Russia for many years, notwithstanding the long-standing occupation of Georgian territory. I therefore call for a change in our approach and the resumption of a fair and partner dialogue with Georgia based on mutual respect. Thank you.
Antonio.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lopez Istúriz.
One thing is clear. The October parliamentary elections were not free and fair. And we cannot allow those who stole the elections to get away with it. Wake-up call, members of the Commission, members of the European Council. In this parliament, we have it clear. The de facto authorities controlled by the oligarch Ivanishvili have adopted increasingly repressive legislation, while detentions of protesters, activists and journalists are used to try to silence the opposition. The several violent incidents targeting political leaders last week are just unacceptable. The European path to resolving this crisis is clear. We have to be with the Georgian people and ask for the immediate release of all political prisoners and the organisation of new, fair and transparent elections. We cannot leave Georgia in the hands of the Russians, in the hands of Putin. We have to be close and give our support and our warmth to the people that are suffering in the streets in Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Marcos Ros Semper for 1 minute.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, democracy continues to be under threat in Georgia. We've seen the dissolution of parliament in the country, where they alerted that votes were being bought both before and during the elections. This is a parliament elected without validity, which has now elected a new president. We're seeing political violence, attacks on leaders of the opposition. And I expressly want to record Georgi Gakaria, one of the opposition leaders who had to be admitted to hospital following an attack. There is still time for Georgia to be reconverted to the path towards EU membership. This is what they're dreaming of. But the Georgian Dream Party wants to put stops on that progress. The people deserve transparent elections. They deserve to elect a president who acts in accordance with the will of the Georgian people as a democracy walking towards a more united Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Madam Veronika Vrecionova for 1 minute.
Děkuji, pane předsedo, kolegové.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the Georgian Dream Party succeeded in elections only by intimidating voters and by using conspiracy theories. The doubtful results of the election also are due to the domination of the media by the oligarchs. It's no surprise that people went to protest in the streets. The reaction of the state is inadequate. They beat up protesters, journalists. We are also witness of the intimidation to all who protest against these election results and who protest against the alliance with Russia. The situation seems to be escalating. We need to support pro-Western political forces in the country, and we have to respond against all who intimidate their own citizens.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Žalimas.
Dear colleagues, today we can ask ourselves, is it worth being an ally of the European Union? The reality before us suggests a painful answer. Those who stand under the EU flag and fight for our values face violence, silence, and even sometimes betrayal. In Ukraine, people are dying for the European aspirations. In Georgia, citizens striving for democracy suffer from brutality. Just last week, as it was mentioned, Georgi Gakharia, one of the opposition leaders, and Zviad Koridze, the head of Transparency International in Georgia, were attacked and severely beaten. The editor of Georgian independent media outlet Mzia Maglobele was arrested and started a hunger strike. Our liberal democracy is becoming a synonym of weakness. I fear we are losing the respect of those who look to us as a beacon of hope. To restore that respect in Georgia, we must clearly recognize Salome Zurabishvili as the legitimate president of the Georgian people, not to recognize legitimacy of the Georgian regime authorities, as well as to target all the accomplices of the regime with the most effective sanctions. Our financial resources must be redirected immediately to those upholding democracy, independent media and civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Stier for 1 minute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, fundamental freedoms and values are now restricted in Georgia, and the integrity of democratic institutions of Georgia has been undermined. The work of NGOs is subject to measures that are geared act against the representatives of NGOs and is accompanied by high fines and sanctions. At the same time, when the opposition lodges complaints or goes to court, their claims are dismissed as ungrounded. Police uses violence against protesters. They are using violence against the peaceful people. The process of accession to the European Union has been de facto stopped due to the actions taken by Georgian authorities. This is why we have to continue supporting Georgian citizens who want a democratic and European Georgia.
Thank you. And now Mr. Glucksmann for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, colleagues. Georgians are protesting for freedom, democracy in Europe. And what are European leaders doing to respond to their calls? Nothing, or almost nothing. For 10 years, Europe has been passive and has allowed Putin to put his money in place in Tbilisi, buying a country for the Kremlin and hunting down journalists. That's become the norm. Xenophobia and homophobia have also become commonplace in dismantling Georgian democracy. The passive attitude of the Commission and the Council has betrayed the citizens of Georgia. We should follow the reiterated request of this Parliament, sanction Gavrilashvili and his colleagues. We need to react quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lopatka for 1 minute.
The October 24th parliamentary elections have raised serious questions